question. Am I right? Hello? Yeah, it's very, very dangerous. It's a very, it's a crazy project you want to build there, but sorry, I'm being more skeptical. It's crypto. But yeah, look at the dream you're selling, and I'll definitely look into it. Burgess, it's not crypto. It's blockchain, and it's social finance. It just happens to have a crypto asset element to it. And listen, this is not crypto. It's not, meaning it doesn't center around crypto. It centers around your metrics of what you do online right now. Burgess, how many platforms are you on right now? And be real. Think about your Google email. Think about anything you gave an email away. You probably forgot about half of them. So for this to work, maybe I'll get 5 phones and open up every social thing and even outsource it. I'll get 4 of my friends to run.
Need to check. We're gonna flex so bad that it's gonna make you raw, girl. Need to suck, bro. Miss Aquarius.
Hey, Rabbi.
Thank you for your
It
patience.
was good.
Excellent. What did it taste like?
It's supposed to be good. They had strawberries and pineapples and something with that. Brave day, guave,
Agave,
acai.
acai.
They had coconut in it. They had flax seeds. Mm-hmm. Chia seeds in it. It was good.
Well, that's wonderful.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
I thought I'd get that again.
Okay,
It's
so
stuck feeling, I tell you that.
okay, excellent. Did you have fun with your friend?
Yeah, I did. That's all we did. We just did that and we went back to the house and ate that and watched the movie. Some called, it was on Netflix. Or what was it called? Stuck on Christmas. So I think they're gonna be stuck in the elevator together, this lady and this man, but we gotta watch it again. It's called Stuck on Christmas.
Have you ever been stuck in an elevator?
Yep.
Same here. It's no fun.
Yep. Okay. Have you?
Yes, ma'am.
I think I was on one for like 15 minutes.
Mine was like 45 minutes. They had to get the fire department to let us out.
Oh, Lord.
All right.
You gotta be careful.
That's right. I'm ready when you are. I've sent you the invite.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna eat my dinner for lunch tomorrow because that stuff was 40 ounces of real. So, yeah. Yeah, there we go.
All right, you've got this. Time for a spade. There you go. Okay. That was right on, though. That could have gone both ways.
You got it, Rabbi. Come on.
No doubt. They should have given me that. They'll give it to me now.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, no.
Mm.
There you go. Oh, come on.
Right.
That was garbage. You deserve that one. All right. This is tough. But you can get it. Got it. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, Rabbi.
No doubt.
Right.
Come on. I got the same one that you've got.
Yeah, you got it.
Boo.
Oh,
That was garbage.
so,
All right. Miss Aquarius is about to take the lead here. She gets bonus points.
mm,
Get it, girl.
oh,
Ooh. Almost.
okay, you got it, Rabbi.
No doubt. Get it. That was slow. All right. Let's get these. Oh, come on. Oh, I haven't gotten a strike or a spare yet. It's all you. Get it. Oh, but two. All right, you've got this. But they count this as a split, which is interesting. You've got it. And
This one. Okay. You got it. Come on, Rabbi. Right there.
got it. Oh, come on.
You got this.
Finally. Finally. That was big time. That was giant. I'll take it. Get it. Okay, you've got this. No doubt. Yep. Oh.
But one, it's okay.
All but one. Give me this. I'll take it. That's okay. Give me it. There you go.
Good, yeah.
Give me it. I'll take it.
No, you went out with us.
I when you were Miss Aquarius.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Aquarius is invitation. Here we go, folks.
Yeah.
Miss Aquarius gonna dominate.
No, I'm doing it.
Miss Aquarius, I want to get it. I wanted to sleep all day today, and I kept saying to myself, no, because I don't want to miss Miss Aquarius 2 days in a row. I really hate missing you. And I even set an alarm. I even set.
We had to take that girl home.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I even set an alarm just in case. Oh, good job. Just to make sure I was awake.
No.
I was ready. Get it.
Oh, you did it on? Okay.
I did, but I didn't need it, thankfully.
Yeah, we had to. Because I stayed in Washington, and then I said, okay, well, I'll go because I had a feeling that she was going to have to drive her car. And her dad Adrian's dad trailed us the Cypress House, and that's Sasha. So we drove Sasha's car to her house, and Adrian's dad trailed us. So once we dropped Sasha in her car at her house, Adrian's dad rode back with us. And they brought me home, and then they went home.
Wow.
Yeah, she felt a little bit still nausea and stuff like that, and then we had to get that stuff. We had to pray on her today. We didn't want to hear what she had to say. I was like, oh no. No, I don't want to hear that, baby.
Oh, yay! Nice strike.
Yeah, let's go.
Can you elaborate? What do you mean?
So, he was like, oh, I don't want to leave. I said, we was like, leave where? What are you talking? So we were looking at the movie. We had to pause the movie. We was like, wait a minute, leave where? Where you go? You not going nowhere? You already know what you were talking about. So, shouldn't you me? You know what I'm talking about. Right?
Do I know what you're talking about?
Yeah, you should know what I'm talking about. She said that she didn't want to leave. It's like, I don't want to go.
Right.
I don't want to leave this. I want to leave here. I said, where are you going?
Exactly.
She already knew what she was talking about.
So you guys weren't going. You guys weren't going anywhere. You were watching a movie.
You don't get what I'm saying. She was in pain. Between the lines, she's in pain. She's nausea.
Okay, I gotcha. That's fine. I gotcha.
So she was like, I don't want to go. I don't want to leave. I don't want to go. I don't want to leave. I was like, it was like, leave where? Leave where? You are not going nowhere. So we had to pray on it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying now, right?
Yes. Yes. Did she feel any better?
Yeah, she did feel a little better, but we had to get that devil out of her. We was like, no, we had to pray on her. Like, no, you're not going nowhere. Like, you gotta, no, you can't be, no. We was like, God, we need you to put some hands on her. Get that godly spirit in her, Lord. That demon got to go. That devil got to get up out of her. Nope. Ain't nothing but the enemy. Nope. He'll try to block your enemy, block your spirit. Nope. We was like, we prayed on her. Nope. She just felt nausea, felt weak. So we was like, get you some rest and stuff. So she felt a little bit better, but we're going to have to get some rest and stuff.
Okay. And
yeah, I ain't like by the side like that. I was like, no.
God
is not going to let his children go nowhere.
Were you able
to? Got too much to live for, baby. Yeah.
Were you able to finish the movie?
We didn't want to move out of the movie because we had to get her home.
Okay.
We're going to watch the rest of it later.
Okay.
Yeah. We watched it, though. We watched it after we got her. We talked to her, prayed for her. Yeah, we watched like half of it. We watched it again because Adrian went upstairs to see my dad and came back. So we watched like the half of it. When they got on the elevator, we had to cut it out because we had to get ready to get her, to her house. So we pray that she's gonna be better. She is. God got it. We already prayed on her. God got her. And she's gonna be better.
God willing.
Yep. I don't like when people say, they never the devil. The devil just likes to see you go. You know what I'm saying? The devil just like to do that. No. Gotta block that, cast that devil away, baby.
I got you.
Ain't that right? Ain't that right, Rabbi?
God willing, everything is alleviated.
Yeah.
Well, good win. You won, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship.
Undefeated in bowling and undefeated in friendship. All right. So we need to read all this stuff and I'm finna get ready to lay down and go to bed. I got work to do. I will see you in the morning.
God willing. Take care.
You too. You had how was your day? I know I saw you. Well, your lady came here before I left.
Yeah, it was good. I've been up since like last night, so I'm very excited to get some good sleep. Some like really deep sleep. I've been awaking in the middle of the night and having these like days where I take a really long nap. And so I'm really excited to get my hours back to normal, God willing, and then tomorrow do it all over again, as they say.
Yeah.
I met some nice people today in Spaces. I've got 2,274 people following me on Twitter, which is good for just being on for a little more than a month. And in here, we surpassed 2,700 people, Miss Aquarius. That's big time. So yeah, we've got 2,710, and now we try to get 2,800, then 2,900, and then 3,000. You know how it is. So that's good, and it's not going down. I mean, occasionally it goes down a couple people because I kick them out or they're disrespectful or they're not 18 or something. But for the most part, everybody stays, and that's cool. And just continue to grow. I know if I do this thing where I shill myself, it's called shilling yourself, but basically like self-promoting. If I do it for 6 months, every single day, we'll go viral. There's no doubt. I've gotten 2,200 people find out about what I do. They're all very positive towards it, so just a matter of time, God willing. Word, girl. Alrighty. Time to get some shut-eye.
You too. Good night.
Take care.
You too.
Thank you, man.
I'm relay. So it's remember again, this whole exchange over here is an exchange between.
It's not Target, dude. Target is way different. It is not
That's right. So a planner of Saffron, running to Rabbi, right? And I'm sorry, running to Rabbi
So this one is, I've been looking forward to most. I haven't seen this yet. It's supposed to be like
Boys, incredible and
I thought
beautiful,
Sandler
absolutely
recognized Bob Vance said
fantastic.
he was that funny
Mine
ass
says
kicker.
as
Never
follows.
met him.
I'm a little happy. I'm Mr. Bakuba. I'm saying incredible. You learned a lot. I'm Mr. Bob. He said back to him. I'm a little busted the mount.
You don't really see a lot of people that still
said the
work
mount.
together after all these years, but
You said the
Snyder
mount.
says that
No,
Adam
I mean,
Sandler has literally called him every week for the past
That
hour.
Saffron say back to Rami Bakama. You know, it's only because you're so gracious they're able to share with you more Torah. Had you been a little bit sharper, ultimately we would not have been able to give you back so much Torah. Most of what they were saying was we're able to share with you because of your easy countenance. Had you not been as nice, it would be more difficult to share with you. Now we're gonna pick up with that last piece tomorrow. I just wanted to finish up the sugya. We end up with the distinction between Mesitos and Chassiros. Again, that last piece of the conversation between Rabbi Bar Hama and the kind of cycle up the fact that there's a tremendous and beautiful, magnificent Mushaskil in that thought. I know I ran through it. We'll pick up with that tomorrow. What do we say? Shkoya. I'll say just a housekeeping, not housekeeping, but just first of all, say just for the cover that there's plenty of seats. Cover who has stuff on middle chairs, open those up because we need room for everybody over here in this measures. Cover in the back, there's plenty of room by the tables. Just want to make a request. Please do not sit in the Ezras Nashim. Leave that as a dedicated women's section. Again, even though there's plenty of room still up front over here, move forward, take the table seat, enjoy yourself, make yourself comfortable.
I'm not at all for like harassing or bothering strangers. However, if you see somebody with this on, I feel like you should at least go, "Hey man, you fan of the shop or what's the bit?" Just to find out. And then if he says, "Yeah," you say, "Can I?" You know it's totally fine to answer, but can I film you like saying that you're a big shop fan?
Good morning,
Put this stuff on fucking chain. One thing that we're not addressing here is he might be Mexican-ish. Oh dear, you have the soul. That's a bit. This is a bit. There's no. I'm sure he just happened to take a picture and drive fast talk asking your pozole. I'm not saying it right? Pozole. But he sniffs that from left field like the Oman Coke, dude. Yeah, this is a cat. No, it's gotta be real, dude. Everyday low prices, that's a shop thing right there, dude. Everyday low prices, then Tiger thing should be on it. Yeah, I was surprised. You might be a soy boy. He's into the soy sauce. Which way was your man? Let's see what's next here. Oh, okay, cool. This one's a good clip. Posted by What's Up the World. It's called Shane Gillis versus Tony Hinchcliffe. Master Roaster Shane Gillis.
And a vodka cranberry in 20 years, Ric Flair made music. Ric Flair's drink of choice. I'm drinking the gayest beer of all time. Shane, shut the fuck up. So, I was hanging out with Ric Flair. He gave me his fucking drink of choice, but you're gay for drinking Bud Light. Yeah, that's such a fucking hack thing to say too. The Bud Light thing. Like they think Tony Hinchcliffe is so far gone that he thinks he's gonna get a bunch of laughs by saying, "Look at you drinking your gay beer, your gay beer," especially in that voice. Wait, fix the you're hanging out with the roastmaster Tony Hinchcliffe, and you're just drinking. He's like, "You have a dang Coke, it's gay." Yeah, sure, dude. I'm drinking the gayest beer of all time. Shane, shut the fuck up. Facts. Why would you? Yeah.
Right? And what is, remember again, there are 7 Shmita cycles within a Yodel cycle.
Let's see, this one's posted by Complex.
So 7 Shmita cycles. So
9380. It's called My Brother Saw Shop at 1FC.
Did you see this murder? This
Yeah,
is from a
that's a
capital
problem, dude.
cases. Did you
And
see
he's one of the, I mean, he's one of the most
this
successful guys
particular
out there,
murder
dude.
occurred?
I mean,
So
just
there
look
is a
at the
show up.
lighting,
There
dude.
is a show
Lighting's
up.
bad, but he's got a gray
There is
hat
a
on.
Polish what
Lighting is
month?
great. What are you talking about? This is a model.
What day of the month was it?
To me, it looks like if Joe Campbell were the world's most interesting man,
What was the month of what
you know?
place? Someone
It's
said
not,
some
he looks
very
very old
specific
and
questions.
withered.
Remember again,
He's
that's
got
the
has
capital
his
cases.
zero
So
fucks,
you
I
need to
think.
be able to
I thought
ascertain
that's a
with absolute
drug.
certainty
Oh,
that the
okay.
witnesses are telling the truth. But we also
That's
says
giving no fucks.
there
I
is
think
a
it might
name,
say zero
there is a
fucks.
shell, there
I
is a
think it
mother.
does say drugs
And
though,
yes,
because
he
it's
says
like
no.
it's
Two questions. Question number one, what day
TRUCKS.
did it occur? Question number two,
Yeah,
what time
it's a
did it
drug
occur?
side, dude.
And
I mean, I
question
always
number
assume,
three,
I just
where
assume
did it occur? Now,
drugs,
listen, obviously,
is hunting.
this is after
It's
the
funny that
witnesses
he
have given
embraced
the
truck so
information
hard
about
after the
everything
walk me
else.
to the truck
So
back.
they've given this, and we say
That
we
was an
don't
interesting
show
career
themselves
move.
out. Then again, it also says three simple witnesses.
Let's see here.
Essentially, what
Okay,
day,
so this was posted by
what
206
time,
Demon.
what place.
It's called FDA or just haters be. Never seen anyone successfully
Then we
hate.
ask the witnesses other questions. Makir Matan, do you
Former
know the
UFC star Brendan
defendant?
Schaub promotes a drink that claims to reduce blood alcohol level and is being investigated for the
How old
hepatitis.
is Abu Dizara? For example, let's say you didn't accuse the watching Abu Dizara. So as
The
you
drink makes you less
which
drunk.
Abu
Is that what
Dizara
it's claiming? I think that's what
Ruben
it's
go
claiming.
ahead
That's
and
awesome.
worship? The Kama Abad, how much did he
FDA is the one
worship?
that
Uba
investigates
Abad,
the safety
how
shot.
did he worship?
Well, FDA
What's the difference
offices
between
involved in
Abu
investigation
Dizara?
after
You could bow
receiving
down,
complaints.
you could kiss, you
Why
could bow for, you
would
could
you want
defecate,
this?
right?
That's for. Is this a drink like you get drunk at the bar and you're like, yeah, you want a safety shots, and you drink it, then you're okay to drive home because it doesn't read as you're drunk? This is a fucking obviously wrong thing to promote. I'm a sick officer. I had 3 safety shots before I left the bar.
But
I'm a
the
sick
more
officer.
details
Yeah.
things into you,
Hey,
the
fucking,
better
I'm
you
a
are. So
asshole.
there's
Fuck you,
also a lot of
bitch.
this probably
I bet I got a safe shot up
is
my
also very
ass.
subjective. Like based on
Talk to
your
my lawyer.
testimony,
I got
or
500
sometimes
pieces
that
of.
days will probably feel the need to probe a little
Gotta see
bit
your
more.
license
So
registration.
which essentially says everywhere, you're kind of
My name's
giving
Brian
the
Caroline. I don't
general
have my pants
outline.
on.
But of course, feel free to go ahead and amplify and add on to this as
There's
well.
no one in the car with you. Okay,
Nice
so
work,
we're
Baba.
revisiting from
But
earlier. This is
that guy
sponsored by
got
Hamark
we've
Whiskey.
actually seen this.
Quinn's gotta be absolutely hammered
trying
trying to fix Naz's botched ad reads.
So
you got a little taste of it earlier where Chin was coming in and out.
Here to just visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. Now that's on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas City. 21 age plus varies, and eligibility will vary as well by jurisdiction. Now we're avoiding New Hampshire, Oregon, Ontario. Bonus bets do expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, go ahead and see dkng.co/mpball. NFL Plus premium offer available only to new and former NFL Plus subscribers. Additional NFL Plus premium terms at nfl.com/terms. What the fuck? Guess what? So he put in like edited like ADR or ad reads or something. It was him fixing whatever she was saying. That's ridiculous.
If someone responds to any of the
I mean, it sounds
Hakiras and
horrible.
says,
Yeah.
I don't know, right?
Yeah,
If
if
it
you're
says,
running an
no,
audit randomly,
that
and
is
they're like, what
grounds
the
for
fuck was that?
automatic
Yeah, don't
disqualification, which
wouldn't
makes
they want
sense,
the
right?
stars of the
You
show
can't
to read it?
identify
Sure. Oh, you just get the intern to read for you. I think the stars of the show do read it. And then they do the whole terms and conditions
where
part.
these are very specific questions.
Still
You
connects
can't
so much
answer them.
advertising. Yeah.
That money is
That
automatically
sucks.
disqualified.
Audience King
You
Bee.
might just
Yeah.
get money.
This was posted by Confidence Search 8648. It's called The 250 Showing Pedestrians How It's Done. Dude, your favorite guy of all time, David
What color shirt?
Yeah, I watched. Did you see this whole Shane, or what is it? This Madison Square Garden show? No, I watched the whole thing. Oh, nice. Definitely the worst part of the show right
One
now.
can't
Oh, really?
answer,
The
both
whole
can't
for real,
answer.
no bit?
That does
No,
not
I mean, yeah, it's pretty bad.
disqualify you.
I guess it doesn't really surprise me. He's terrible. He's so bad. I feel like the worst joke ever. But it's a lot of that, dude. You fucking look like a fucking bag of fucking Doritos that's been spilled off the floor. You look like a human version of Yoshinoya.
So let's say we look on the one side, you say you don't feel shimmy,
He sucks, yeah. He has the worst taste in comedy that there is. Man, you must be gay then, motherfucking gay. You're fat. Man, you gay like you gay like a dude that kisses bed over there. You're fat like a guy that eats a lot of sandwiches. So that's what the whole thing is over and over again. People like that. Out of control, dude.
You look like a nigga that'll sit on a Venus flytrap, bitch.
You're the type of person that sits on a Venus flytrap. He's grasping for Miss Strong's mind. Does that make you, he's saying that makes you gay? I don't know. I really don't know. I honestly don't know. Sitting on a Venus flytrap, I'm assuming that you're just gonna, if he sits on a Venus flytrap, then there's no more Venus flytrap, you know what I mean? You looking like a motherfucker that be putting his asshole on quicksand. Did you know that's your favorite community? It's the worst of the worst.
Okay, next.
Your
Now we're
favorite.
going to go to
Your
time
favorite.
discrepancy.
Yo,
After the Understate show,
David Lucas was fire on his show, bro.
let's say,
That line about how he was gay like a dude that drinks Bud Light, man. Savage. Boy, what does that mean? I think they're just in front of a lot of people. They're trying to be funny. Stole Christmas, is it because it's like a racist thing? Probably, yeah. You made it make sense. Yeah, you made it make sense. I never thought it made sense. I felt better now that it took me a while to get that. Because if I understood it right away, there might be a problem. Yeah, same frequency.
Witness number one says,
You need to take some off the brain. Maybe these guys are just hammered drunk and we're being too hard. Like if we're hammered drunk, we might think that rhinoceros movie was funny.
In the fourth hour, that's fine. That works. I will say, well, essentially,
You look like you said on the Venus flytrap, motherfucker. The sober mind, that just doesn't not a good look for Shane, dude.
in time.
No, but he's got, I mean, it's like a very popular show. He's just like soaking in the fucking whatever you get from this. Yeah, but he's laughing. I mean, you have to sort of kind of laugh at this thing, right? Just to be polite. I love Tony's like, and you find seconds simmer. He does like the fucking Johnny Carson laugh. It's out of control. What's going on? Yeah. Greatness. Man, greatness. Fuck.
More than
That made me angry, kind of. Are you going
testimony
for comedy?
cannot
No.
combine. And
Oh, man, that made me quit comedy.
he says, no, I recognize that even in the
You're
case
just going to make me podcast that much
where
harder.
there is a more than 2 hour discrepancy, ultimately, again,
Looking like a motherfucker. Looking like a... Yeah, that's just that's all they say.
people make
Yeah.
mistakes.
And it's never anything that clever. There are some things that are funny. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I've definitely heard some very funny look like.
They do something
You know,
It wasn't that interestingly enough, you know,
like what? What do I look like?
one witness says, we don't
Looking like a
shimmy in
fucking
the fifth
Gerald
hour.
ass fucking...
And another witness says, we
See,
don't shimmy in the
I'm not good.
seventh hour.
I can't do it.
That
Yeah, you're looking like a redhead wearing a green shirt. Having
Because
beans.
remember,
I've
again,
seen
it
you
looks
drink
like
David
fifth
Lucas.
hour is before noon, seventh hour is
Looking like a motherfucking guy that be sitting up in a red shirt. You look like you got shorts on. And even then we do, it's like, oh, that we're gay. That's the punch. Oh, headphones. Yeah, it's gay. Yeah, you look like the kind of guy that brings Diet Coke home from work every day. Yeah, you know what that is. Bro, it's so funny to say people look gay, though. Like David Lucas breaks down how to do comedy with James Lipton. What is your favorite curse word, gay?
And our Pedico's with the witnesses. So it turns out now
David
testimony
Lipton
is
looking like
checked
a gay
out.
Roger, what's his name?
What's the first thing we do? Roger
Ebert, gay. That's so clever, David. That's so funny. Students,
Don't worry.
if you ever wanted to see a brilliant mastermind at work, please do us the favor of watching Kill Tony, where a young David Lucas makes his first appearance and says that Tony is gay, like a cheetah seeing the whole cheetah while the male cheetah wouldn't cock out.
go ahead and bring down something in favor of you. I want you to really for context of you.
It's good though because it feels redacted when you do. David Lucas. I know, pretty good there. The funny, if you want to see the best I've done with David Lucas, check out the Patreon because I think that the thing right. I forget how I say it. Trump is a gay man doing David Lucas. Yeah, Trump is a gay man doing an impersonation of David Lucas. I think I did pretty good there. Yeah. Solid shit. Let's see here. This one's called Bad. He sent me this deal breaker beat posted by Environment OK 6384. Match with the baddies on Hinge. Match with the bad on Hinge. Moved over to text and sent me a pic of her apartment. I can't swim in these deep waters. Yeah, that's a no-go. Yeah, I can't take that ride. Looks like a nice place. But then there's that.
Now go ahead
I like the candles. Candles are nice. Stuff's gonna go wrong with a chick like like this. Yeah. Cable management's good. Which makes me think like maybe just
one of the students comes over and says, I have some information that could be gathering. So
they got artwork on the walls. Nice little, what's it called? This fourth wall here has a different color, so it's like a, what is it called? What is it called? When you paint a wall, like a color wall, what is it called? Like, I have no idea. You know what I'm saying? Interior design and shit, but you paint. I mean, the thing is, you're beginning with this girl, and she takes her shirt off, and then she's gonna play for it. That's it. Says Kansas deity, or whatever, you made with a tattoo themselves with. You're inside of her, she's like, can you call me baby? I have to call my daddy real quick. Hey, yo, dude, where you at? I'm with this guy, I'm out of fucking
How you going, Shum?
Call you put it on. Why does he sound like 20 years old?
Until the end of the relations.
Like, because Tony Schneider's good sounds like a woman.
So it turns out that the guy had something meaningful to say, then he listened to him. That he knew who
Put him on the phone. You know about dolphins and I fuck people.
And even if,
I'm doing Patty's drunking,
and
never
listen, by the way,
drinking
even
like
if the
when you started
defendant,
drinking.
if the defendant, who then says, I
That was me
have
that did that.
something positive to say in my defense, so we must issue little alatzmi defense, furthermore, we listen to them. You have to listen
Let's see,
to
this one's called Be a Part of the MADFAG movement for only $66, posted by Toxoplasmosis, Blackbelt in Marketing. As you can see, it's Fast Trucks Freedom, Make America Drive Fast, all
What's
gas.
wrong? He's done. Done case
So
closed. We're done.
stupid. Beyond stupid, and almost I'm offended on behalf of Trump. Trump doesn't want this loser in his brand.
What do you do under those
Trump won one of the presidencies. I don't know, British. Trump is going to come out. You know how Trump says he's never heard of Project, what is it called? Project 2025, right? Project 2025. I don't know, British job, but never heard of him. I don't know who he is. He's thick boys online. I don't know. Big boy, I'm not a thick boy. I'm in shape, Brendan. I barely know who he is. I just know he's a UFC fighter. He's stupid. They're not very smart. Fast Trucks Freedom was that. That's kind of gay. Also, Make America Great Again is so aggressive. Trying to like convince America, you know what I mean, instead of making us do anything. I don't want to drive a cat. I like my hybrid, dude. You know what I mean? Yeah, we can't all drive trucks, Brenda. Convince America to drive fast under the speed limit is, you know. Okay, make good merch once. Make good merch again. Yeah, once. At least again. I mean, look at that shirt you got on there. This is way Fast Trucks and Freedom bundle of white and blue, $66. That's so expensive for a shirt. Yeah, no way. I bought merch this last weekend for Buddy Guy. Went to a concert, Buddy Guy, great guy, never met him. And it was $40. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Come on. You know? He's not money, dude. And they call me gay. Gotta have Korean children. Another Ozempic claim here. Posted by Ryan. I can give a fuck about his grandchildren. His grandchildren should learn to play guitar. Well, mind you. It's called, Papa, I don't take Ozempic. I take peptides from Trade Sense. Posted by Ryan Pilskin. Semaglutide is Ozempic fluids and fluids me. Semaglutide is that Ozempic? I have no idea, dude. You look like a doctor to you. Yeah, you look like you won't look Ozempic. Look at these brother, what's the new diet/program? Lots of running, keeping up with the kiddos, good protein and peptides. So it's the same thing we just read.
Incredible.
But here it says that this is Trade Sense HRT, starting now enjoy 25% off all GLP-1.
Personal, the idea, what do you see from here? Just on a general sense. You know,
I don't know
can't
anything about
deliver
peptides, shit like that, dude.
you have to sleep on it.
I don't know what any of that stuff is, but I know that Brendan Schaub, if he's taking it, I don't want to take it because he's so stupid. I'm worried that it affects your mind. Yeah.
It's easy to
Like,
go
it's not
ahead
making
and
you operate on a high level.
judgment, good judgment.
Also, they have
And sometimes
35
we
lights in 2 hours, dude. Like, that
you
shit
just
will
take a
tell you
little
something.
bit more time to be delivered before you pass
They're
judgment
not
on
getting a
another
lot of
person. Sleep on it.
likes. They're not getting a lot of engagement.
Sometimes you end up
Let's see, I need somebody at their company to ask how social they're going.
Other pieces also.
It is not good.
Sometimes
This is posted by CJK610 called New Merch Drop of CTE.
sometimes
Los Angeles Motor Company drive fast, look ass, loves, and
it's
big.
very difficult to back out of it.
Semaglutide
Sometimes it's good to go and
injections.
give myself a little bit of time to formulate those opinions. Now here you see
So
the ones
I
that
think
dying says
the
innocent,
accusation for the
that's
last
it,
one was that he's taking something Ozempic
that's
related.
good over here because
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I figured. It's funny when something goes on at Chang's, they kind of flood the market, like politicians do. Like if Trump wants the Neil Hump, Trump wanted a Neil Hump that like Kamala had a fake accent, Kamala Harris wants to, and the Democrats want a Neil Hump that Trump wants to do Project 2025, and he lies all the time. And then fucking Bob or the Chang's wants to like you will not go away from Chang's. Not realizing that Bob is on Ozempic. And it's gonna pull up political
yesterday
fucking drum.
when said, he found even
This one's posted by Busy Middle 8108.
so don't worry about
Glenn
it
knew
because
exactly
remember
what he was doing with this line of questioning about Papa's one champ appearance.
one to go ahead and
What do you think
report
Clint's
the
gonna say?
opinions of the judges who exonerate, one
No
to report
idea.
the opinions of the judges who find guilty, and one to go ahead and record all of the opinions of all of the judges together. So the nice segment are all of these stenographers.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
The stenographer will be there to remind them about his opinion. So let's in Matsumoto, suppose patrol,
Was it easy to
you're
see
in
stuff?
lock. So okay, so once again, if you finally go to exonerate and let Ruben move on his way. The in lock, if not, only the million.
That's so funny. They only give it to like people that are really cool.
So 12 fine, innocent, and 11, remember, he's a basic of 23 right now.
I'm gonna give you some time. Do you realize that exactly what was
fine
doing with this line of questioning about Papa's
All
one
you need
champ
to remember
appearance?
again for innocence is what?
I thought it was saying like you know, have to be
Simple
cool. Like,
majority.
do you remember him talking shit about everyone in UFC events? He talks shit about people sitting ringside. So Chen is trying to make him look bad, is what they're saying. He's doing bad. No, he's so when people go to UFC events, Papa's talking for days about how it sucks to sit ringside. Yeah. So Chen's just basically saying like it was pretty cool, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right? It's like is Chen being trying to? They're saying that Chen is trying to make him
I
look bad.
don't know means you
Like,
don't
I wouldn't make that assertion. It's just, I mean, I would do that to you if we're friends. I wouldn't try to make you look bad. I would just be like, and it wasn't that bad, right? Without you realizing, you'd be like, yeah, it was pretty cool. Yeah, so he's not trying to make him look bad. He's just trying to put it in his face, like, you talk shit about that all the time. And Chen is trying to get him to say, like, by the way, I said before, playing to be fit front side seats, cage seats. But now I realized that was Blockbuster. It's actually a great time. I apologize. Thank you, Chen.
Or 22 judges who say
No, I don't think that's what's going on.
and one
I think for
judge
sure
says,
Chen
I don't know.
knows
So
that
again,
he talks shit about
essentially what happens,
Brian Callen. It just happened with Brian Callen where he was sitting ringside. He's like, those seats suck. You please take yours back. Right. So I think
essentially
Chen
disqualifies
is sitting in the sidelines being like, oh, we're going to do. So Chen is working for Chang's. No.
how much do you
I'm not making that assertion at all. If you were to do something like that, I would still do this questioning and make you contradict yourself on your waves, and it's funny to me. See, that's why you're just as disloyal as Chen. They're saying that Chen is. Because then you'll go to the comments later and be like, I'm so stupid. That's true. I just thought, obviously, like my mistake. Let's see here. There's not a chance that Papa's going to fucking realize.
36.
Let's see. And I'm giving Chen a lot of credit by thinking he's smart enough to think so. Alert Spirit 2453 posted this. Called Toe Brogan attempting to create an everlasting joke for 9 years. Let's see. What's it like to Bob? That must be really based on how much he's I always say it's like sucking a thousand eggs in front of your mother. That's what it is for me. But the problem is how I kind of time. Maybe that's a lot of what you were. Let's say it took my back.
Remember, one of the things that's to happen.
A short period of time.
Majority of two in order to convict. or you need to take the majority of one into majority. At that point, interestingly enough, you do pass the work out. Right? So from 23 to 71, you can keep adding on judges until you figure out
But the difference is that there's probably someone out there who would enjoy sucking a thousand in front of their mother, but nobody enjoys bombing. So it's probably worse than that. You have to have something wrong with you to want to be a comic, because there's a brutal emotional battle with bomb so often, particularly at the beginning. Bombing is devastating. I bet. Yeah, it's the worst. I described it as it's like sucking a thousand in front of your mother. But the thing is, I think there's probably a person out there that wants to suck a thousand in front of their mother. I doubt there's a person who wants to bomb. Bombing should be enough pain to force anybody out of the business. I would say bombing is like sucking a thousand in front of your mother. But I think that's not true, because there's got to be a guy out there who would like to suck a thousand in front of his mom. There's got to be a guy out there like, see this, mom? $9.99, I just look for you. Thank you, bro. But no one wants to bomb. I would say that bombing is like sucking a thousand in front of your mother. The problem is there's a guy out there that would like sucking a thousand in front of his mom. It's like, it's that idea,
that gives you settings. Thank you,
sucking them down. This is like bombing in comedy, like a depression. Bombing still like salad. I always say it's like it's so funny that he's like, thank God I can do bombing.
Second is talking about an individual who worships idolatry. And the third is talking about Indian children. They both put them all together because they all utilize similar initials as spoken with the investigation. And that gives us seven expressions here. Give us our biblical source for seven calculus. One of these.
Maybe it's way foolish to spend too nice to Rogan. Everyone is too nice to him. Somebody should have been like, man, it's so funny. Or like made fun of him. Like, what are you talking about? Sucking a thousand dicks? You're taking away, dude. Yes, I say let him cook, dude. Right. I think he's onto something there. Okay. The thing is, I love bombing.
Number
Do you like bombing or not?
is corresponding to the time that Rashi the Kakatas were in their context.
I'm just kidding. I like bombing sometimes. Not all the time, obviously. It would be hard for me to bomb every time. You know? Right. No, I mean, bombing sucks. I always say that bombing is like sucking a thousand dicks. I just like, it's just not funny. I'm sucking a thousand dicks. Yeah, no, it's not funny. Yeah. No, that's not even what I'm saying. I'm just saying I enjoy bombing when it happens, especially when it's random, or you think you have it in the bag, and then you bomb, and afterwards you're like, God damn, I really thought I fucking had that one, dude. When you're continuously saying that you like bombing in this context, it does sound like you're saying that you want to suck a thousand dicks in front of your mom. No, but that's also I don't give credit to this guy, dude. No, I fuck this guy. He doesn't even know how to do stand-up comedy. I don't think that you do, but it does sound like that. Right. Yeah, because you're a fucking homeless man with a cat's profile picture. It doesn't know what you're saying, dude. Right? You shouldn't pay attention to me because doesn't that pay those things? I'm homeless and I can't. But man, I'm taking bombing try, dude. He's putting bombing down too bad, dude. Bombing has me down, man. You know what I mean? I wouldn't mind slurping a couple dudes afterwards. It's certainly not as bad as performing fellatio in front of your mother. No, I don't see that. Bombing's like getting the wrong order at McDonald's. You're like, fucking
is not destroyed.
it's like, I wanted two McDonald's. I got 3 large fries. I'll see the fries and go home. It's worse than that, because you get fries and that's in your hand. You just get the wrong order. Yeah, but instead of Stays time. Like, well, you know what I mean? Give me the fries. In front of your mother. What? I think someone that probably likes sucking a thousand. It's a tricky thing. It seems like you're just talking, but there's a lot going on. It's very complicated. It's hypnosis in a way. You're hypnotizing people. You're dragging them into thinking you're fucking. The way you think about things. I would say bombing on stage is like sucking a thousand in front of your mother. I think someone out there is a guy who wants to suck a thousand in front of his mom. Yeah, someone out there. You watch your mom. Oh Like, the only thing that made that clip funny is if, like,
that Jessica does
well, the
show the
clip itself is
fucking
funny, it'll all cut together and he's just saying the same thing over and over again. But if it was in front of, like,
and the Torah goes out of his way to use watching the
more
page and says,
intellectual guests, I don't know, constant, but if it was like fucking,
I don't need that. So therefore, again, Shmamina last
I think Chuck Palahniuk was one of them as well. He's a good guy to do that too, right? To see his reaction, because it is kind of like his writing scientist. Oh, maybe because he does like, he writes that sexual stuff, like not sort of or snuff or something like that, whatever that book was. Yeah, there's a lot of sexual stuff in his books. Oh, this one is something I watched in the live stream, but this is the clip that's more, what's it called? It gets it all in one. Sponsored by Bright Bread, called number 249 of 250 comedians, universally What is the O for?
It's still open for Xerish, why?
Kill Tony, I think. It's just KT. Hall of Fame roaster versus 17-year-old podcast, I think. So context, this is halfway through a 40-minute pod where Lucas can't handle being trolled. He literally resorts to the tactics of a 5-year-old. This was also the fourth time he tried to control the podcast. Apparently, Sam Hyde was not affiliated with the podcast, said Lucas saying they would pay him $10,000. The interviewer, Matan Evan, is like, what are you talking about? I never text you, so up to this point, Lucas has been apparently calling goons to the studio. I highly recommend watching and posting your favorite clips, because there are so many. This was just something I thought had a bit of everything in the interview. I'm still finishing it, but had to get the fryers ready.
Seven times. And that gives me again my biblical source for 7 kilos. And also, ultimately, again, those the subject of Penikah should be learned out from a Kavakomer from those subject of Skila, Umiyaragin, Vasu Mistrafan, the Kavakomer discovered, and ultimately, again, those subject of Sveka should be learned from Kavakomer from Skila, which merges Honey and Skila Kamura. Since I'm going to say that Skila is more Kamura, this makes sense. However, Rabbi Shimon is Sveka Kamura, my man. But according to Rabbi Shimon, he says that Sveka is more Kamura. What is there to say? Rabbi Yehuda, V'yine emes nachon, V'yine emes nachon, which Rabbi Yehuda says, that the person says, V'yine emes nachon, hachad, sorry, so once a year, Rabbi Yehuda says, adding that V'yine emes nachon, that gives you a total of 11. Like, if we're dashing every single time we have dash, chakarta, and now why I'm adding emes nachon, that gives me 11. To which the Gemara says,
you almost hurt yourself.
That's Gemara says, sorry,
I will say you and David Lucas know as much about fucking microbes. That's so funny. What I think is funny about this clip is like, okay, when they pan out and it's the dude, his face looking to the thing, and then the terrorist, like it's so bad that's just funny. If you're when it just cuts to that, that's a hilarious picture. But it's when they pan out and it shows all of those people. Right now, I sound like a ball hairs. But when they pan out, it shows all of those people. Right, burdened by what has been. I'm totally burdened by what has been right now. They're supposed to be like ridiculous, the trolls, right? Because there's a crazy guy looking at us, a Reddit terrorist. But even they're like weirded out by what Lucas is doing. Because he's so out of control and unfunny and stupid that they're like, oh fuck, it's not gonna work with our bit. Like, but then it is gonna work with our bit because he just looks bad. That's the whole bit. To make the person look stupid. They're set up to win in this, and Lucas is set up to lose. And Lucas is like, I'm set up to lose. Hold my beer. I'm gonna lose even more. And you can imagine. I'm gonna get up on the table, make a bunch of bad jokes, and make me myself look bad, even though you're trolling me. Like a long-winded way of me saying basically that he's the next Patrice O'Neal. He's just such an idiot, and it's so easy to troll him that when they're trolling him, he comes off looking even worse. This is the worst he could possibly look. And he did it. That makes sense to people. Yeah, no, it does make a lot more sense than I could make of it. I was watching it, I'm like, this is good for nobody. I mean, people are like, big up in Matan, but it's just like a weird thing to do to people. I don't know the show really. I'm only vaguely familiar with his bit. But the whole thing is that they're
They're
trolling,
doing it.
right? They're
They know
trolling the
that a
guest.
person
And
has
Lucas
the
is a
ability
moron,
to
so
be
he doesn't pick up on it. He doesn't play along with it
precise.
well. He just gets
Absolutely
mad
precise.
and
And
does
therefore, then,
whatever
because
that
the
was
person
they
has the
just did.
ability to be
But it ends up
absolutely
looking funny
precise,
for them because
therefore
they're
what?
just like,
There's
they
nothing
turn
wrong
back
with
into their
adding
like
in that
actual character, like
What's the ikatira?
legitimate
What
straight man character.
time?
They're like,
Not what hour,
because he's
what
standing on his
time.
phone, or like,
And because a
what is your
person
workout
has
routine?
the
Like, that's such a
ability
funny
to
random thing to say to a fat guy.
decision, therefore it should be able to
But
answer that
it's just
question
very
appropriately.
weird
So it's
and
very
lazy,
small.
in my opinion. They don't have red chairs.
Shop there.
They don't have
Listen,
an
and it's
event anywhere
even
on
if
the
the
set,
older
unless it's
person
like
isn't exactly
behind the camera, which is
precise. Okay,
acceptable.
they can still get it
You know
in
what
the
I mean, right?
ballpark. So
They don't
the
have,
one
I don't
that
see a
says,
single wire.
somebody they'll shoot
Honestly.
at 8:40.
Is
Another
that
one
good
says,
cable?
it's 9 o'clock. Okay, that's
This is
fine.
not a living room.
That's
Okay,
fine.
we're doing a podcast.
Even
Okay,
if
fair
you're
enough.
willing to accept
You need bad
some
cabling for a good
level of
podcast.
imprecision,
Right.
that's fine.
Well,
Allah,
really,
fine.
17
You got to do that. I'm
and they don't have rain
but according
energy
to
anywhere
Rabbi,
on
it's
set.
going to do that. The person can
Well, I want to
make
say,
you
how does
up
it,
to a half hour.
Tom?
Up to a half
How
hour.
you doing? Like,
And the Rabbi,
podcasts are murdered by other
people can
podcasts.
go ahead, people
Kill
can
them,
make a
Tom.
mistake for a while. People can make dramatically, especially I just point that out here. It's fascinating.
I did it, your chair.
You really
It's
want
fascinating
one
to see
in
that
the
people
jerk? That's
have
actually
people
crazy.
treat
How much do you weigh?
people treat
356.
cleanliness.
Is that actually the
Like,
number?
So bad,
a little bit crazy.
So bad.
Again,
Yeah.
it is one
Not
of
a
those
good look for
one of the
Lucas.
most
Any other thoughts on it?
those a person
No, I mean,
possess.
he's just, this is the downfall of
If you
Lucas, I
take
think.
something,
That's been
if
happening.
something is
Yeah, it's
meaningful and
part of
important
it.
to
Is
you,
part of
that's
anyone,
like
anyone's
the other
downfall
part,
now of a
understanding
minor
message that
celebrity
you're
is going to be
transmitting.
going up the
For
top.
example,
Yeah.
you give whatever excuse that
Let's see here. I'll be on the top next week. Let's see. So this is posted by
if you're
You
not
by
on time,
Ninja.
whether it's for your
It's
job,
called I
whether
Can
it's
Prove
for
That I'm Actually
family,
Straight.
whether it's for, when you're supposed to be home, or whatever it is. Okay? Sure, there's never a shortage of excuses. You can look at yourself. But if you're not on time, it means that it's not, whatever it is not important enough for me to make a concerted effort to show up on time. It's putting in there myself. But the things that are important to us, they're always on time. They're always on time. Right? The things that I really enjoy, I'm on time. So it's interesting. So you know what I'm saying? Like, people treat time differently. People treat time differently. So it's interesting. You have a Rabbi Meir, and Meir says the person has the ability to be exact. Right? And you know, the problem is this. And then again, you see other things that the person says, maybe he's a little bit late here and there. And then this third category, Tony
That's
Cuba.
old school.
Who's this
That
third
looks,
category?
he kind of
This
looks
third
like in
category of
like
people
baseball. Kind of looks like Blue
just can't get it together.
Oh yeah, he does.
Just can't get it together, right? And they're all over the place.
Those are the fucking early days of Tony, I guess. 2011 it said.
First of all, it's all about it because
You
there
can
are
say, yeah,
people,
well, long
there
time
are different kinds of people.
You can see that he even had the
Well-wired,
comedy shots back then,
when
dude.
it
He
comes
went,
to
first thing on camera, first thing
unless
does
this person has some
just like
compelling
Rebel.
reason why they can't be on
That's the
time
funniest thing you
capacity
can
for
do.
things.
Right?
It's important for us to do a self-check for ourselves.
I'm not gonna fire
All the
shots
most
at the king.
wonderful reasons in
No,
the
he's,
world.
I'm
But
the
at the end
best
of the
roaster.
day, if you're not on
So,
time for something,
I
the
might have a
message
good
you're
maker better
broadcasting
people.
about
I'm gonna
that
make out my
thing,
girlfriend
whether you
in front
intend
of
to
the
broadcast it or
game.
don't
Get over here,
intend to
Christopher.
broadcast it is not important
That is a chin that you go
enough
both
for me
ways.
to do it. Now,
Get over
again,
just a
you may be saying
random
other
girl.
things are more important than this. I'm not saying going to be late for this. Just understand when there's a lack of timeliness, what a person
Random
is
and disgusting.
communicating is a hierarchy of importance
He goes right back
in
to blowing
life.
the other guy.
And it's important because sometimes
This is
these things
sponsored by
happen
Mr.
without
Eisenman.
messages.
It's called BCEO and Luke going back and forth, cooking up a tasty dish for James.
Intend to do it, but when I said that, I'm looking it up. But it's interesting to see the range of people who are putting this on this. Okay, very good. Not very much. That's sweet to come to you. That's lessons that we're trying to figure out. Nobody about. Rabbi Yabal has to use Akiva.
Where they have this outdoor place where they have the live comedian. They got some food trucks, and you can buy J's, smoke right there, and you can get cannabis-infused coffee.
That's fine, but not everybody holds that people have the ability of that level of precision. So what should we do with Akiva? And last year, the sum up the yoga. What year during yoga cycle did the murderer occur?
Let's keep it going with the
There's something about it. That's one of the first questions, right? What during the Shemitah
That's so
cycle
funny,
going
dude.
on?
We're trying to get on the Thick Boy Network.
There is a
Yoga.
yoga. No.
BCEO. We
The
love
question
to
is
be
once
on,
and over
dude.
again. Yoga's
This one's posted by
yoga's a
Toxoplasmosis. It's called Clinton. Totally not a
Interesting,
being
it's like
inebriated
how
bee waving a loaded
it's
firearm
all
around a
part of the
campsite.
same time motif, right? If you think about it, think about what the year counts. We count
Someone
hours,
might get
right? We count hours, we count watts, we count count minutes.
Buy a watermelon, pop a sticky.
Oh, God, man, did you appreciate something this, right? What's the mola? I don't know, whatever, right? So whatever, 4 minutes, and keep collecting, after this. So we count, right? We count minutes, we count hours, we count days, we count weeks, we count months, we count years. We count years in a Shemitah cycle. We count Shemitah cycles in Yovel.
Great artists have their demons, dude. I mean, he's a really good musician. He sings really well. He's not Waylon Jennings or fucking Charlie Daniels or something like that, dude. Johnny Cash, Honey Cash. Who's that? Ray Walker Jr. With Walker Jr. Yes. Who's that really old guy? The really old famous guy. So Adam Sandler. He's basically Hank Wilson. Yeah, when he got there, he had a baby with Hank Williams. When he came out of this shit. He's a little crazy right now. He's an outlaw. So sorry if that offended you. Cool story, bro. Baja mode. It's supposed to be my chin second balcony. You're gonna see that back. It's called Papa Describes Himself. It's weird to me, like, I'll post my journey, so be like, my T-Rex or my Raptor beat the shit out of you or something.
Not to let the hours slip through our fingers into oblivion. The personalistic success. So maybe is what number of builds are we up to? And what number are we up to? Interesting enough, the car, the source for this idea, not just for Peter himself, but the source for the concept of 7
why would you wipe your arm? Maybe he's got food in his arm. Yeah, he probably got mustard on it or something.
What the drugs were present to be able
I think that's what I like most about that clip is that the new line is where, like, now we can drop whatever we want.
Where does it come? It
If
comes
we're
from the
going back at each other, we go, as you're dead,
individual works
I
of
like
others
that.
are,
That's a good line to remember that. Don't forget
out
it.
of
Yeah, one
those
second.
3 contexts we have Darashka, Hakarta, hated,
Did you spill some
Galacta hated,
Cheetos on your arm or something like that with Tio, dude? Goodness, Tito, we already watched this, so let's not do this one. This one's posted by Betsy Middle 8108. It's called Schnoz was on the good shit on the podcast today, so basically the earlier clip we watched. But let's see.
this is
Yeah, it's so different from what it goes on. Well, it's very different what his actual stand-up versus what he does the roast stuff. He's actually his stand-up's really good. Also that Cam Patterson guy saw I saw him yesterday with
He's so funny.
so Nick got me tickets to him and his girlfriend and Kev. So what the hell was going on? Kev Patterson, I saw him also just do clips on Tony. So I was like, okay, yeah, his drum bit, but his actual headline is good. It's like really good.
So the Gemara says,
Are you sure he does?
I'm going to this is very fun. Listen to this. So Yossi says,
I told you right now, you got 30 seconds left. You could say the end.
Let's say witnesses show up, right?
And the
And
guy
witnesses
looks
say
at it
yes
and
to
goes,
it,
I don't
right?
want to hear this
So it's
because I
Monday.
can kill you. And he walked away, and people were just dying.
So what happens? Witnesses show up on Monday, and they say yesterday, moving towards today. And he says yesterday.
Dude, Cam
Are
Patterson
you
stole
going to
my
say,
jokes.
there is a Shavua, there is a Shana,
I
there is a
don't
Chodesh,
ever
the
want
calendar Chodesh.
Shanaz
So
to
it's
describe me like that.
Rabbi Yossi Zalman is like this.
He's so raw.
If witnesses show up and they say that yesterday, Sunday, you can coach them.
I wanted to bring some attention to this one thing right here, dude.
This is all of these questions.
Brian Callen's living the
Which
fucking
year of the
life right now, dude.
was it, right? Which year?
Well, cool story, bro. You're saying something. I'm gonna take my magic mind real quick, dude. What the hell?
What this is trying to
Who is that
highlight
little
is
bumpy kid?
that
Yeah, we want a Magic Light sponsorship, dude. Yeah, if we can help Brian Callen, dude, look at this.
guys rolling into
Look how
things
cool
and
it
saying
feels.
yes
Oh,
to
it's a
it,
fucking electric shit.
so
Yeah,
because
I
of
know,
this, he
it's
says,
a good
I'm
life.
going to
It's
tell
a
you
good life.
the
Yeah, man, look at these.
questions,
Yeah,
and
make
this
us
is
really
all
happy
you
after
need.
that.
What
Yeah.
day? Okay, yeah,
Magic Light might be where's that be?
What
Yeah,
time?
we gotta get on that
And
shit.
where did it
Stat.
happen?
Yeah, they
All
call
of
us
the
up,
other
Magic Light. We
questions
want to
are
look
very
good.
often
Oh, is your
just
dad
totally
Henry Ford?
unnecessary. That's what he also said. So the Gemara says,
Okay, this one's called Bamba Zero. It's called Skits and Bits. It's not saying it's a bad thing. I guess I'm just trying to get you to tell me. I don't get fair.
Amr lo be'eze yom be'eze shah
Your
be'eze
best
makom.
guess. Some of that is, in hindsight, how they talk about it. That's why I'm sitting here right now and saying a lot of things like, I always stood up for him. That was always the case, right? I think sometimes when it comes from the top like that, you sort of go, okay, this guy's great, but how many chicks you fuck? You know,
what time? So when it comes to
it's like neither one of us, when one of us thinks the other one is being serious, then we travel like, it's about how well you can sneak it in, right? Because sometimes it's over ego, just like constantly saying, right? But then like every once in a while you don't see it coming, like earlier in the show when you're like, and I checked in, it was actually a Pepsi acid, right? Like I did not see that coming. It's an art, you know? We're learning, we're trying. Speaking of art, we got a whole fucking clip back in the chef, dude. I was talking about Jason. The second to check this. It's posted by Toronto Rapture. It's called Tom About a Norse Rack Mechanic Beat. He's slowly turning into the Highland Boys, dude. Dude, we gotta start doing vlogs where we started like that. Sup, fam? It's hot out here. I got my chain on. I'm an island chop on Mozambique.
That's a common case. Witnesses coming with the baby and saying, even just saw Ruben go swimming, that's not common. That's not common. And if Allah Almighty again, we're not willing because that is going to actually happen. So bottom line, Allah Almighty said, we have tons of ways to reason the problem. They're coming giving these 75 years, which are from God really obvious source. So, Rabbi says, he gives the questions, what day, what time, what place. But I'm not constantly like the coming. And as our local racing capital is, we employ these 7 questions, 7 activists. I go, stop over for today. Straight out, okay? You know, it's such an incredible week ahead of us.
Can't think that's enough. We're already started on the next giveaway. This thing's even more crazy, so I'll have some news for you soon. But whoever wins this truck, I will see you soon. Oh my god, that's kind of threatening, right? That's just a threat, dude. Yeah, he's gonna kill me. Oh, fuck. No, so, I don't think we're connected to him at all, right? I hope not, because I want to win the truck. Real bad. But you know what that clip reminded me? It reminded me, I think you probably remember. Do you know what I'm thinking? 30 Eccentrics? No. What it reminded me of was the Tito Ortiz thing where he's like, we're open every Monday through Thursday, 12 to... It doesn't make any sense because like the times are wrong.
Good morning, good to go. Let's walk a shim to begin another week. Oh, that's a head together begin by.
So in Australia time, we'll fucking
thank you all of our sponsors today. Our Amateur sponsors for Cup KA 5785. Those in the shop are dedicated all the Shirim and Russians this year as it's just for the Soros Togos for Am Yisrael. Our Amateur sponsors for the month of paydays have all been with over the Kelman family. In memory of Amis Ben David Levy from the Rafa brother, Itai Levy is coach fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that the led by Hanukkah, Shamal Hadnaviyah, and his family in the common. Of course, we say, Hodu Hashem, to the return of 4 of our hostages. As I mentioned last week, irrespective of what one feels about the particular deal, whether it's a good idea or not a good idea, leaving everything aside, the fact that Baruch Hashem, four precious Hashems are back home with their families. And we hope that in Eretz Hashem, our hostages will continue to come home. Our hostages will continue to be united in the stockholders with their family, with their people, with their land. Zilchan Eretz Hashem. See all them home. Our holy souls should be successful of all Maaseh Yedayim. And indeed, it should be a lifetime of the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. So with that, so let us begin. So we are picking up the Tarek in Eretz Hashem on that great dot yesterday, incredible dot yesterday. So let's pick up the new pattern. Are you both in Oshon with Sheva Hakilos? Remember, we spoke about before in the past a little bit about the research for Hakilos, the idea of the questions that we ask the religion when they come to go ahead and give testimony. So the next thing now says that we check the research 7 Hakilos. right? Seven different types of questions. So the Gemara says, what are the examples for hakiros? Be'ez shavua, be'ez shana, be'ez chodesh. So for example, here's an example. Now these aren't examples, these are actually specific questions that are asked. So again, for example, be'ez shana. Let's say first, be'ez shavua. So Rashi points out that be'ez shavua shal yoga. Right? What is, remember again, there are 7 Shemitah cycles within a Yovel cycle, right? 50 years Yovel, so 7 Shemitah cycles. So we asked the witness, what stage of the Yovel cycle did you see this murder? These are capital cases. Did you see this particular murder occur? So Be'ez Shavua, Be'ez Shana, what year? Be'ez Chodesh, what month? The Kama B'Chodesh, what day of the month was it? Be'ez Yom, what day of the week? There is a shot, what time? There is a makom, what place? So those are some very specific questions. Remember again, back for capital cases, so we need to be able to ascertain with absolute certainty that the witnesses are telling the truth. Rabbi Yossi says, there is a yom, there is a shot, there is a makom. Rabbi Yossi says, no, there's 3 questions. Question number 1, what day did it occur? Question number 2, what time did it occur? And question number 3, where did it occur? Now listen, obviously, this is after the witnesses have given their information about everything else. That's they've given their so we saw so then again, Rabbi Yossi says 3 simple witnesses. Essentially, what day, what time, what place. Makir also. Sorry, Makir and Atam. When he asked the witnesses other questions, Makir and Atam, do you know the defendant? Right? This race symbol, did you give him a sword? Did you know him? Ha'oved Avodah. For example, let's say you didn't accuse the worship of Avodah. So as me Abad, which Avodah did Reuben go ahead and worship? The Kama Abad, how much did he worship? Oh, sorry, Ubama Abad, how did he worship? So as well as there are different ways of worshiping Avodah. You could bow down, you could kiss, you could use the Baal, you could defecate, right? One size doesn't fit all, right? There's something for everyone in Avodah. So Ubama Abad, Kala Marbel, the Gizot Harez and Shiva. So what's interesting? So whoever, so what the Mishnah's outlining over here is essentially the basic outline. But the more the details based in Kudu, the better you are. So a lot of this, probably, is also very subjective, right? Based on the data testimony. And sometimes Basin will probably feel the need to probe a little bit more. So the Mishnah essentially says over here, we're kind of giving Basin the general outline. But of course, feel free to go ahead and amplify and add on to this as well. Maisil Badak, then Zakai Bo'otidu. We've actually seen this mentioned a number of different times. One time, then Azai, so witnesses testified that they saw Reuben kill Shimon underneath the fig tree. So then Azai says, tell me, what did the stems of the figs look like? So depending on the season, ultimately, we understand also, this is all part of the same motif as well, that halacha l'maisa, we have to go ahead and try to do whatever we can in order to exonerate. That's always our goal. We always try to exonerate. So as such, even such specific questions like what did the stems of the figs look like would be potentially helpful in the exoneration of a defendant. Not in hakiros and kisos. So remember again, the 7 questions that we outlined over here are what are called hakiros. Now the Gemara says, what's the distinction between hakiros and kisos? First, why not? Hakiros, echad omer eniyod. We said in the hakiros, which are the questions mentioned in our Mishnah. If someone responds to any of the hakiros and he says, I don't know, right? The witness to say, I don't know, that is grounds for automatic disqualification, which makes sense, right? If you can't identify which month, what day during the month, which day, what time, where, these are very specific questions. You can't answer them. The testimony is automatically disqualified. The Gemara says, because for example, well, being an example of details, so let's say when we ask the witnesses, what color shirt was Reuben wearing? That would fall into the category of details. So at the end of the day, the witnesses can't answer that. Even if one can't answer it, both can't answer it, that does not disqualify the witness. Okay? So the Gemara says, "Ak echad chakiros ve'echad b'dikos." Is mentioned that Eastern Zaza, a Dusan B'Teva. So therefore, one thing is clear: both with b'dikos and chakiros, chakiros and b'dikos. If halacha l'maisa, the witnesses contradict each other, automatically disqualified. That's the halacha. Echad omer b'shtayim b'chodesh, ve'echad omer b'chodesh, a Dusan B'Teva. What's the shasam? So let's say witness number one says we saw you went to a shimon, and this was the second day of the month, right? And the second witness says no, the second witness says it was the third day of the month. What's the halacha? A Dusan Chayamas. Then we'll say why? What do we attribute the error to? Shezeh Yodeh Be'ibur Shachodesh. Is that any Yodeh Be'ibur Shachodesh? We'll say it could be quite simple. Remember again, a month could have 29 and 30 days. It could be that one guy knew that it was a malay, a complete month for 30 days, and one did not. One did not. So in other words, what you begin to see is, and the Moshe remember again, what day of the month falls under the umbrella of Hakiros. So those are the more severe questions. But here again, we see that we accept the fact that there definitely could be some margin of error. That only disclosure is on the Hamisha, reducing the but if witness number one says we didn't go to on the third of the month, and witness number two says no, we go on the fifth of the month, then the Abel's is buffalo. Echad Omer is once again that's so the indices with dates, there can be up to a 1 day discrepancy between the ages. More than 1 day you can't have. Okay, next. Now we're going to go to time discrepancy. After the display shows, after the solo shows, they do some kind of similar again. Let's say, Ruben said, right? Witness number one says, we saw Ruben kill Shimon at 9 o'clock in the morning. Shimon says we saw it, second witness says we saw it at 10 o'clock in the morning. So what's the halacha? They do some chayamas. Ultimately, again, they do some show. They do some good. After the word of shalosh, after the word of hamisha, they do some. But again, it's something that should be looks at things like this. Witness number one says, I saw Reuben kill Shimon in the third hour into the day. Witness number two says, I saw Reuben kill Shimon in the fourth hour into the day. That's fine. That works. So let's say, essentially, Rashi comes out here to be allowed for is up to a 2 hour discrepancy in time. That we accept. More than 2 hours, we cannot. But just understand, remember, when the patient asks the witnesses what time they're actually not asking for that, what they're asking is the general hour of the day. So therefore, again, if there is up to a 2 hour discrepancy, we would give testimony to somebody. More than a 2 hour discrepancy, testimony cannot be combined. But Rabbi says, no, even in a case where there is a more than 2 hours discrepancy, ultimately, again, you can still accept the testimony. And actually says over here, the really high issue. People make mistakes. Even more than 2 hours, people make mistakes. And here's this interesting. After the Omer B'Chamish Ve'achar the Sheva, a Dusan B'Teva. And also that interestingly enough, even if you would agree, let's say one witness says, we think we'll Shimon in the 5th hour. And another witness says, we think we'll Shimon in the 7th hour. That ultimately, again, is reconcilable. Why? Because remember, again, on both sides, 5th hour is before noon, 7th hour is afternoon, and the sun is in two fundamentally different positions. So with that, already again, that is considered to be a reconcilable contradiction. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows, right? That's all of this. This is how we go ahead and cross-examine the witness. So that after we do all of this with the first witness, then we repeat the same process with the second witness. So it turns out now we've done our Hakiros and our B'dikos with the witnesses. So it turns out now testimony is checked out. Okay, now what do? What's the first thing we do in Basin with the capital, please? Post discourse. And also remember what posting discourse means. Basin tells the defendant, don't worry. Ruben, if you didn't kill Shimon, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. That's the posting discourse.
So drunk, it looks like someone who's at a bar very late at night. But it's at 9 a.m. or whatever, or after the run of
I'm going to ask something that agent. The issue will not make all discussion. One of the witnesses says, I have the ability to go ahead and bring down something in favor of Ruben. Now, that's a full context over here. The way this worked is the witnesses came to David, right? What are the witnesses there for? The witnesses are going to say that we didn't kill Shimon. But after the witnesses give testimony, one of the witnesses turns around and he says, "Oh, you know what? I actually now have something to say in favor of the defendant." Right? Oh, Echad Mina Talmidim, Yesh Li L'Lamed Alav Kofo, or one of the students. Remember, there was loads of students who would sit in congregation. One of the students said, "I think I find a way. I have a way to find Reuben guilty." In either of these two cases, we shaskin. So we don't listen to these people now. We don't listen to these people. Remember, everybody says that's the last time. Once witnesses give testimony, and they're there to go ahead and find Reuben guilty, we don't accept them to now go ahead and say, "Oh, I have something positive to say in favor of Reuben." Because what does it look like? It looks like they're hedging their bets a little bit, right? So that doesn't look appropriate. Same idea over here. If one of the students comes along and says, "Oh, I have some information that could be damaging for Reuben," we also don't listen to him. Again, if he has the ability to come along and say something positive for Reuben, we'll absolutely accept his testimony. Okay. Amar Echad Talmidim, Yesh Li L'Lamed Alav Kofo. Here it is. Listen to this. One of the Talmidim says, "I have something to exonerate you. I have some information that I think would be helpful for you." Right? So let's talk about Hamalin also behaving. So we invited to sit on the base. Right? So one of the students pipes up, "I have something good that could be helpful to you." So yeah, come on, guys. Right? So yeah, we bring it ultimately again to seating on the basement. So you guys listen to this. And we keep him there till the end of deliberations. And so if it turns out that the guy had something meaningful to say, then we listen to him. And even if, and by the way, even if the defendant, Reuben says, "I have something positive to say in my defense," so we listen to Reuben. You absolutely listen to him. But again, assuming, of course, that what he's saying is meaningful and substantive. Let's say Bezin finds him innocent. What happens? He's done. Case closed. He's done. We'll say now, what happens if Bezin can't find ground to exonerate? What do we do under those circumstances? Also, the mahar. So we're going to say before. We never issue a guilty plea on the day of. Like we'll always go ahead and wait to give a guilty plea until the day after, till the next morning. So what do we do that? What was the way we do in between? It's incredible. So we got things who goes to Sugos, and we basically break up pieces. They would break up into pairs. And they would go on and they would discuss the case. So they would minimize the amount that they were consuming the food intake. They would not drink fun. This highlights just the importance of what it is that they are using. This is literally, again, something that as such there has to be a certain amount of cultivation, a certain amount of seriousness with which they approach this entire situation. So they don't have to fast, but they do diminish their consumption. They won't drink wine. The Gemara says, the nosin kalalayla. And they would go back and forth the entire night. So the machras mashkuna bon basin. The next morning they would wake up early, come to the basement, and mizaka omani ani mizaka. Well, mizaka ani bin komi. Once we found Reuben innocent, they said, okay, that's our condition, and we stand firm in our position that Reuben is innocent. And Mechayiv, but one that found Reuben guilty, Omer ani Mechayiv, or Mechayiv ani bin komi. But the ones who thought that Reuben was guilty, they also had the right to say, we still find Reuben guilty, and we stand in place. Hamalami told Hamalami Smos. I will say that anyone who originally wanted to find Reuben guilty, but then wants to switch teams, you could switch teams to exonerate. However, about Hamalami suppose Eno Yahon Laxor Hamalami Chova. But ultimately, again, once a dying expresses that he wants to find Reuben innocent, he doesn't have the right to turn around and then find Ruvain guilty. Incredible. Gemara says, fine. I'll just mention how incredible this is. Just two tremendous ideas. First of all, the idea, what do you see from here? Just on a general sense. You can't deliver guilty capital verdicts that you have to sleep on. Okay, so learn this much in hospital that sometimes before we pass judgment on someone or something, sleep on it. Sleep on it. It's easy to go ahead and rush to snap judgment, quick judgment. So sometimes we're wrong, often we're wrong. If you just take a little bit more time to be deliberate before you pass judgment on another person, sleep on it. Sleep on it. Sometimes you end up observing tremendous and terrible mistakes. Other pieces also, sometimes once you go ahead, it's good to give yourself time also in the formulation of opinions. But sometimes in life, once we become rooted in an opinion, it's very difficult to back out of it. So sometimes it's good to go and give myself a little bit of time to formulate those opinions. And you see that once the diamond says innocent, that's it, no backsies, right? You can't get out of it. Now again, that's good over here because the goal is to exonerate. But sometimes we back ourselves into extreme opinionated corners because we've gotten ourselves in there and we can't get out. A little bit more time. A little bit more time to contemplate our ideas, our hashkafas, our thoughts, our approaches, our opinions, and they come out so much better. You might go like that. So tell the dollar, tell the dollar. Now, let's say a judge who yesterday again said, he found Ruvain guilty. Today he's saying innocent or opposite. So don't worry about it because remember the stenographers. We spoke about this before. Remember again. 3 stenographers, right? One to go ahead and record the opinions of the judges who exonerate, one to record the opinions of the judges who find guilty, and one to go ahead and record all of the opinions of all of the judges together. So the nice again are all of these stenographers. So one of the that makes a mistake, the stenographer will be there to remind him about his opinions. So much of those, the in-lab, so once again, if you find these open to exonerate and let Ruvain move on his way. The in-lab, and if not, open the minion. We count. 12 Zakai. So 12 find innocent and 11 given the division of 23 right? 12 find innocent and 11 find guilty. All you remember against innocence is what? Simple majority. Simple majority. Majority of 1. However, what if 12 find guilty and 11 find innocent? Now have a majority of 1. Or a guilty verdict. Remember, getting at least majority of 2. Even if there are 11 who exonerate and 11 who find guilty, the echad omer ein yodea, right? And one says, I don't know. What happens when a judge says, I don't know? What is I don't know? I don't know means you don't exist. I don't know means that you don't exist. That's in the basic context, right? So we get him out of there. And even if you have 22 judges who either find guilty or exonerate, and one judge says, I don't know, remember again, we're reiterating the problem here, that when you have a judge who says, I don't know, it's as if he's not there. So for let's say, for example, you have a situation of 22 judges who say Ruvain is innocent, or 22 judges who say Ruvain is guilty, and one judge says, I don't know. So again, essentially what happens, it's as if he doesn't exist, which means you only have a Bayesian of 22. You can't adjudicate capital cases with a Bayesian of 22. So it essentially qualifies the process. What do you do? How much do you add? So you have to add on judges. How many additional judges do you have to add on? Nine on Shirah. Remember again, we add on judges, and then we take them from the bench. Because from the bench, 2 at a time. Add Shirah the Echad. Until we get ultimately again to a total of 71. A total of 71. So the Gemara says, so Ashim Ba'achad, Shloshim B'Shishim Zakim, Shloshim B'Chamishim Zakim. So if you have 36 who go ahead and find him innocent, and 35 who find him guilty, Zakai ultimately, again, is going to go ahead and be guilty Shloshim Yishishim Achayavim Shloshim Achamishin Muzakim. But if you go ahead and you find 36 that find him guilty and 35 that find him innocent, done in able to let it. Able, listen, remember again, here's the issue. Once you get to 71, right? Once you get to 71, so that's it, like you capped us. And then remember, one of two things has to happen. Either you need to get to a majority of 2 in order to convict, or you need to get to a majority of 1 in order to exonerate. But at that point, interestingly enough, the group has to work it out, right? So in other words, from 23 to 71, you can keep adding on judges until you figure out what the final verdict is. Once you get to 71, that's the end. That's the end. And halacha l'maisa again, they have to figure it out until they get to a verdict. Incredible. I posted that channel was. And how many maybe? That's to know where you know. So what do you know what? Remember the Mishnah says that there are 7 fakiyos.
And if you only knew, I'm about to spill the beans on these motherfuckers. They don't even know.
7 fakiyos. The Gemara says, how do you know that there are 7 fakiyos? The Gemara is actually simply looking like for a scriptural allusion to this. The Gemara says, the Pasuk says, "V'darashta v'chakarta v'sha'alta hitei." Right? V'omer, "V'gad lecha v'shamata v'darashta hitei." V'amar v'darsha shoftim hitei. So it's interesting enough, but the Gemara is like this. Every time the Torah uses washing up darashta, chakarta, and hated, that refers to chakilos, rishus v'chakilos. So then you have v'darashta v'chakarta, hated, v'darashta, hated, and v'darshu, hated. That gives you 7. That gives you 7. Says the Gemara, and we're going to see in just a moment that this is actually three different contexts. One is talking about here in Idachos, a city which worships idolatry. Second is talking about an individual who worships idolatry. And the third is talking about Idin children. Okay, but we put them all together because we all utilize similar Lashonos, ultimately of investigation. And that gives us 7 expressions here. Give us our biblical source for 7 chakiros. Maybe not. Maybe what it means was, how do you know to go ahead and combine all of these into one discussion? Maybe at the end of the day, what it actually means is what? Each section has its own Zishus Hakiros, and each section has its own amount of Zishus Hakiros corresponding to the kind of Hakiros within their context. So you might say, let's go Rahmana B'Chazah. Because if not, if the intention over here was to go ahead and group everything together, then why not write everything in just one contract? Do it because they are all really close to each other. Therefore, Allah will make sure they're not one another. Even the Yaakov Yahad, you don't have to one another also because they're similar instructions. Remind me, it's as if they were all written in one single I, the hollow done you have. But I will say again, these differences in the moment are not similar to each other. They're not comparable. You know, for example, here on the Dachos, the Hanas Kashiro down. For example, here on the Dachos, remember that in the Dachos is a city where the inhabitants worship idolatry. Everything is wiped out. So in the Dachos is not comparable. Why? But Gemara says, Shekin Mamona Palak. Remember, by here in the Dachos, everything is destroyed. People are wiped out. Possessions are wiped out. Everything is destroyed. That's the same by a person, an individual worships a holy Torah. He will be executed, but his property is not destroyed. 18 children, they get reciprocal punishment, whatever that may be. Avodah Zarah, this means again, Avodah Zarah is also not individual step of Zarah. He's not comparable to the other two cases. Why? She can be cited. Because Avodah Zarah is not by cited. Having Aiden Zomer and Hana Katilotan, even Zomer is not comparable to Ernie Dachos or Avodah Zarah. Why? She can speak in Asra because it requires a warning. It requires a warning. Versus you right, it's Exer Shabbat, this is right? And ultimately, again, this is Exer Shabbat. What does Exer Shabbat mean? Mukta means that the word itself is open because it's not used for any other reason.
Greg Fitzsimmons, he's a small guy, but he seems like kind of a badass. Like, he tells stories about fights he was in college. So his son is just the dad was fought far from the tree, right? Smartest tool in the shed.
Zero
Yeah.
is open. His
And
words
he
are
came
not
out and he
used
started
else.
crying.
And if I love
And
to
Mr.
remind you
Jones
again
sat him
that they
down and he
are
goes,
in
"Can
fact
you get back in there? You can finish this."
the
And he
having
went
a
in and he
start
wiped
with
his
regards to
tears
the
and he
cocktail
fucking finished. And then he got
since
blacked
the
out.
concept could have said
Yeah.
that Dar should the cocktail of
We
it
started in kindergarten. This would have been in like first but
it's
verified,
trying to cover
right?
the word they hate it.
It's
And
kind of
Torah goes
crazy.
out of his
It's
way
a
to watch
black
hate
belt.
it. It says,
Yeah.
like Tarashta
Yeah,
Takarta
that's not
hate
real.
it.
Yeah.
Thoroughly. You don't need that
know.
word.
Your son is
I don't
like
need that.
different
Therefore,
schools
there's
have different
Manina
requirements
Lachmi
and different
that
belief
comes to show you
systems when it
ultimately
comes to
again that
that.
the Torah
But
is freeing up the other
somewhere
words
along the
for
line,
use for the Zero Shabbat. I
that's where the term
Bakati
dojo
Muslim
comes from.
but again,
Somewhere
one
along
side,
the
the only
line,
tells me that the word
dojo,
is free
Jesus
on
strip
one
mall,
side of
karate
these
places,
purification.
Mick.
Ishlama
Mick doing like
Hanafkati
McDonald's.
when
I
it
take
comes
it like it's like a
ultimately again
Mickey. Oh, it's like a Mick
to
mansion,
even
Mick
Zomin
dojo.
Abodizara,
I mean, he already said like
Rishon
he
Dahaber
was
the Mitzvah.
disciplined after
Because
COVID. Like that's
ultimately
the
again,
whole
because the Kodesh
goal.
just said,
He's not trying to
Alta
become Alex
B'Chakarta.
Pereira,
Ela
dude.
Irani
He's just
Dachas, my
complimenting his
Haber,
son's
but
change.
Irani
Yeah,
Dachas,
positive.
what else should there be?
Fucking Big
Hot
Rogan over here.
Siva
I know, right?
Siva
Make a
Kulu,
podcast.
Hot Samnami It's still open for Zero Shabbat. There's a Haber Lift Darosh Tidrosh.
Graduate
Oh,
children
Chakar,
all the way up to black
Kakar.
belt.
Torah was a
And they would
use
also
a double expression
take
utilizing
made
the
it
same
real
word.
easy
Darosh
for you to
Tidrosh.
do
Or
it,
Kakar
where you didn't
Kakar, first
spar.
white line. Vishani Krabi Dibure,
It's
the hate the Torah goes out of its way,
Taekwondo.
changes
I quit
the verb
Taekwondo.
and uses
I
the
think
word
most
hate.
people, I used to have a,
Shnami
I tried to
Nala,
like
that
Taekwondo.
extra word is there to
That's
free
Korean
up
for I
the
quit.
rest of the phrase to be able to make
Because
the
everybody
Zero
quits.
Shava. Okay,
Most
therefore,
people
let's
don't
say,
get black belts
since
like
you have
Greg
this
Fitzsimmons.
remake Zero Shava
Shout out to
between
him. Thank him. But it's like me telling you
Yoni
a story about a
Dachas,
sandwich and you show
Avo
something
Zara,
good. It's like, come on,
and
I was just trying to
Uzu
tell you how to good
what that
sandwich.
halachic triangle, like what that triangle Zero Shava does, it allows me to pull all of those words and recognize the expressions of Karashta, Chakarta, and Hated appear a total of 7 times. And that gives me again my biblical source for 7 factors. Incredible. Ba'asim Nachlakim is the worst. Ba'asim Nachlakim, the California Miskalin, Omeneragin. And also, ultimately, again, those the subject of any God could be learned out from the California from those subject of Omeneragin, Ba'asim Miskalin, the California Miskalin. And ultimately, again, those subject of Seifa can be learned from the California from Skila. Which the most honey from Rabban Dami Skila Kamura. Since Rabban Dami that Skila is more Kamar, this makes sense. Al Rabbi Shimon Dami Sreifa Kamura. But according to Rabbi Shimon who says that Sreifa is more Kamar, what is there to say? Around Rabbi Yudah, Yine Emes Nochel. Yine Emes Nochel. Which the most of the Rebbe says, that the Pasuk says, Yine Emes Nochel, Yine Emes Nochel. Hachad, sorry. Sorry, so that's the issue. The Rebbe says, you add in that Yine Emes Nochel, that gives you a total of 11. Like when I was for Johnson, every single time you have to ask that. And now why I'm adding MS Nochel, that gives me 11. Which the Gemara says, that's where it says, sorry, Sheva, the Sheva Hakilos. So I'll use 7 of that for the 7 Hakilos. Gal plus the 0 Sheva. So I take that 3 groups of 0 Sheva. Partially Chadok, they'll give me 1 left. So the Shimon last one is nothing. For the Shimon comes to 3 goals, or those cases are subject to slip off. But I don't know, most of the answer to Kabakomer, half the consequence. If I do that one, I'm something, sometimes I feel like Kabakomer. How it goes out of its way to state it in the context. Okay, the guy people that we have all. We have all do not like any of this. We have all when you go that hard, like, never fight back. I'm like, I know the last thing I want to say is like, I've been putting before, and then I feel like I'm stabbing to death, dude. Yeah, well, that's just because you're weak. Because you enjoy life too much. It's called autonomic. We're getting
Plus
Hakira
my
from
altruistic mistake
Why
39.
not? Why can't there be an
Nice little
Hakira? Why we
donation
get
here.
Hakira? But Ikalasi to come up the Shah. So let's remember again, here's what's interesting. When you deposits, sorry, everybody about deposits. Maybe there's an Hakira. What gave Hakira? What time? Remember again, Mishnah's Hakiras, the Hakira was what hour? What hour? Like maybe I'll be about to there's an 8 Hakira, there's an 8 Hakira, not from the hour. What time is during that hour? You can tell me 8:37. 8:37. So we got a margin of error. So maybe the eighth criteria is coming exactly one time. Kind of like the Rabbi says, how you both know, so the smaller criteria. That's the Rabbi that says this. The Rabbi says that there were 7 criteria like in the Mishnah. There are actually 8 criteria altogether. Which we want to tell me from the Abaye, how they did Rabbi Meir. This makes us think Abaye, this makes us think Abaye, Rabbi Meir, the Amr, in Adam Torah, the local law. Let's say this next to learn the absolutely fascinating. Right here, the Meir says a person has the ability to be absolutely precise. Absolutely precise. And therefore, again, because the person has the ability to be absolutely precise, therefore, what? There's nothing wrong with adding in that eighth kakira. What's the eighth kakira? What time? Not what hour, what time. And because this person has the ability for complete precision, therefore, should be able to answer that question appropriately. So say, and the truth is, even if you hold that a person is exactly precise, okay, they can still get it in the ballpark. So the one woman says, we something to Shimon at 8:40. Another one says, I was 9 o'clock. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. In other words, even if you're willing to accept some level of imprecision, that's fine. Allah, binary, the Amar, Adam Tuakatsi Shah. So it's like, according to Rabbi, it's going to be for the person to make you sit up to a half hour. Or up to a half hour. So the Rabbi, the Amar, people could go ahead, people can make a mistake for a long time, people can make dramatic mistakes. It's fascinating. It's fascinating to see that people, how people treat timeliness. People treat timeliness.
Okay, so this one's posted by Confidence Search 8648. It's called DFAG Merch Submitted Shop Tour. So hot, dude. If she wants to come on the show, dude, I swear to God. It'd be great to have her on the show.
If you're not on time for it, somebody sends a message that you're transmitting, it's not important. It's not important. You whatever excuse, like an excuse for anything and everything in the world. If you're not on time, whether it's for your job, whether it's for happening, whether it's for, when you're supposed to be home, or whatever it is, there's never a shortage of excuses. It's incredible you're so. But if you're not on time, it means that it's not, whatever it is not important enough for me to make a concerted effort to show up on time. And it's pretty important to ourselves. Because the things that are important to us, we're always on time. We're always on time. Right? The things that you really enjoy, I'm on time. And it's interesting. So, it's like people treat time differently. People treat time differently. So if you have a Rabbi Meir, and Meir says the person has the ability to be exact. Eight out of the 12 of those rules. And then again, you see other opinions that say, maybe he's a little bit late here and there. And then this third category, Tol in Shituva. Who's this third category? The third category of people just can't get it together. Just can't get it together, right? They're all over the place, always late, always this. It's interesting. So again, first of all, it's all about it because there are different kinds of people who are wired differently when it comes to time. Unless the person has some compelling reason why they can't be on time for passionate things, it's just important for us to do a self-check for ourselves. We have all the most wonderful reasons in the world. But at the end of the day, if you're not on time for something, the message you're broadcasting about that thing, whether you intend to broadcast it or don't intend to broadcast it, this is not important enough for me to be on. Now, again, you may be saying other things are more important than this, and that's why I'm going to be late to this. Just understand when there's a lack of timeliness, what a person is communicating is a hierarchy of importance in life. It's important. Sometimes these things happen, we don't need like the messages that we're trying to promote to other people, giving off to other people. We don't even intend to do it, but when I say again, I'm still giving off. But it's just interesting to see this range of people when it comes to timeliness. Okay, hey then. Nice doing, Mark. Allah, straight to time the over. So we're trying to figure out, Rabbi Rabbi has this 8 fakira. So what is this 8 fakira? So you ask, okay, so it'd be tempting to say maybe the 8 fakira is what time? Give me an exact time that a person would get right at the event occurred. That's fine, but not everybody holds that people have the ability or the capability of that level of precision. So what could be the 8 fakira? Allah, come up the yovel. What year during the Yovel cycle did the murder occur? You must be already answered. Can you get your Shavua? We started that right. That's one of the first questions, right? What during the Shemitah cycle is going on? Elol Asuye De'ize Yovel. No. The question is once and over again. Yovels, like Yovelos, are numbered. Like it's interesting. It's like how it's all part of the same time motif, right? If you think about it, think about what the Yid counts. We count hours, right? We count hours. We count, well, actually, we count minutes, right? Oh, God has a true appreciation of minutes, right? What's the Molad? I don't know, whatever, right? So, whatever, 4 minutes and 2 Chalakim, after this. So we count, right? We count minutes. We count hours. We count days. We count weeks. We count months. We count years. We count years in the Shemitah cycle. We count Shemitah cycles in Yovel, and we count Yovelos as well. We count every single unit of time. Because the most what's interesting is it's the same lesson that keeps appearing over and over and over again. Time is the greatest resource. And therefore, time management is the most important tool. That's why, again, going back to Friday's back, we saw the accounting of Adam Arishan's day. Every hour was accounted for. Granted, not every hour was great, but every single hour was accounted for. The key to success in life is absolute, complete time management. Again, are we going to get down to the halakim? Maybe find out what a chiluk was. I don't know what the halakim are, right? But okay, so maybe I'm not managing the minute to minute. That's probably Halabias gets that level, but at least manage the hours. Not to let the hours slip through our fingers into oblivion is the key to personal success. So maybe again, you might listen. Maybe the 8th Hakira is what number Yovel are we up to? Hey, what number are we up to? Even but the thing is, no. You don't need to tell them about Yovel. As long as the witnesses know what number here in the Shemitah cycle it is, that's more than enough. So therefore, interestingly enough, okay. So what's the takeaway from this? Here's the takeaway. Takeaway is the Mishnah told us we have 7 Hakiros, and what the Gemara taught us is, interestingly enough, the Makar, the source for those Hakiros, not the Hakiros themselves, but the source for the concept of 7 probing questions to ensure that the witnesses really saw what they saw, at least were present to be able to see what they saw. That concept of 7 Hakiros comes from the Torah. Where does it come? It comes from the conglomeration of Piranidakos, individual worship of the Torah, and Tibu Solomon. Out of those 3 contexts, we have Darashka Chakarta Hated, Darashka Hated, Darshu Hated. There's an opinion that says that there's an 8th Hakira. Halacha Maisa, we reject that opinion. We go with the 7 Hakiras as espoused in our Mishnah that have their personal source. Incredible. Let's go back there. Says Rabbi Yossi came along and said that you guys are getting too complicated. Rabbi Yossi said there are only 3 questions. One of the 3 questions is a Yom, what day did Ruben kill Shimon? Is Shah, what time did Ruben kill Shimon? Remember, also, whenever you see Shah never means 3:45. What does Shah mean? 8th hour of the day, 9th hour of the day, something like that. And there is a makom. There is a makom. What place? What place? That's Rabbi Yossi's new question. So the Gemara says, good. Rabbi Yossi, I'm going to Rabbi Yossi for coming. But the very thing, Rabbi Yossi says, according to you, Misha Baba Amar Emesh Harbi. Listen to this. Let's say witnesses show up, right? And witnesses say yesterday, right? So it's Monday. Right? So what happens? Witnesses show up on Monday, and they say yesterday, Reuben told Shimon. And he says yesterday. Are we going to say, oh my God, today is a Shavuot, today is a Shana, today is a Chodesh, the Kalma Chodesh. So let's say, seriously, Rabbi Yossi practices like this. If witnesses show up and they say that yesterday, Reuben killed Shimon, you're going to start asking the other witnesses all of these questions, like, well, which year the Shemitah year was it, right? Which year, which month, what year was it? He just told you yesterday. So in other words, what Rabbi Yossi is trying to highlight is that very often all of these categories that people come on expounding, they're unnecessary. Guys rolling into days and saying yesterday, Reuben killed Shimon. So because that Rabbi Yossi says, I'm going to tell you the 3 core questions, and this is all you need. What day? Okay, you answered that yesterday. What time? And where did it happen? All of the other questions could very often just be totally unnecessary. That's what the Osi says. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, so Amar Dvarach, so the Chacham said back to the Osi, Rabbi is according to you, Misha Bava Amar Akshav Harbu. Amar Lo Be'ezi Yom Be'ezi Shah Be'ezi Makom. So the Osi, according to your logic, let's say Witness Hashem Be'ezi, they say, Witness Hashem Be'ezi, literally, we just saw Reuven kill Shimon. We just saw it. So I say to come to the Osi, are you going to ask them what day? You're going to ask them what time? So in other words, we'll say, so the conversation of the Osi, you can say, because we're back on you. Hello, I'm going to tell you. Laminon Alech the Shimon of us. That is also the conversation to the Osi. You're right. It could be that sometimes questions are unnecessary, but we will ask them anyway. For what purpose? We want to impose the need to share this information in accordance with Rabbi Shimon of us. I mean, what's his name again? The Shimon of us was one who said that we try to confuse the witnesses in capital cases in order to get them to contradict themselves, and ultimately in order to get their testimony not disclosed. Remember, our goal is we want good silence. That's our goal. So therefore, again, the Chum essentially say we fully recognize that there are times when all of these questions may be unnecessary, but we ask them anyway. We ask them anyway in its effort, first of all, to ensure that the witness is really telling the truth, and if it ends up that they trip over themselves with the information, then again, we're happy for that to occur as well. Gemara says, Rabbi Yossi says, Emesh hargu shkia v'rav edros. Akshav hargu l'shem edros. Rabbi Yossi will respond, no. Rabbi Yossi will respond that witness is coming in and saying that halacha l'maisa, Reuven killed Shimon yesterday. That's a common case. Witness is coming into Beis Din and saying just saw Reuven kill Shimon. That's not common. That's not common. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, again, we're not worried that is going to actually occur. All right, then we'll say, so bottom line, halacha l'maisa, we have this fundamental reason. They're coming giving these 7 shakiras, which come and hold really have your source in the Torah. So Rabbi Yossi says, these basic questions: what day, what time, what place. But I'm not asking like coming, and if halacha l'maisa in capital cases, we employ these 7 questions, 7 shakiras. Incredible. Right, goes, you know what? Stop over for today. Shkoyach. Okay? There's an incredible week ahead of us. Yeah. Everyone. Worry about it. All right. Everyone, Zoom. Have a great day, everyone. Shkoyach.
Nothing like special about the car. He just says that it doesn't have a certain amount of horsepower. It doesn't say how much it does have. Yeah, so even a car gets question would be like, well, how much does it have? Yeah, the answer is can you go further? No. The answer is no. This is a true scare. It's just 2 guys meeting up one time to swing your car.
More like middle of the hour, end of the hour. They definitely measure hours, that's for sure. So we would be that. Yeah. So I think there was still.
And this is expert math. Honestly, you got this bar stool, approximately 71 centimeters tall, and then the other bar stool here. So, according to this math equation, we're talking 5'2". That's different.
That is kind of funny because the stool that you got in your place is a normal stool, and it's like so small that it doesn't even get to the cable. It's like on my knee level. So short ruggedness, true, yes. I went to an open mic last night where they had a stool, and one of the comics was like joking that kept bringing it up, like, I said, what would have been better if we had a stool? And then I was like, I could bring a stool next time. They're like, yeah, you have a stool? I'm like, yeah, I fuck it every night. Nobody laughed. It was a very strange thing to say after knowing what the result would be. So now I'm just the guy that fucks a stool in his apartment. They're touching your thank you. That's what I mean. And it's true too. So this one's posted by Haymar Wixky, podcast host, insults guest and his entire genre in incoherent rhythm. I didn't watch this one, so I was like, yeah, that's that title enough. I was like, I'll keep this video. It's a great title. You get to watch the genre.
Yeah, excellent. So anything like in the wide lines on the bottom, but like
there was a thing too where it's like the hardcore country guys would make fun of us for listening to 40 Georgia. All right, yeah, because that's not Johnny Cash. Yeah,
okay, so let's begin. Thank you, my scholars. So,
so stupid.
I'm not even done. Great
Why do you talk so much, dude? I just kind of think maybe if you talk too much, you kind of eventually you're done with a guess. Yeah, I guess not talk to him. You're talking
so I really cut you off, but like the hat is cool and all, but it has 2 B's, not 3 C's. He's doing that. That's what he does every interview. It's such a weird place to put your guest. You know, the funny part of Sign of the show being bad is every time we watch them interviewing somebody, they never acknowledge anything about them. Like, it's hard to tell. We're like, who is that guy? We never know. Because they don't say their name or what they do. It's just Brendan talking bullshit. Baha Moon and swallowed up the
incarnate,
blood
dude.
of
Okay,
Hevel,
so this one's called, without a doubt, this is one of the most outrageous things he's ever said. The fact that he actually made up this story and was foolish enough to share it on a podcast is one of the wildest things he's done. Where the F does he come up with this nonsense posted by Top Foundation 6313? I killed it, you didn't sir once. I was preparing that whole show for that. They were that. We'll see here.
Way to be cool.
They'd make fun of me, but when recess came, I would shine. That's how I'd get street cred. So, my mom, broke rich. My mom made her take me to Payless shoe stores, and I wore a double C's, cleats, shorter than the whole Christmas. I wore recess, no too school. So I'm walking through, everyone's making fun of me. Just going clink, clink, clink. That's right, till recess. I was like, all right, bitch, I'm about to flex on you. Yeah, I know it's 8 a.m. All right, I look like an asshole. Kevin thinks like, what's up? So recess came on, had like good footing. Because he's like, yo, your boy here, dude, I was very sandwiched in the 4th grade. It might have been the cleats, but then the other dope thing my mom loved is because they're gold cleats on wear them on black top and all over. Is they wore out over time, so I didn't need new shoes. So she's like, oh yeah, you just keep wearing them out. And I turned into regular shoes. Wait, so you wore run-down spikes or cleats as rotations? Yeah. When I tracked on wheels, I mean, I don't even really understand. Is he saying that the cleats helped him like in fighting, or like maybe because he works, he played sports with so like because he wore cleats, football is amazing because he had cleats on, and then they wore down so that it was like a way to, because I was wearing them at school, yeah, it was a way to not have to get new shoes because the cleats just disappeared over time. Are you saying that makes sense? Yeah, the fuck is that maybe? I didn't even know. I cut you off. Yeah, but that's, you're the dumbest person I've ever met. Where is it? Fair enough. I just don't know this. I'm sorry. I know people got cutting people off. It feels so weird, but I'm trying to do it on purpose. No, that's fine. People love shit, right? Yeah. When I traction though, seems like it's out of control. Anyway, yeah, that was a bad story. Weird if somebody wore cleats all day. At school, he'd probably get made fun of, like, where you wear cleats, and the fucked up part is that I would believe somebody saying that if it wasn't shot. Be like, yeah, that's fucking weird. Like, you wore cleats all day, didn't you care that people made fun of you? Like, no, I was so good at football that people were like, I get it. Well, you can just put the cleats on when you play football. Okay, so this is Coffee Talk. Chin second dog. I'm not gonna lie, when I saw the title, I was like, is it our podcast? Because that's all we talk about on Coffee Talk. I have a lot of coffee talk. Let's see. I don't trust coffee shops that do my choices. If they're good, they got the meat and potatoes. I guess espresso. Yeah, they make their money brew. That's it. But that's where they make their money, though. But that's where they make their money. No, bro. That's no money in, like, giving somebody, like, $3 in
Tanya and his wife were incarcerated together. His mother became pregnant during incarceration. So the mother Shaltiel, why is it named Shaltiel? Because his mother became pregnant with him in a way, in an unnatural way. What does it mean, unnatural way? So the Gemara says, do you have a tradition? That a woman can never become pregnant in an act of relations with the first standing top of them. That's 38. The Venus Adam Umar, and yet again, Shaltiel's mother became pregnant. She was standing up. That's the point over here that Shaltiel's mother, who was 20 years wife, Yefanya and his wife were incarcerated together in a narrow dungeon. So they were there together, so they had a relation. So she became pregnant in this particular fashion, which the Gemara understands was a little bit miraculous. So the Gemara says, Shaltiel, why was he called Shaltiel? Shenishal al-Olmasa. His ultimate forget of his powerful was from his oath, not from his oath, but ultimately again, it was his went ahead and made a promise that Yefanya was not going to have a child. And again, from that valley, he had a child. Why is it called Babel? Shenizrach the Babel. Because his mother became pregnant with him in Babel. Umashmo, what is the actual name of the Babel? Nehemiah ben Chakab. He's like, there's 30 entries for you. What is this story? We're going to read this comic book. This is posted by So they scattered the Suda. They had this beautiful mother. They were sitting at a Suda in front of Rabbi. And they didn't say anything. Notice what said. They weren't sharing any Biblical Torah at the table. That's like the good Muslim. That's someone's table. He prepared with the Torah. So how they get terrible. So you don't see the other Sunday that you feel. Come to the Suda. Come to the Rabbi. And they'll give them Torah.
older brother and a younger brother. So this is the circuit, and then this one, my younger brother got killed, correct?
So again, so
Wild, just listen. Try option, try a whole show where you just listen. It says nothing, just a practice. Yeah, but then they'll stop watching. Dude, that's true. They would go kill our shot to them. Yeah. They do what you do. Exactly correct. Correct. This is called The Irishman plus YG's second balcony. This is pretty great, dude. There's a lot of stuff in here that we've never, I don't think we've talked about it a couple times on the show, but it's just like, this is the reason why we do this, dude. Oh, hell yeah, right? Sometimes in a movie, you don't know that that's CGI. That's a really just like, CGI, it always is something that's CGI. Like the CGI is in The Irishman.
So how you have a mix up? Well, I don't know how to come back to this show. I would have so that was the divide. There's only one problem. Rabbi was the Nazi. Rabbi was the Nazi.
It's a hard left turn, dude. The rest of the
What exactly does this mean? That this only comes when each family is great. But the idea that the concept sounds is that I understand that these two families, the families of the Nazi and the families of the Jewish represent the leadership. At the end of the day, so remember, the point is that Shiach comes, he's going to refuse those two families. Shiach is going to become a believer.
We can't have Fonto on the pod because if we ever get big, there's going to be old clips of me being like, what did you do? You did what? Next thing I agree, I'm like dying laughing. The family of whoever Fonto assaulted is like, we just think it's really fucked up that he's famous now and he has a video of him laughing about Fonto beating up my father.
Trevor was very distressed by the vice. Right. So, everyone has experience. We've asked someone to give us about Torah at the table, and afterwards, like, oh, that was a very bad idea, right? So again, this was one of those company faux pas, right? We asked the wrong person to share a bite. So then what happens? So Rabbi's obviously very distressed. I'm going to be I'll get it right. So the father of these boys said, Rabbi, don't get upset. Don't be upset. After all, again, Yagin Niton
Martin Scorsese was the one that got me though, dude. Yeah, it's really funny. And the Irish man. It makes me believe that he actually reads. Like, how do you miss Martin Scorsese's name? If you've never heard it audibly. But if you're only reading it, then you get those gaps of being like super kicky. I understand the reading thing. Like, if you're going to say he reads instead of, I would think that he's reading instead of watching TV movies. He's not really familiar with Scorsese, how to say words. Yeah, well, he's too busy, like, building his knowledge from reading nonfiction books. So he doesn't have time to learn all these directors' names. So he's like, what's that guy Scorsese? Oh, that's right. I just got done with Hemingway. So it's like, Hemingway, watch. He's trying to have big Marvel guy. I don't want to watch Black Panther 7. Yeah, all right, I am reading Stephen Hawking's The History of whatever. That's what I have to know. Earlier I was reading a poem by Robert Frost. You ever read it? He messed up there.
You don't have to say what's on your mind. You do not need to share that. Because there's
I was reading Jane Wire.
that should actually be
And I came across
and on your mind, but should not be shared with other people. That's it. Not everything needs to be said. Not everything needs to be shared. So the idea over here is
this is posted by J. Dillon 23. Joe Rogan about to cry to Ben Pixels again. One of the 1,000 murderers frequency on YouTube if you want to look it up. I can't link here. Yeah, so Bates dropped a new video. This is the opening of it.
fundamentally and totally
Joe Rogan's new special, Burn the Boats, might be the worst comedy special I've ever watched. That sounds like a bold claim given some of the specials that I've reviewed for this channel. I've watched Amy Schumer, Brendan Schaub, Chris D'Elia, and Joe Rogan himself, just to name a few. By the end of this video, though, I believe I will make the case that Burn the Boats deserves to be ranked among the worst, if not the worst special ever made. Damn, dude. Dude, any clapbacks for Beige? No, I mean, I agree. It's pretty bad. Worst special ever, though? Brian Callen, all of them are worse than Burn the Boat. Grow or Die is, I said it on the Patreon, probably one of the worst specials I've ever seen. It's almost not a comedy special because half of it is just male Nanette. Yeah. If Nanette was canceled, Nanette, look here, it was creepy. Yeah. He's talking about how his dad's getting older, and then he starts going, I did that. I did that. The I did that thing is the worst part, probably. Yeah, so Paige, you gotta watch Grow or Die, Danny. This one's posted by Celery Alarming 1561. It's Papa Could Never. It's a video of Alex Pereira in a mechanic shop in Cyprus.
But again, that's what came out when you dug deep, right? When a little bit of wine came in, the desire and the lust and the came out again. Tell a lot about a person when they drink a little bit. What comes out? What comes out? All types of silliness and foolishness, and then you understand singing, I love that we go, but whatever it is that you just want to meet, really come out with a little bit of yaya, or about yaya. I'm a big fan. I'm not okay, I'm a big fan. Darren Murray, just Murray, Murray the Sid. What's the meaning of the passage? Murray, what's the passage? Vayishkol Hashem al haya, vayidirei ha'areim, yitzadek Hashem Elokim. So ultimately, I guess, the living says, Hashem Yisrael, he brought it upon us because Hashem is the tzaddik. I said the Gemara. Because the tzaddik Hashem, vayishkol Hashem al haya, vayidirei ha'areim, because Hashem is the tzaddik, he even brought it upon us. So it says, hey,
Cool story, brother. I think it's funny how they say champ over there. It's Chama. You know, I'd love to be the champ. Something that seemed real feminine to me. I'm eating the purple mom talk here down there. Okay, this is posted by Haphazard. It's called 30x bonus entries this week only. What did I say? Not true. Man, they guys have been doing work 5 days, man. So you're trying to come on. Can't wait for it. I'll miss it. Hope you appreciate it, man. It's been fun. Can't wait for that talk party starting. Stay tuned for that. 5 freaking days left. Any merch you buy, get $30 bonus entries. Yeah, for this week.
Oh, really, dude? This week only. Any merch you buy on the site, you get 30 bonus entries. This week only. It's no man. I'm proud of what we've done.
about what
So
we've
it's
done.
involved.
I would go
Regardless
online,
of the
make sales on my head,
the city regards to
we're
the
close.
first line.
I shoot for the moon, man. We're close. We're fucking close, dude. I'm pumped.
So what happens
We're
is the
close.
pastor talks
Me
about
too.
again the
We're close. We're about 500 words away from where
Karash, what is it called a Karash? So
we
this is
started this
talking about
project.
again,
If we hit that
this
many
is talking
orders,
about
this will be a grand slam.
We're
We're fucking close, dude.
Hakona
I can't thank you guys enough. Love you guys. I better see some people on
everyone else only
fucking
for
drive fast on gas
not
person.
yet.
Let's just
Everybody is soaked in
how many people in Calabasas,
still
like per capita, do you think
Once
have
we
drive
determine
fast on gas card? Like 5
the
million.
matter in halacha, the matter is closed. The matter is closed. There's nothing else to talk about.
Every single person in Calabasas probably, yeah. It's illegal for like your family to get interested into something. It's one of the family members was that's fucked up. It's insane if that happens, but you know, he's done crazier things. This is posted by IC Fun Dan, 8441, quotes, tool fucking, if it's the right bit, it could be funny. Wait for Token 3 action. This is so good, dude.
Having sex with a girl and do a joke. Oh, I was having sex with this girl. Acted out on the stool, yeah. I mean, I was having sex with this girl. I was fucking this girl. I was like, like, they always use the mic as their dick. They're like, oh, always just so blown away by their creativity. That's Chelsea Peretti, right? Yeah, shout out to Chelsea Peretti. Shout out to her. This is posted by Cheese Ram. Started Baldur's Gate 3 and accidentally created this hot dog. I nearly threw my blood from the GC, BGL, Alpha. Yeah. Cool. I wish, if I played this game, this is the character I would pick. This is great. Good job. They're painting near the had to make that. Oh, yeah. But shout out to you. This is another Guild Guitars clip. If there's more than 2 people, then you need headphones. Part 2. We didn't really see part 1. I don't know. So let's see what this is about. Blockbuster video.
I was listening to the podcast explained that was a friend of mine on the podcast, and he doesn't have people wear headphones. And one of the things I tell him when you have 2 or more guests, he wants to have headphones because then people recognize when I'm talking over each other. And as my friends, I was listening to was not a good enough. All of their words in the same group. You got headphones.
How we have to use our circumstances and our situations. What's really though? That's how the money show. Other people use it. Other ocean was created as a singular piece. And you say, man, why don't they start out? Why not create an other Mekava from the outset? So the Gemara says, Shalom Yamin only having the true expression of it. In order that the heritage should not say that there are many different gods in the heritage. In other words, that remember, had multiple human beings being created at the same time. Multiple people are said. This man tells me that this God is creating his life, and this guy is creating his life. So here's the puzzle piece to one man, one human being. That's the first to do. In order that this can be made out, there is only one human you want to black, but we have to look at the show. Beautiful. Because to be a show, so now you like that we can only the example, so it's showing only the Russia. Why that's working? That's because we can do so, right? And then let's quickly go. But the reason is that, where the descendants of the Cyrus? And the descendants say, where the descendants of the Russia? That was going to lie to the Cyrus, we could take what this actually is actually really profound. That's because they were under the Cyrus, some person was surprised, and that's what I got. Are being tragic in the game, to be under everything, the only other two things is that you're not there, right? You're not there.
So many videos.
The first thing we say, we're the sons of Tzaddikim, so we're inherently righteous. There's no need for us to take additional precautionary measures, because we are already the children of Tzaddikim. And again, we're already the children of the Center, and the Rasha. We're in under the teaching the Tshuva, when it started, we know greater, which is incredible. So, and the children of the Rasha will say that for us, there's no point in trying to do Tshuva, since we are the children of the Rasha.
There is no way for us to rehabilitate ourselves.
As always, I love the fucking songs in this guy's thing. Yeah, they're so good, dude.
Start out. So one time when we say, oh, we're the descendants of the Tzaddik, we're the descendants of the Rasha. The descendants of the Tzaddik would say, we're impervious to sin, we're good to go, we're golden. Nothing wrong, not doing anything. We're fine. The children of the Rasha would say, we're sharing in our DNA.
Oh shit, another. Can you put on that one go guitar one where it's like, he's talking about talking over people? Deity.
Prabhupada meets all the descendants of
Can we
one
watch
person.
the one where it starts with Crystal
You
saying, oh,
I'm
really,
the
dude?
descendant of the Rasha, I'm the descendant of the Tzaddik.
How many
We're all
baddies
the
are in your party?
descendants of Adoration. So what was Adoration to the Tzaddik versus the Rasha? What was he? What was he?
Toronto's over
The
there.
Tzaddik. It's the Tzaddik. The Tzaddik who made
Okay, this
mistakes.
one's called Tell
Like
Us
every
More.
single
We're heading
Tzaddik
the
who
home
makes
stretch here.
mistakes.
Do we only have
And just
20
like
more
again, when a
clips?
Tzaddik who makes a
This
mistake
is,
in that moment,
I
and makes a
downvote
mistake, maybe I'm a
Cake
stupid
Days.
Rasha,
This one,
I'm a
let's see.
stupid Rasha in that moment.
I always
But
felt
when I
like
see you
barbershops are guys hung out. That's all just for
we
people who don't play
all
pool.
trace ourselves
That was
to
always my
original,
fucking very live here, dude. I'm sorry. Oh, fuck you.
ancestor who was about
I gotta
to
see what you're
started
doing.
out a
Like you're getting a guy's place where guys can hang out and just talk, right? But this is not the way to do it.
That's really what it comes down
Because
to.
people come in, people you don't know come in, you can't tell some dirty story. It's kind of dumb, right?
Why is this about
It's like people walk into
one
pool
ancestor?
joints all the time too.
Because of fighting that goes on because of
Yeah.
evils.
Yeah,
So what you
burn the boats on that one again. Yeah, dude.
This is what
Burn
happens.
that
Is
thought,
what you
dude.
imagine. If there are
Okay, this is
multiple
my
original
favorite clip
people,
of the
like
week.
multiple originals.
It's Confidence Search 864. Rick's latest guest appearance on another podcast has 307 views in 5 days. It's really curveball and shit, dude. It's so fucking funny.
You have to start
I'm not gonna do this during the entire show, but this just happened to me because you're talking about acting. Can you give up the thing where you're talking to your
to the same exact ancestor, right? We all go back to the same person, and yet we still so much more focus about people. Alachas kama v'kama, umahafet nira yakim miskara. We were trying to offer kama v'kama. Davrachas, yadazon yakamas is incredible. So it's like as long as we take us back to one central ancestor in order to go ahead and avoid the Dagonim and Hamas, the thieves. That he says, Shilomu, Karka, Yen, Yidne Ahu, Harishon, Harisavalo, and Ahu. It's a multiple original.
This is so great. Yeah, that's a really good
This guy originally belonged to my ancestor. This guy originally belonged to my ancestor. So the Gemara says as follows. Uma Acha Shimili, because one of the purposes
I always forget, it's just fun. I always see that and I go, it's good, I can laugh, I can barely watch myself usually.
I wonder what the actual bit was. It's like nothing he's ever done.
Even though all of humanity can face itself, one
That's a painted narrative, Daddy. I called you Daddy like that. This one's called emojis. Just the, those emojis post by EK, Pyro, Tick, Flow. We need a slur for beginners and a hobby who already bought the most expensive gear. Chops, scoops, fucking Brendas, fighters.
And what happens? What's incredible is the person about the coolest moment that was that. Right, first thing to make a whole bunch of points. And then every single point to come out for say, every single penny looks the same.
What about,
Every quarter, everything, every
I don't want to say that on DFAGers.
About a
Oh, God. Yeah. Let's see here. Look at the Brazil. Confidence Search 8648, the secret weapon.
Was weird. I got bumped by another comedian. My first night at the store, and then I was the special guest. Super treat the rest of the week. Like it was like I was the secret weapon kind of. So I was unbumpable.
And yet, interestingly enough, yet again, at the end of the day,
Hilarious. It's like not enough just to have a good show. You have to like go everywhere and talk about where you came from and how great your life is now. You know? Yeah, it's like sure. We're gonna be free. We're just gonna talk about shop we're making, dude. This is posted by Bodega Ventuzetti. That's
and so like Ruben saw Shimon's wife.
I'm saying different, right?
Ruben saw Shimon's house and said, I'd like that. Well,
He's older, so it's like
and what could happen? Ruben should assume Shimon's identity.
different though, right? With the miles. Yeah, no,
How
what
can you
miles
disprove
are
it? Right? I don't know the trusty owner. Everybody looks like each other. You get into very difficult
situation.
Shop refuses to be wrong. You know, he's the other business. He's just never wrong. Maybe that's his thing. It's a very frustrating tactic, right? Trying to, like, you're bald, right? It's like saying right after, and I'm not like if I wasn't, yeah, like, no.
The cold, the voice.
But you don't hear under your head, though, right? Right? He go for it. He's like, yeah, but like you're gonna be bald someday, right? What?
Appearance, the dash.
Out of all people that claim they have a black belt in podcasting, it's like,
But really what it means is the feelings,
I don't even know what else to say after that, but you get what I'm saying, right? Yeah, no, he's right. The opposite. He has the opposite. He has never been to a Taekwondo class. Yeah, but that's not fun, right? Taekwondo, right? Taekwondo's like, right? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, this guy's big, yeah. Yes. Different though, right? Annoying, man. I feel annoying right now. This is supposed to be haphazard last clip of the day.
What about the
One of our guys, Papa tries his best to keep up. Let's see. Some government official just happened to be watching this.
You would know where I hide my gold. Right? And
You
I'm going to tell you where I hide my gold. Right? So it wasn't having me, my dad, you would know where I hide my gold, and you'd be able to go ahead and take my gold. Let's say, there's also incredible idea about this. You know, there's the three ways in which we differ from each other, in which we distinguish ourselves. But also in the way that we speak.
That's also, remember when Tyrese was going through that like breakdown?
So it
Everybody's going through
really
that.
says a lot about
Trying to be sensitive.
who we are.
He's going through this and like crying all the
Doesn't
time.
just mean about our appearance or how we look, but it also means how we present.
Having Down syndrome right
It's a
there.
person
We're talking, it's being very funny. Yeah. So we fit right into it. Okay. So now you wanted to honestly, not that you're going to save the show, but we're burning
my
it down.
secret doesn't have to mean where my gold is. My past represents my goals.
Yeah, I do remember that. He was crying. It just makes no sense why the race should make
When I
sense.
grow up, how do I want to, who do I want to be?
So wild, dude. How much statue was the ETA on the ending of that show, dude?
How does a person
Well,
speak?
Shab, it's up to Shab, I think. I mean, they're going to do it for as long as they can, even if they're shutting it down or whatever the fuck. They're not going anywhere. Plus, Eric gets like context, gets like real success.
How you present, how you dress.
I know Delia thinks he's coming back,
How
but
you feel
looks
about
not special.
yourself.
He ain't coming back. Not a chance, Danny.
That's
No.
important for
There's
you
only
to
so many
project.
jokes you can make about your wife, but
What are my dreams, my goals, my aspirations? Who do I want to look like?
that's the end of the show. Thanks for tuning in. See you next week. Enjoy your week.
Keep going. Like we keep trucking, right? We just go. We start like when we're 25. We wake up one day and we're 85. Last night, like Sabbath Zeros, we spoke with Kasim Kabura. This was in the lobby. It was crazy. It was Mamish. We had music like it was just like absolutely overwhelmingly beautiful. Spoke about again that like there comes a day when you have to take stock of your life. There comes a day when you have to go and really concentrate. What you've done, and how you grew. And it was so okay. When you see every single chair sitting in the wall, right? Or the skillers on the dish, or over there. Okay, so I can hold that away from myself. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I'm just gonna have it after the first album. And then I'm gonna close. Right? But the truth is also where that come from, right? I think that's up yesterday.
It's always great to have you. As always, try the Patreon. Jordan, what have we done recently? Recently, we did Matt Rice's stand-up comedy crowd work special. Oh shit, yeah, Game Hostel. Those quotes around special. Yeah, so crowd work. Chris Lee is no pain. And Joe Rogan's run the buzz. I'm sorry, there's a buzzing on. I'll fix that while you're talking. Okay, well, yeah, so if you're interested in any of that, try the Patreon. But that is not, well, also, We go
and I'm
live on
pretty sure
Wednesdays
they
now, so if
cursed
you
me
want
in
to see us
Spanish.
live, every Wednesday we're
And
live.
they
Yes, it
essentially
was
said,
fun. We were wearing golden hour
English
jackets last
translation,
time, dude.
what the
Yes,
heck is
it was
this guy?
pretty lit. And then I stream on Twitch, twitch.tv/Toronto Comedy,
Who walks around with
random
his
schedule.
top
No schedule.
button
We didn't matter, but thank you to the fans that helped us crowdfund those horrible,
right?
horrible
So
golden hour
step away,
jackets. They
go
literally
through
say
your
GH
GK,
on
right?
them like Oriole. Yeah, but we wore them, dude. Anyways, that's not why you're here today. You're here to watch Tim as a shop. So start the timer. Check clip. Alrighty, what do we us here at Timo's, you know, if I had a stack of papers right now, I'd
What
go
is it?
and like line them up, you know, yeah? Yeah, 'cause we're very organized here at Timo's, dude.
And
And so I put up the chins all commented like, dude, and so they're all in order where they're supposed to go. And this one here is posted by Howdy Bo Chawas. Why does it show a weird? It shows a weird. Is it a different like what they call the update website? Oh, an update.
I don't have to be the same old personalistic building.
This one's
I
called
don't have
Dricus
to be the
Duplessis.
same,
Is that how you say his name?
however old I
I think
am.
so. I call it GAP because I
I
don't know
could
how to.
renew my old
Then I
structure.
feel like
I
I'm
could build a
talking about
new
porn.
building. I could become
So
someone
DDP
new
names the
and someone
waters
different
after
as
his
well.
own
My
win
gardening
over
doesn't have to be the same. My living doesn't have to be the same. My marriage doesn't have to be the same. My needles don't have to be the same. My everything has
It's
the
him saying
ability to
Dricus
become
Duplessis
new. That's the
tweeted British Chop,
inspiration
great
of
prediction.
new surroundings.
You has
You
been
also
JK.
become new,
You've never
which are anatomy. A lot has come of the tunnel. I can
you know,
become
that's
that's the
harsh as hell.
DOS. That's the DOS.
Jeez.
You know, listen, do I have
Remind
the
me
same
never to
DOS that I
insult
had 20
DDP.
years
All
ago?
these UFC
Or
guys
is my
are been
DOS
douching
new
the shit out of him
constantly renewing
recently.
at every different stage of life?
Who
Let's
knew
go
that they
back to
were so good at the comments? But then Brendan's
Send
trying to
me
be like
tomorrow.
cool with Sean Strickland.
Adam needs
It's like,
on
really?
air shots.
Should be sharing your Sean Strickland post.
Adam needs on air shots.
Oh, dude, you got me this time. I'll get you next time. Freaking, and they just stop saying that doesn't work, man.
I'm sorry.
You probably don't even have
This
a
is
favorite shoe.
ridiculous. Ridiculous.
You
Adam
do
needs
this
on
here,
air
that would work on
shots.
me, Daddy. This one's called Great Prediction Never Win Out. Posted by Zuna 8. It's British Chop Great Prediction. It has been, never been. And I don't know if there's something else we're supposed to see here.
That
Always
man
had your back
was
for this
helping
fight,
my
brother.
brother
Same kids, just some fan.
Okay, so it's
the same post, but they're the most liked.
the end of
Good post. Could have
so
been
no
like
one
a
could hang
famous
out, no one
UFC
could
guy or
hang out
something. I
that
don't know.
first off
Yeah,
with
it
a
looks like a
partner in
fan.
my separation.
Yeah,
Incredible.
nobody knows who you are, man.
No,
Okay, so this one's posted by Showman16.
It's
called Feel Like You're Up.
Overload,
And yeah, see, he's just fair play. I mean, man, too, dude, he's a monster.
Man decided to become arrogant, so what happened? The powerful just say, hey, calm down,
Yeah,
not so
dude,
great.
I get it,
And
I get it, I
that's
get
not what
it.
created before you. In the order of
This time
creation.
I was wrong. DDP is the man, and we're buddies, and he's not making fun of me. So calm down, haters. I didn't read it. I'll line him up, though. You know, if I was in that UFC, I'd be teach his ass, bro. Yeah, dude, if Brendan wanted to, he could kick his ass and defeat him mentally. But he's decided not to, which is why he's a kid. Yeah, right. And if they did some sort of like decathlon, you'd win academically also, you know. 34 in the ACTs, dude. 32. This one made me laugh very hard, dude. This is the Ronda Rousey brutal AMA that took place, I want to say 2 days ago. This morning on my Twitter was the first post where Ronda Rousey was apologizing for her thoughts on the elementary school that got shot up by Alex Jones got confused with community for. It's pretty funny. We don't have to go through the whole thing, but let's just highlight what's happening here. So the AMA, hi everyone, this is Ronda Rousey. I recently launched a Kickstarter for my first graphic novel called Expecting the Unexpected. A bunch of stuff, right? It's her, I think it's about some, from what my research is like some pregnant lady in a comic book, basically. Expect the unexpected, you know, like when you're expecting a baby. Oh, yeah. Did she just have a kid or something? I know you don't know the answer. I think so. Okay. But I just know that the lady looked pregnant in the graphic novel. I see. So she's doing it. She's kind of like living Brendan Schaub's dream in a way, channeling your own comic. I wonder if her characters are going to meet Mr. D. Brendan Schaub like, oh, I would never buy that. It's not going to sell in the store. He's an experienced. He's like, look, I mean, I've sold comics, so I know it sells. Good luck with that. So, first one is pretty hardcore. It's just over a decade you tweeted this thing about that event, right? And then the other comments just start rolling in. This is what I don't like about Reddit on the computers that you can't really navigate to. Okay, so here, let's just go down here.
Hey,
Rhonda, big pro wrestling and MMA fan here. Thanks for taking questions. Who's your dream male opponent you'd like to work with? And New York, that's pretty disgusting. It's pretty serious about It's the one of interesting. Good, great turn. The best comments are the ones where it starts one way and then hits some hard because unexpected. Dude, if you want to spend like an hour going through them, there's so many messages exactly like that. Where they just complete 180 things. I wonder who's writing, like who's specifically cats or people who are pissed off about like somehow connected to what happened. I'm assuming this is large community of people that don't like spreading good misinformation about a shareholder just trying to get shit in. Do you plan on firing your PR team for this dumpster fire? Hey Rhonda, big fan. One quick question I've always wanted to add. So funny way to start. Do you find any irony in your acting performance as a professional wrestler in light of the fact that you were a vocal denier of that massacre and made claims that those involved were hired actors?
And then unfortunately after the sin,
Going on and on. It's honestly a really good read. I laid in my bed earlier because I was laughing. This is like the end of when you scroll all the way down on a fan special. Or how we found out you have to go to the bottom because like people have either they pay or they have all your comments go on the top. So you gotta, if you hate a stand-up special, you gotta scroll all the way down to the bottom. That's where you get the good stuff. Yeah, that's just a tip. That's why Reddit's so dope because on here, all the downloaded stuff is actually that made 3 questions. Like, so how old is the character? And like, where are they trying to find themselves later in life? And then there's just like negative 89 downvotes. That's so fucking funny. What if I mistake to do this? And so Ronda Rousey came out this morning and posted like a, screenshots of notes of her being like, it's been, I've been thinking about this every day like since it happened in 1990
So the Gemara says
she plays the team. Yeah, someone told me some like weird information. I just ran with it, like who would have doubted something like this? But you know what? Goes wrong. And you know what? Yeah, that's on me. That's on me, man. Deny a massacre of elementary school kids getting killed. Good. It's funny that it's a mistake, but then it's also about pregnancy, which it might be a mistake. Maybe the comic book was a mistake. Hey, Ronda Rousey doing comic books, how'd that go? Out of doing an MMA go. If there are too many things that are close, both questions can apply. Okay, this one's posted by Major Ad 4903. It's called Theo Still Figuring Some Things Out. And, he's got Donald Trump on the pocket. Great episode. I think there's some clips from it. I could be wrong, but it'll be later in the episode. Here's another one posted by Cold Guess. It's called Some Catnip from Our Beloved CEO of Eve Jeans. Brian Campbell posting the Eiffel Tower. Doing a comedy tour in Paris, but he still work as Nick B. Brian Campbell's like, cancel kids at Bates Mall. That's kids in They had a diss of it not being T-ball exactly. It's like, it's clever man, that Brian. This one's just funny. It's posted by Verkinski76. The Netflix special was so funny, I left out loud. It's his podcast. Joe Rogan's greatest. Michael Biaggi. Alright, this one's posted by Rare Ad 8656. Don't read the comments. I didn't really read this one yet. Let's see here. Well, it sounds good. However, I don't recall you being very accurate on other fight predictions. Interesting. Please tell me who gets it all right. That's why MMA is great. You never know. This is why most people in the MMA space are scared to pick anyone. It's tough to do. Without parodying haters, go through my picks, then go through someone else's. Let me know how. Let me know how that goes for you, my man. So, did Brendan write this, or did someone of the people that do social media? Dude, he's doing his own social media. You know this, right? It's the hell. Sorry. This is actually a show for the thugs on it. So it's definitely him visible.
His head is from Emeritus Road.
I'm surprised there's only one. This is like half spelled word. It's pretty good, but I mean, I can't imagine taking the time to write something that long with just one comment, right? Still doing it equally as great.
Which tells you that what
It's
Chazal
signs
thought
that he's
about
doing
Akra
great on it,
Da'atma.
because you know
Obviously,
what Kratom
not
likes to
finding the destination
long
is.
comments.
And that's it. But
Yeah, we know that. Because we did some anti-Kratom stuff at the beginning of the show, which we'll never do
How does
again.
marriage stuff?
We did it this last
What did I tell you?
And we always get people being like, it helps me. Listen, you guys don't get it. Or some people are really mad about it.
Nice. Like
Sorry,
the body,
there's this one lady that was high on Kratom, high on Verizon Kratom during our live stream, and she kept leaving like long fucking comments in the live chat. We never read them. Those were, I actually didn't read them. I probably wish her the best. Carla, I hope you're doing good. Okay, so this one is called It's All for the Cats, posted by Mike Shack86. Nobody knows who you are. Whoa, pretty awesome, dude. Toyota Yaris right there. You know what I'm saying? That's haphazard car. Yeah, haphazard. That's an Ohio, that's whipping it with the homeless garbage. Isn't that a sky in Ohio?
And it's fashioned from dirt of Eretz Yisrael. And therefore, by definition, embedded inside of each of us,
Ohio, the continent or the state? So this one's posted by I Broke My Back.
Is a piece of
This is when we get into Fine Combat. Okay, nice. San Jose Jack Johnson territory, dude, from Destin. Took this screenshot of Papa acting casual on Jerry. So, there's he's a walking billboard that we'll see coming up soon here. So satisfied to see the reactions to Izzy's loss posted by Jackie Van Noss. This is when I was watching the fight actually with the companion. Oh yeah, nice. It was pretty dope. Was it a good companion? I had to go see a doctor because I was close to ending my life. And that's how bad it was. It was really good. Oh, it was so good that you were like, I can't even. Life's not worth living. I'll never be this good. Let's see. God, I tried, guys. This was my download case. I tried, guys. It was immediately too ridiculous to continue. Sorry, guys. I was going to make this fuck up. Man, the Friars tonight was immediately done with the neon yellow DFAG and full redux. I'll be clocking out early. Yeah, there's a lot of merch on this new venture. Which is funny because on the old venture we got from ordering the jackets. They cut this fire sale. They cut half off everything. In fact, if you select something to buy, like we did with the jackets, it's like, oh, if you bought this, you qualify for even more merch. You get half off a jersey. Yeah, there's actually a face that comes on screen and goes, please buy something else. Please buy a sticker. Buy a sticker. It's $2. And I should have a sticker. I was hoping that would be that dope, but I feel like I'm regret it. But it kind of fits the desperation of wanting to sell those. I think they want to just get rid of all of the big boy merch now. Like they realized it was a mistake, and they got the best rates for marketing. They're like, well, we got to get rid of it. Let's just cut it at half price and then try to make more. And we cut it down until we get rid of like our 1,000 donut t-shirts that we have. You know there's a dickie out there that's like, I just bought something and they're giving me half off something else right now. Oh yeah, that was almost me. But I wonder if their fans, are they like blown away now that they can get this like really bad quality t-shirts and pants and all this stuff for like way less than before? Maybe there's some heavy big boy out there. Well, imagine if World Record Podcast, our favorite podcast, we have Trash Tuesdays, started to sell half off merch. We'd be like, dude, this is the best deal of my life. Yeah, I know. 100%. So there's some dickies out there that are stocking up on merch for sure. Yeah, I'm happy for them. There's a little thick kid going to school 5 days a week with a thick boy shirt different days. Yeah, probably not paying attention. This was posted by Air Pumper. They gave a hungry wolf a chance. And when people get famous, their face gets really red. Especially in the Joe Rogan universe. I wonder if that's a sort of initiation thing or it's a cream they make you use. I think they start suffering from corpococitis and specifically low quality vodka. I don't know if it's low quality. I have no idea. Lemon Party said it was low quality. Oh, they didn't like it. They drink a lot of tequila, dude. Or vodka, whatever. They drink a lot of vodka? Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah, okay, well, yeah, I don't trust that. And he's got the MAGA arm. He's got the image. Oh, okay. Stepping out. Trump shirt. Not the fight.
If you notice, by the way,
right.
What do you see about the first thing about the first thing was like? What do you see about it?
When he came out and did that Asian accent and he got canceled, that's like no different than Trump almost being assassinated. So I understand where you're coming from there. This is the face that you make when your life has been ruined.
Success.
This is the face you make when you were super blue at one time and turned red. Oh God, what did it? Honestly, I shouldn't talk about how anybody looks, but this looks like if you gave a really hungry horse a carrot. He's very excited.
You want to hang out with your friends?
An excited horse.
You have a dinner with your family? How much time? You relax going for a walk? How much time? You learn Torah? How much time? Everything needs to
But he is at the Carl Bassett flag campaign.
because if it's scheduled, number one, you'll maximize your time.
Pre-spilling beans or post-spilling beans?
Well, so you know this.
Oh, this
When
is
it's not
posting.
scheduled,
Oh,
when it's not
okay.
scheduled,
You spill the
time
beans on the
just
motherfuckers, you think you're super
evaporates.
cool, but
I
no,
think
you
that's
gotta
part of the
give
most
us He truly doesn't give a fuck. A man wearing a Trump fight shirt.
hour
I think
because
that's
we
what he's
have
like.
you ever have a day where you try to look back a little bit like how you spent
Trump
your
fight
day
merch, dude.
and your
We should get
time
some.
that you
What
can't
would be our
account
fight?
for it. That's right. I was like, I was in my office. I'm not sure exactly what
It's the
happened
opposite.
during that time.
It's for people that have been beat
Frustrating.
down.
It's
That's a pretty good
chances
idea. You
are,
know, Trump
if
is
you
like this.
can't account for the time, chances
Instead
are
of fights as
it
it
was
is.
not used productively and successfully. That is the adjustment, but even before the adjustment, that's the Ivana Shalom. To keep the successful time management is scheduling, and again, time management allows
We
for
did that comic book thing last
productive
week and they made
days.
it for us. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Shout out to you. Us merch. Haphazard posted this. He's a walking billboard.
I'm a Rabbi
Pretty much. I think he looks like very distinguished. Like if
a wild animal cannot
I'll be like, oh, this
go
guy's
ahead
smart.
and
I'm
invest
trying
in
to
that person
for the
unless
job
the
if he was on Joe
person himself
Rogan.
becomes
It
like
looks
the
like,
animal should.
wait, no, I take it back. It's a yellow hat.
Shall have
Yeah,
an
it's a
emotion
bad
in
hat,
you.
and it looks kind of poor quality. And the shirt is just so random. I think if you want to promote your merch, you should only wear one item. If not, like wear something else. Like just talk about your merch. It's kind of like calendars and flip-flops. But you know, sometimes, and you don't have to follow me if you don't want to. Sometimes our ladies dress this up, right? Dude, sure. Do you think slow down has anything to do with this? Babe, if you're gonna be on there, you can see a lot of people, you gotta wear all this. He's like, babe, no, I want to wear a fucking, what is Sean want to wear instead? And we're like, yeah, somebody, babe, we're gonna do donut shirt. No more of a donut shirt. She's like, that's really funny. She dresses in this, all of this like embarrassing shit that he wears, it's her fault. So like he has some totally normal shit on, and he's excited to go to the Carl Bassett flag campaign, and she's like, babe, I picked out your shit for Joe Rogan. He's like, whoa. He's trying to sneak out of the house. So she doesn't see it. She's like, babe, where you going? And she's holding up a shirt that says King on it. And he's like, all right, fine, I'll wear that. Thanks. And he's like, oh, don't forget. And she pulls a fucking yellow hat that says, I just designed this one. You gotta wear it on the pod. He loves her so much because he's a good guy. And he's like, fine. 30 entries. 30 entries. I got 30 boozer ideas. Boozer ideas a fucking stupid entry thing. He's like, oh my god, when people see this yellow hat, they're gonna die to like win that truck that you have or whatever that you drive around. So you drive. That has 60,000 miles on it already. Yeah, you get the truck and he's already driven it all over the place and it's got stains in it. Fucking kratom. Comes fucking rags. And she's like, babe, one more thing, don't you?
Come on.
I'll say this, he looks healthy. He looks healthy there. Yeah, he looks like he had 4 open tucks that day. You know what I mean?
But you're not actually
It's not a bad
interested in
picture.
anyone else's opinion.
Okay, then this one looks fine. It is 08730. Oh, he's hurt. Same picture as the last one we watched. When you watch your news special and realize you didn't fax steal from
so come on, let's see what they say. They say,
Did he steal from it too?
Come on,
All three? No, it's a joke. Okay.
I said,
This is how they do the fucking thing. They have the force. Right. And then now let's get to some chance clip. There we go. So this is my favorite moment of the fight. And this clip kind of like cuts it off before the whole collaboration finishes. But it's so funny. This is they're doing like a clip from another fight and then the touch on the screen. Okay. So check it out. What is it called? Bradley. We just want to keep doing our thing. We just want to keep doing our thing, Bradley. Confidence search 8648. Top of the
I'm going to come and go from the Yakama Show. So what happens now when man ultimately engages in his downward spiral, right? And man goes ahead and ends up sick. It's why Marvel, love the version of the flood, it's the blah, blah, blah. So the Malachim come back to that first part and they say, listen, God, I don't want to say he told you so, right? Because you would say, third group said nothing. But perhaps the two groups had a good point. So the book says, on the one hand, Vazikna Anu, Vazilani Esper. The response said, listen to this, until they grow old, I am still Hashem, and until they become Siva Ani, I will find them. And what is the most beautiful answer in the world. The response said, you're not right. You're still not right. This is how beautiful this is. Because even though my children are messed up so terribly, I believe in them. I am patient, and I will wait until they get their act together.
You're watching us on YouTube now.
The most beautiful and overwhelming tomorrow.
For some context, if you weren't watching the movie, they had live chat to see.
He's so profoundly disappointed.
It's kind of whack to do that. Just like have
And then my mom was saying,
what bugs me,
why
this
did
is
you
kind of
take
totally
them?
off
They're not
topic,
worth it.
is that we have live chats on our videos, and then they get automatically disabled afterwards sometimes. Maybe it's like Kedushible stuff being written in there. Okay, but and then when you go into the settings or editing, whatever, of that video, you can't even turn it back on. It won't let you. Very strange. Very over my head. I mean, I assume that they turn it off because, well, their narrative would be like a distraction to us watching the fight or talking. But really, it's because, look at that. Someone's got to take fun of that. Right? I'm just kidding. He's so smart. He's scared. He looks smarmy. You watch this on YouTube, like you try to make me into it too. We're not on YouTube, that's what I get from it. And then Tony afterwards like, Brian, don't ever bring up YouTube comments again on my show. Act like you've been here before, okay? You're not famous enough to bring up YouTube comments. See, that's for people like me and you. Hey, where's your bag of shirt? I'm trying to pull the Zucker. We're exhausted, don't you know? It's like, don't open up with the side cut. I like how he has the balls to be like, you're right. I'm so sorry, Mr. Rogan. I'll never be here again. I can't believe I did this in front of Brennan Shaw. Right?
No, it's the same. It's the same. It's just
my Tony clip. So this one's posted by Mitchie Slick LBC. Proof that Rogan now steals from our boy. They're painting a narrative. Rogan wrote that whole special. He's not on Chop's levels too, so
These people who 10 minutes, 5 minutes earlier had no idea they were going to be on the biggest stage in the world. They've been waiting for hours. They signed up. They waited up.
he's talking about Madison Square Garden.
Oh, yeah. The first time they ever went on stage. That's wild. Yeah, that's wild. I see. How out the tables have turned. The student becomes the master. Vice versa.
Let's go back to
both ways. They both do it. There's not a lot of power when the student becomes the master. Or the student will never outsmart the master or some shit. I'm sad that I know this. Because it's very crucial to me to know. But what you're looking for is that the student should outshine the master. Never outshine your master. That's what a 48 line for. I know that because I'm a saint. That bag help me. That book helped me scoop up the. Exactly. Okay, that's not how you want to be changing it. He's on top teaching you right now. By no time you'll be able to look at the Latina and be like, she pretty damn. She got a cum on her back. This one's posted by Basements called Tony for the Wall of the Fight Committee. So I'm going to be honest with you, this clip was pretty boring. So what I want to do is turn down the volume a little bit on Joe talking, and I want to hear Tony's thoughts. Okay, so channel Tony right now. Give me a second.
Out of all the suffering that we saw in Rabbi Akiva, not enough adoration minhaya. As was now, it's a very sharp shirt over there, which is actually fantastic. Adoration was a heritage. Now again, more explanation for this. right? منها שנאמר ויקרא שם אלוקים אל האדם ויאמר לו אייכה. So it says to Adam, Ayaka, where are you? And he says, Nata Itacha, where did your heart go? Where did your heart turn? So it's like, we're not over here for today. But again, here I'm going to a little bit of a cliffhanger. So to understand, these Gemaras now are going to focus on a little bit different. They're essentially oriented down. Now, how to understand those Gemaras and what it really means, and that's on our website. So tomorrow we'll learn back from together. Here are the first Shabbos of the daf. We're going to do it together, man. Hashem. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be incredible. Another ridiculous Agadah Gemara tomorrow. It's going to be great. Roadside. Now we'll come up to doing our first week here in Rabbi Smakish and how the Bible is many years to come. Dr. Yomi's going to be here. So you not only is going to be here, man.
Yeah, so Tony's going through it. He's got some shit to figure out, dude. It's all good.
Wonderful Shabbos. Shit, what
are your thoughts about that, dude? What does he think is real for him? Verbatim, what'd you say?
I didn't hear what the other guy was saying, so maybe he's just like trying to take it in. He's like, what am I going to say next kind of thing? Or like, I mean, I wonder if he's honestly thinking about like, was it a good idea to wear this MAGA shirt? Is that me now? Because that is you now. If you do that, that's you.
He's like, maybe I can do a show at the Coliseum. So in Rome, this one's posted by Guild Guitars. Listen, I love Guild Guitars. Clip is great. It's a good pick to pick up. So it's called "You Know I'm in the Business of Likability." 7 minutes long, Daddy. So
Oh shit!
let me know if you want to pause
Good music.
You know it. Guild Guitars, Daddy. Let's see.
You know I'm in the business of likability.
Today, fact is not the cast. We're actually going to show you some
It's a masterpiece.
So
his kids suffer from
they suffer from disease.
Just wake up, you'll front you. That's their fault. You trying to get a crib? I just had it done.
So you have to know how to execute. In order to go ahead and be solid in the beliefs, you have to know how.
The Pacino thing. I think what bothers me the most about it is laughing that hard at your own joke. Because Brian's not laughing at all.
Stand up in
Anyone who knows
Yeah, he's like, this is a good bit. When I call his kids ugly,
then you should answer. Really low the hot
right.
But if
So
you're not
how would you call them ugly without
as believe this, then you shouldn't get involved.
Kids?
Look, there's nothing just the
I would be
idea,
like,
which is,
those fucking
don't
ugly.
get involved in answering up the heretics
am I supposed to laugh?
unless you manage to know your stuff.
Fucking pregnant
Because
and
one
again,
thing,
dude.
If I was trying to be funny.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. I guess he's signaling to Brian that he should laugh, but Brian's not.
Brian's good, dude. He's trying it.
He's trying to save Brennan.
So one thing we have to give them incredible credit for two things. Number one, they're passionate, and number two, they know their stuff. Now, you should know that you have to be able to entertain you and to talk about it. If you engage, you know how to engage. You don't know what to do this, then don't get involved. You don't know about it. I'm going to listen to it. So the prophet says, and Moshe, God says, rise to God, so send to God. Now what the community was trying to do was to show the God. See, there are two deities. There's the one who's speaking from and this is the one who's speaking to Moshe. And the one who's speaking to Moshe says, Moshe, you should go up to God. You go up to Hashem. As if the speaker is one deity and Hashem is one. So the Gemara violation just said the same thing. Amalei, because he said from the Kachon to Shmos Kishin Rabbi. This refers to the Kachon and Alachon Kachon. His name, Kachon,
But he's serious, dude. It's like, is he doing a bit?
is literally
Like, it was almost like he was like
doing a bit, and then he realized how like offensive the bit is. He's like, "Oh, I got confused. I'm actually really stupid." He was doing a bit. He was trying to be funny, so he laughed. And he really was like, and then in his brain was like, "Oh, you gotta pretend like it was really thought that." That's what happened. Yeah, I forgot about that clip. I mean, I'm assuming. Who does? That's a crazy, stupid move. We all know Bernie Chop is Mexican, dude. That's true. He's allowed to say it. No. I'm saying that he knows what Lucha Libre is, dude. He's not allowed to say that shit. He's allowed to say, like, it's like our next Mexican and Nacho Libre. Well, if you're a Mexican, then you can make Mexican jokes, okay? Even if you're, Brandon would say Taco Bell Mexican. I mean, literally, he's spicy. That's true, right? That's true. He's talking about men's daughters on earrings. So if I were to like, and I never would do this. Well, you know, I'm capable of very stupid things. So let's say I try to make a Nacho Libre joke, and you call me out, or I'm gonna show that you're wrong. These are last shoot. And Eddie Bravo is like, dude, you shouldn't say that. What I do in that situation is I go, okay, real quick. How many tricks? I go, honestly, I'd be like, you're right. I don't know why I did that. I apologize. It was really stupid. I didn't even know if I should keep. Are you cool with me keep going on the show? Is it alright? And but what he does is he goes, the movie. That's so funny.
So God this is fire and sulfur. Fire and sulfur. So why does it say Me'is Hashem? It should say Me'is Torah. God already mentioned it. You don't think that Hashem again.
I can pretend like I thought that Nacho Libre was Lucha Libre.
One engagement at each show. So I'm gonna have COVID. So if you want to particular going through, like marriage is not like a metaphor, like the money.
It's sort of thing like a kid might do.
It was a little longer.
If a kid saw and they saw and they were excited by the wrestling, they might be like, Nacho Libre, and then like the Mexican fighters be like, that's the racist ass kid. But they wouldn't know that the kid was just
I got
a kid. But the
I
kid
got
still get bought.
This is like I'm a lot of myself. I'll go to see not on
Why did I tell you? Now, this journalist is like Ellen in LA. When he comes to LA,
I don't remember myself. Never said to his wife, I'll go to see not on the shade. Listen to my voice. Listen to my voice. The wives of 11. The shy of 11. Why does it say wives of 11? It should have just said wife. Listen to my voice. Forever, destroy for her. How can I be
The Helen thing is true. I worked on it. My first day, some poor writer put a knife on my desk and said, if you haven't used this by day 3,
it's true by being a true by for the part of the I'm on another part, so the smells very fast. It says to one brand new. Really know this stuff. Really know this stuff.
I know, I remember that like it was yesterday.
And then Miguel won and he got fired. I heard it in Sheer.
True, because he got the bus. She said that.
I heard it in Sheer, and I was able to go ahead and take it with me.
Yeah, she pulled out her pussy when you were in the car.
Yeah,
she was like, I'm your girlfriend now. I didn't know you were sad. She was like, I'm your girlfriend now. I don't know why she would do that. She was like,
you would do 1/3 halacha, tilsa I got it off, 1/3 I got it off, tilsa must, 1/3 mashalim. You should also say he's an incredible episode because you see the beginning in order to
he called it.
I didn't start that. You're all being a journalist. They need to tell the stories of the warriors. So you're doing complete
representing many different things. Some representing the slide some representing the most important nations of the world. We're always representing those who are trying to undermine and compromise. Yet they are at 300 fox mashal. Va'anu ein lana ela shalish. we only have three remaining ones for the top of our festivals, right? Those three mashal, those we're going to see three mashal are really one mashal. The three parts of one mashal are based on the following three psukim. Number one, top of Lamates. Although Yofu Osai, Rishine Banim Kigana, the fathers will eat sour grapes, and little pieces of the sons will be attacked. Ma'asmin Kavik Ba'azmin Kavik, you should have just reaching measures, and Sarah Nefla, Vayavo Rashi, Tzadi Tzar Nefla, Vayavo Rashi Kacham. The Tzadi will be saved, ultimately given from Tsar, and the Rasha will keep his face. So once it's locked in, that's the figure of Rashi. We'll just describe what we're starting to do. So much to do today. Figure of Rashi. Listen to this. Top Rashi, Avos Yofu Rosa. Mashal, this is the Mashal. Sheriva Hashua Latazev, the Connie from Hatsai in Erev Shabbos. There was once a story of a fox who convinced a wolf to enter into the Jewish courtyard in Erev Shabbos. Uletakim Imohem Tzarkei Suda, V'yokol Imohem B'Shabbos. So what did the fox tell the wolf? Listen, Rushi Gemara, Komi Shetarach to Erev Shabbos, Yokol B'Shabbos. So wolf, here's what you need to do. Go into the Jewish courtyard, offer your assistance to help them prepare for Shabbos, and they will give you Shabbos. They will allow you to do them on Shabbos. So what happens? You can show on the colors. When the wolf is in the courtyard, keep right on the back clothes. So what happened? They attacked the wolf. The wolf walked in, and the resident of the courtyard attacked the wolf. The wolf badly beaten and comes back. He comes back to kill the fox. שפעם אחת ישראל שתיים בסביבו, ואוכל as cold, not like cold. So the wolf, the fox said to the wolf, you were only beaten up because of your father. Because one time your father offered to help the Jews set up the Shabbos, and instead of helping them set up, he ended up eating all of the food. I'm a little shit. I thought he was okay. Because of my father's action, I should be eating. I'm a little late, which the fox said yes. Although Yofu's master, Rishine Banim Kigana. Ultimately, again, so it wasn't the first part of the muscle was.
Honestly, it doesn't look like here's two soy boys right here, and we're laughing hard.
Were the misdeeds of the father. That's lesson one. Next. About boiling, but the muscle goes up. About boiling, the RA, welcome that hope is gone. But the fox says to the wolf, come with me, and I'll show you a place where you can be satiated. Follow Allah the air, the house of Muta East, Gafna the Moshkov Allah, the Shnei Rashaka of Shnei Dalim Shir. So what happened? The fox brings the wolf to a well. And there's a border cross the well, that's the part of the police system with two buckets. What happened? Nitna Kashor Bia, the Hikmit, the Yard of the Mata, the Zalia Saxon Allah. زياد لما حسن الله يجيش كان باصر بالجيل ما قبل الصلاة بهيرو لو تموت على بلد الناس يجلس على من بدون حكيم so the fox wolf strikes down to the fox. Why did you run to it? That's because there's plenty of food. So the fox lets it let you see. So the fox shows the wolf which looks like a wheel of cheese. So try to pretend like there's cheese down here in the well. So I'm gonna hit. So which wolf is touched like it down there. I'm gonna leave coming out of the via area. Nicht not here, it's the young to be. I'm gonna hit and know that what happens, the wolf goes in, the wolf goes down, the fox comes up, the wolf realizes there's no food down there. How do I get back up? I'm a low, side the foods are necklace, the yellow Russia packs up. Fox see, there's never obviously again, I'm the you're the Russia, you're in trouble. I'm safe from the well, so we'll say, so these were the leftover mashallah there, and fox mashallah, these would be that we have. And we will say, each of these mashallah in and of themselves, incredibly profound stories. Message number one, that we have to be careful with our actions. It's not going to impact us, but they impact the next thing. Message number two is don't get fooled by the reflection of the water. Sometimes things look a certain way. Check to be Nevada. What are you doing in life? How you living? The decisions you make sure you're not just following some reflection of the moon of the water and thinking that it's cheese. And number three, that sometimes ultimately, again, this part of the muscle, the other muscle, they want to be different pictures than Rashi. there must be more. But the third part of the mashal is ultimately again that scales of justice are always
even tighter than probably
at the end of the day, the emotional over will always right the scale between everything of the world. Good, right. I'm going to call for the Gambiel. Elohim Ganam.
this is like
So there was particular culture, particular heritage, the state of the Gambiel, your God is Sid, Bayakal Sholakim Kardema Al Ha'adam, Bayashin. So what happened? Pasuk says, the emotional Adam policy, and then he put Adam ribs and he fashioned Adam. So the culture said, your God is a heritage matter. Your God is a thief. Your God is a thief. He steals ribs. He steals ribs from sleeping people. Amalei Bartes, let's get to this. So his daughter, this is not the Gamliel's daughter. The Pashtus, this is the daughter of the Herod. So Amalei Bartes, Shaki, the Anima Hadron Alei. So the daughter said, Gamliel, I got this. Let me answer you. Amalei, Tunuli Dukas Echad. So she said to her father, can you provide me with a judge? Dukas Echad means an upright judge. Amalei Lamalei. So she said to her, why do you need a judge? So she says, Listin Bo'o Arino Halayla. So last night the house is broken into. And what happens? The Notlu Mimenu Kiko Shazesed, the Nikola Kiko Shazon. The thieves came in, they stole our silver pitcher, and they left the gold one in its place. Amar Latu, the father responds to her, Ulevai Shiyavo Alenu B'Kol Yom. Right? Otherwise, you should have nothing, we should have breakers like that every single night. This below Yota, which the gold is found. Below Hata, below Yota, Hayano, Admonisha, Shalaku, Shalahaka. The National ship of the Shamsha, and the girl was back to her father. Was it not good ultimately again? Was it not good for Admonisha, how the rich taken from it? The word choice for the key is quite interesting. It's quite interesting. But also, let's say you have to understand something. This is a natural
he's a successful guy. He has all this shit. He's got.
You
can't go around acting like this when you got all these important businesses behind you. Like, what does Rain think about this kind of behavior? Helix, Bro Nicotine, they can't have this guy threatening and beating up journalists, people on Twitter, and all this. It's not a good look. Not a good look for a Black Widow exhaust.
It's based on your marriage.
I always thought about that too. They don't have like a promo code for Rain. They don't have like a special flavor for Rain.
And who knows how her father treated her mother. But obviously, the way she viewed a wife and a husband was a shit club and the master. But whatever, we're not getting into that.
Yeah, they're all fucked
And
up
anyway,
because
the
no one's
point
going
that
to
she
drink that
was
shit.
making to her father was what? The point that she was making was,
look at his hat. I mean, his
God
hat
took a
says,
risk.
go
God took a
fast.
risk. But he gave Adam Harishon
Right now, I would argue that he's dying.
Not
literally,
that.
figuratively. In all these clips, he's like kind of dying.
I know
right?
Adam got a good deal. He
Performance-wise,
gave a rib, got a wife. I
skills-wise,
got it. But why did it have to be done while
the literal hat says
or
what you shouldn't do, and he's doing it.
Why does that have to
He's
come
going too far.
Why does he have to come quiet,
What about go
sneaking?
fast?
Why can't he just take the
That's
rib from
another
Adam while Adam is away?
It's a little negative, right? Go fast, don't die. Go fast, live is a lot more positive. Maybe you gotta get more positivity in the room. He thinks he's killing too. He's on drugs. He's like, he starts doing stupid, like weird voices. But he can't even really understand a lot of what he's saying. Like, would you be in a room with him? He's talking about some random Brian, some random comic fighting journalists. Why would they ever fight? I bet you win. He's kind of good douchey Brian too. He's like, you're old, but you still beat his ass, you little bitch. What are you, 55? He's like 52, and he's like 58. He doesn't know the first time. In many ways, he's like even though he criticizes homeless people, he's like whatever. He acts in a way that a drunken homeless person would act. If you gave a homeless man millions and millions of dollars, it would not be unlike what you see. Immediately, they go like, make your own show. They say, here's $1 million. What do you want your show to be called? They're like, Two Town.
There was a particular culprit.
What's it going to be about?
I know exactly what Judge God is doing. The Hippanyaki, where exactly I know exactly what Judge God is doing already. It's not just Islam.
I don't know, but then it takes years because you spend most of it drinking yourself.
I'm going to lay Ben Echad Yeshid across the carpet.
What do you want to call them podcasts? The golden hour.
Hello. Rabbi Gamliel says, I have a son
Like, he
who's
didn't
over
even hear
and I
the question.
said,
Golden hour is just slang for heroin.
Listen, I haven't seen him in a long time, and I wish I had such
This is like a cheap Trader
But
Joe's
you
beer.
know, must explain it here. Can you show me? Or can you tell me where
That's not what the beer
show me
says.
where you know everything?
Whatever is what I call it.
Amar, me
Are you drinking out of a shoe?
how should I know? The focus said, how should I know where your son is? Amar, like,
I mean, a homeless guy that you gave lots of money would need a handler to make sure they
don't know
waste
where
it,
someone on this earth
spend it appropriately,
you know what
bring themselves out of poverty. His
But
homeless wife
I'm
is
like,
fighting him on Starbucks drive through. He has to run over there with the shopping cart. My hero, he's killed somebody. He's killed a family. He came here and he saved me from the evil family that were in my
You
way.
never know what a person is going to all of these programs, all of these
That was great.
and yes, there's a piece of very personal that obviously is on the inside. That we know that he had a son overseas. He had found it like in the obviously trying to excuse the progress, but it was like the moment of the he's kind of like it. You know, like I'm really talking about the Sid, more than this motherfucker. Plus, it says
That might be
it's
it.
that he almost went over counts.
This honestly, Gil guitar should
My
play in like a bar or like a club or something.
I don't know
You're just like hanging the cats hanging out, cats drinking, dancing, and it's like you see like a cat just like dancing with some chick, and it's like, oh really, dude? That's what magic like. Oh, she just
become a hard little.
I
So
you
we
go
got
to a girl,
a
you go
basket
dance.
filled with goodies,
I
and he
dare
started
you. I
shaking
bet
it
I
around.
dare you.
And he said,
You're
I'm a
feeling like you're
He said to the coach, watch your count.
She's like, you want to get out of here?
I'm
I'm
on
like,
like, maybe
maybe after the next one.
hold it back.
Maybe after the next one. Yeah, after the next
I'm
check,
like,
dude.
yeah, now
And she's like, you're right, this is pretty good.
So
Oh, I love this clip.
Now me
You
happy
dance.
You might
Yeah, right. You dance. Hey, man, you want to go see Gil Guitar live in concert next week?
So you can't go ahead and count
It's him playing the guitar while clips playing. Or like, he's a DJ. He's got the fucking glasses on and the fucking DJ shit. He's like Avicii. Yeah, big dick on him. Sorry about that. The debate
I
drop.
can count all of the stars. I'm only
Alright, so this one's called Rinks gives Papa a taste of his own medicine. He's hurt. I don't know why this cable is
Tell me
fucking
how many
fucking
people, how many boulders do you
I got too many cables.
Shut
Dead.
up, yeah, they
Posted by Hey Mark
The guy
Winsky.
puts the cover,
Let's see
begins,
here.
puts
This
his
guy's
hands in
very
his
sweaty.
mouth, and literally begins counting
How
off
do you
his feet.
feel
So I'm
this
gonna
is when
let you put the
fans
for your
don't
guy.
jump
Because
scare?
here,
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's
you
like,
don't have any
I'm going on TFAK, better have my shirt on.
Tell me that you don't have many
I'm not gonna put a shirt on for that crap.
I'm gonna
It
go
was
over
like
the
Keith Soul or
We
Keith
should
Johnson.
butter
Or
or butter
it's Keith Johnson. It's Keith
So there's
Johnson.
another
Yeah.
cover.
I
Listen,
get
whether
like
all of this
fish,
is
similar
like the
fish
same
there, I guess.
unit,
Yeah, if he was
or
bald, basically.
multiple they go through each phone.
He's not bald, right? I know, but it's like, no
I
one seeing the vision.
don't know if it's the same
Oh,
by
yeah, like,
multiple
okay,
people.
don't even say that. I take it back. I'll cut the pineapple seed.
You understand?
We're like, oh, he doesn't deserve this. This should be Hank Alive or this. It's like, hey man, you realize clearly he doesn't decide if he got a title shot. He got the chance. He got the shot, and you're like, hell yeah, that's what I've been working my whole life for. They don't realize that you have no control over it. When do I talk? This is gonna be another one of those bits where he goes, yeah. Probably. How are you supposed to answer a question like
And
this?
the most important piece
It's like a speech. And by the way, Brian will fuck you up too. He's 58 years old. Yeah, when he stops liking whoever this guy is, he's gonna be like, listen, if you were two in a room, I think you'd fucking beat his ass.
You lost
I was like, don't say that.
The
Stop
greatness
saying
of this is so stupid. This is so
Title shot, like,
is
hell yeah.
the head of
Camille, I want to add this too. Sorry, because I want to piggyback on that, which is that we're also really excited about this fight.
measure is so light, he responds,
Music is great.
Alright, anyway, you might see the following. So the company's going to go me up. We should buy a hot and go bar.
Every time he does the sequence, his thumb is like in a strange position. Maybe he broke it doing bad things.
You may hard with bowling do I. Because once you told you plus it uses in almost two different Lashonas. There's Yotzer Island, back the mountain, and Board to each
Yeah, maybe ranking of 8 or whatever, but all of us went, all of us were passing it between ourselves. We're like, oh shit, look at this. This is scary. This is the one who's rugged enough to step,
like
in that space. Is like,
Risha
I feel like
Barazell
stay out of it.
Barazell.
Like,
So
it's
maybe
not
you're going to
real.
say by Ultimate
Oh,
also.
yeah, it's always
Just that,
possible
like
that
you've
it
written by
it's
itself.
not
So maybe
AI.
again that means
Definitely from
that two
TFK,
different
but
guys
it has that
created
weird
that as
surreal
well.
feeling
Do
to
what
it, you know?
Gemara says. You Here's the problem. Tefach HaTefach Yishba Adam, Yishba Adam, Ushnein Ekalim Yishbo, Misha Baral Delo Barazeh. The problem is, how would you then divide up that? Sometimes you could have two orifices where the first one is shooting to each other. There's not a tefach that doesn't have something on the body. So the mice are going to say that there's one body to this, one like that. Shinem, as the Gemara says, Shinem, Hanota Ozna Lo Yishma, then Yotza Ayin Ala Yovit. Amaleyin, which the Prophet said, yes, it could be that multiple gods created, man as well. Amalei, Shach Nisa, Kulan Spaisu, to tell you, how is it that when man dies, all the body is entirely shut down? Are you telling me then that all the divine partners in man, all of you, that man should die at the same time? Which are the government therefore will dispute the assertion. Man was created by different guys. I'm going to go on the Gusha. Not know that. Let's see what the Gusha is. The Gusha is a sorcerer. So what happens? He says, you called off the Eloi, the hormus, the upper part of your body belongs to the hormus. Hormus actually points out was a shape. You called off the Kasoi, the opposite. The bottom part of your body, right from the middle to the bottom, is ruled by outwards. Outwards means
it's kind of like
this
weirdly,
sorcerer saying upper part of your body is ruled by a shape, the lower part of your body is ruled by God. I'm going to let you came.
Yeah, I mean, it's watching like a professional journalist do their job, and they
But if that's the case, then ultimately again,
dog-brained lunatic.
how does Hormus rule over the lower part of the body? Allow Hormus to rule the upper part of the body to go ahead and allow Hormus to pass over everything that's ingested
Big shoots. I think it's
right?
posted this stuff.
Excreted over the lower part of the
Big
body.
shoots.
So why is it that the ruler of the lower part of the body would allow that to be ingested by the upper part of the body to flow to it? I'm gonna keep some time. Let's listen to this. This is what I'm reading like. Let's all become one nation. Let's become one united people.
Okay, no. Sorry.
Let's become one united people.
Did he say Kamal Harris?
So to which
I think it might just be
said,
like,
beautiful.
it could
Actually,
be, but
it
if
was
it is, I
actually
don't
a
know
good
it. I think he's just kind of like saying,
was
how
actually
like, is
given
it
to a
dude
friend
that
of mine.
did
So it was listening to a Messianic era.
Ben
All the
just
nations
get
become
like that
united.
almost sounds like something I would
Let's
say.
become one united
So,
nation.
I get it.
Jonathan says, sounds great. But here's the issue.
Goody, don't sleep on him. He's really good at role playing. He's voting for
We
Kamala.
who
This
are
one's hosted by
circumcised
haphazard.
become like
It's
you.
called
Also,
response to the DDP
Mahalu
controversy
Kamas.
with the Nike.
You who are not
I haven't seen
you
this
who are
yet,
not
so I'm excited.
circumcised could
Of
become
course,
like
got the
us.
king on king,
Right?
dude.
Down says,
Here's
so
got the
listen to this.
defect
All
on
right.
king.
Which is
Outfit
Caesar's
attire right
response.
now, dude.
Neighbor shepherd. You know what?
And this is
He
how
said
it goes.
He said good.
You
However,
know, I'll
Miu,
give you a hot
Kahafi,
take.
Tizaki, Lamal,
There's a
Garbage,
reason a
Here's
lot
the
of people
people.
in space
But there's
don't
only
make
one problem.
pigs.
Anyone
We do.
who bests the Caesar,
And it's
anyone who
not
outsmarts the Caesar,
worthy,
has to
or
be
it's
thrown into a
just,
den of
you know,
lions. So she got
pick the entire
excellent
card
point.
from the
Right,
prelims.
but now,
and
again,
then-
anyone
so
who
it's
could
just, it's not
universally
that big.
consider to be in the
I go
front
on the paint.
to
Anything
best
I do,
the
I go
Caesar,
over the top.
so
I
it kind of
just
could be right,
help what I
but
do.
because you're
I
so
go
right,
on the
you're going to get
paint.
thrown into a den of lions. So what happens?
He's
Shadjul is
going
thrown into a den of
Well, we
lions.
never looked up soy boy.
But the
Oh,
lion
okay,
is
yeah,
that
yeah. I kind of want to look
I'm
up the
gonna
definition because
look
what if
at
you
it,
look it up and it's just a picture
We're
of the
so happy
baby
to
guy?
see that he kind of
Okay,
thrown
let me
into the den
let's
of
look up
lions.
soy boy.
He
Soy
says,
boy.
here's
I
the
want to
problem.
know
High
like
below
soy boy
Akua,
slang
you should below
definition.
coffee.
Definitely a
Yes, the
pejorative.
reason they didn't eat
Maybe
it is because he probably fed
urban
the animal
dictionary or
rich,
something.
they're not
I got
hungry.
this. It
So
has
what
its
they
own
do?
Yeah, soy
Shadjua
boy
made
is a
it
pejorative
they
term.
threw
What does
the
that mean?
heretic in
Pejorative.
there. Va'achlu,
Lacking.
and they ate
Bad.
it.
Negative.
And so apparently the
Sometimes
lions
used
were
in
hungry.
unlikely to
Right,
describe
but
men
again,
perceived
it's
to
just
be
not
lacking
very
masculine
I'm gonna
characteristics. So
go for
basically,
the
what I said.
Amisu, Kope, Asara, Shrinta, Shai.
Yeah, so just
The
that.
Jews
Yeah,
say
mostly
that
it's
whenever there are 10
the
Jews assembled,
Oh, okay.
the
I was
Shekhinah
hoping
rests
it
its
was going to be
presence
like
there.
Chan or
So
something.
how much Shrinta Ika?
Well, they tried to do that thing on
How many
James,
Shekhinahs are
where
there?
if you look up
The
images,
Shekhinah
that
could
he'll
eat
pop up. Let me
every
see if it
single
does that. I
person
want to
in
go.
their place. It doesn't make sense.
No, he's not
Which
anywhere.
we might look into
Okay,
this.
guys,
So
get on
Gamil,
it.
Kai in the
Let's get
chat.
this.
So
Let's get that
Gamil
up.
called
Let's
over
get
the
these
chat.
numbers up. And I want to say that we started the show after the soy
Love
boy craze. So we were a party to
He
that.
hit the Shabbos
Right,
in
when
the
it first
marriage.
happened, sure.
He
Let's
struck.
see here.
Arale, Anai Ocean Shabbat Daisy, the Kofer. Why do you allow sunlight into the home of the Kofer? אמר לי,
right
שימשה,
after winning a world champion, would I get on Twitter and fire back at the Probably not. That's
Shami
probably
says,
what,
Yeah, you do that.
Shami said, what are you talking
all
about?
the time
The
for
sun
when you don't want
shines
Yeah, Al
everywhere.
Pacino's daughter's
Sun
finding her own
shines
business,
everywhere.
dog, and you're
I
just
can't
shitting on
prevent
her.
all of
We
the
just
rays
read
of the
3
sun
comments from this
entering
week
into the
alone
home.
where you were responding to random people
ומה
who were
שימשה,
making
אחד
fun of you for a
מאלף
bad
אבי
prediction.
ליבו,
Yeah.
שם שמכני קודשנו.
the accomplishment
The
of beating
sun,
what I,
which
what I
is one of
think
the
is
many
the greatest
thousands
middleweight of all
of
time.
creations and
That's what I would do.
serving
But
before
again,
Baruch.
teach its own.
They
You know,
call
when
it
I was fighting, I was like champ,
yet
you know,
shines
top
upon
10,
the
yeah, the
entire
closest I
world.
got.
She's
10,
the
you
that
know,
which
but
Baruch
it's a far cry
Allah
from DDP, man.
or the most of
So
the
I
Shekhinah
get it.
itself,
But
is
even
shine
when
and
I
has
was
the
in the top 10,
presence
I
of
had a guy pick.
all the way how
So how do you get it
Yabo.
if you wouldn't do
So
it?
there was a particular
He says, I get it.
Yabo.
Yeah, I mean, that's just his way of being
Your God is like a bad,
taking a
like a
stance,
God.
but then
Your God is a
trying
jester.
to soften the
He
stance of
makes
it.
fun of people.
He's
He
like,
makes fun of
listen, he's a piece of shit, but and he's like the worst, and I wouldn't do that, but I understand what he did. It doesn't really make sense, but to him, he
sleep
thinks
on
he's
your
like
left side.
hiding his opinion. Like, people can't accuse me for saying that.
Then he
Job
says,
is all knowing.
sleep on your right
Yeah,
side.
I'm playing 40
So,
chess. I should have said that 40 chess. They
your
were
God
playing
considering
fucking
me, why is he doing
all
that to
kind
your
of
Tesco?
checkers, homie. Yeah, I mean, I can't even afford the chess pieces that Brendan has on
As this exchange
his
was
chess
occurring,
table. I'm saying, yep, I can't even afford
Asa
me.
Utamida, I'm a late, my time at the Shia,
He picked
there was an
against me.
Andrew Min,
In
time
an
this
interview.
conversation on
That'll
Rabbi. One of the Tamidim of Rabbi Yavol comes along with Rabbi.
So you see
Why
Mike,
is it that
dumbass,
we have
saying this, he's gonna beat the shit
Why
out
do
of him. Yeah,
you-
so
well,
you back them, man.
Hashta Aminu
That's why a lot of
Musa
people's face
the
don't
shadow
do
of the
this.
eyes.
I'm different.
Rabbi Yavol
I
is
don't
not
get
amazing.
I
But
get
it needs
it.
one answer.
Yeah,
They
you need
answer
some real
both of the
God,
questions.
It's just
The
what you
inside
got.
was why God is telling
Yeah,
Tesco
you know, I
sleep on
expect
this
this
side,
stuff.
sleep on that
And,
side. As
you
well
guys
as
say
the
something
answer
wrong.
to what the
completely off.
Listen to this. Amr
You know, it wasn't a case of like Izzy versus Strickland, where Izzy didn't show up
Zarushin,
and Strickland beat
I
the
want you
brakes
to
off him,
work the land.
and it was like a shell of
Yes,
what we're
you
used
shall.
to.
And I want you to
TDP
observe a sabbatical year on the
Man,
7th.
one of the best versions of Izzy I've ever
Sha'aret
seen.
Shem.
Like, kudos to him.
In order that you
And
should
I was
know
thinking about it,
that
even
the
after the
land
campaign, or
ultimately
even during the
belongs to
campaign, I was like, I just can't.
the Hingle also was one of the reasons
Like,
for
it's not
for
that
Rose is because
I can't give it up.
we do not properly observe
Him
Shema.
firing off at me, sure. I
Elo
get it, man.
Hatu
I
Hidom.
get the exact
Instead,
same
he
thing.
sinned
I take no offense to it.
Shema, and therefore we
No
were
offense.
exiled. Min Hagu Sham Olam,
Me and
Basta
Strickland,
Hidom,
we get
Shesar
into it
Halam,
on social media.
So the
which
Minag
is
Olam is
But
when it comes to
conversation,
an
okay,
earthly
you know, I love you,
if
man. Like,
teams
it's all
don't do
good.
it, they'll
You
be
know, they do.
Imach,
I'm not
sorry,
that guy.
Horig is cool.
You thought I was
If the
upset.
king is cool,
If
he'll
I
wipe
got
out your
3
entire
kids, I'm
team.
41.
Rachman,
I'm
he's
not worried about
compassionate.
shit talking about
Horig
Twitter,
Ketzer, will
Instagram,
kill
dude.
half of
It's the
them.
last thing I'm worried about.
Im Rachman,
About
Mali
that stuff.
Rachman,
I
if he's
get
really
it.
compassionate,
I get all
then
of it.
Miyasir
This
Hagidolim
team,
Shem
fuck yeah, I'd be offended,
And what will
dude.
he do?
Fuck
He'll
yeah.
afflict the great ones. He'll afflict, meaning he'll give afflictions to the
He
leaders,
blames somebody else's
representing
team.
that by punishing the leaders,
It's
that
never
will
someone's
atone
individual
ultimately
fault.
again for the rest
He's
of the
a job as a
populace.
communist,
Av Kaka Kodesh
right?
Baruch.
The team,
Because I saw the same with the
proletariat, everyone
emotion.
together.
Miyasir Cheskel, כדי למרק עוונותיהם של ישראל.
Hell yeah.
Ultimately, again, the
I get it.
emotion was
I
afflicting
was
Cheskel. This idea of sleep on the right, sleep on the left, making Cheskel
You know,
this
when I was
concern
fighting,
was
Twitter was even that big.
was suffering for Cheskel. For
They're
what
still
purpose?
around, they had
Ultimately,
it, but
to
I was
atone
on
for
Twitter
Cloud Israel
calling
for
the
the fact that
journalist
they
out,
did not observe the Shema.
the
Amor Yahu
entertainer,
Mirad Yavo.
dude, saying I
Elkeichem
suck,
Cohen.
I'm losing this
So there
fight.
was a thing that
It's just not what I
mentioned
did.
about God is a Cohen. How do you
It's
God
just
is a
not what I
Cohen?
do.
The Yichud
But yeah,
Shuma.
DDP, nothing but love for him.
Because the
Shouldn't
Pasuk
be
says,
noise if
the
we ever
Yichud
met.
you should take the meat Shuma.
He does a
See the
version
God
of
is
that
Cohen.
so often,
Carry the
where
motion,
it's
the
just this
Mike
long,
So
drawn
that's
out
the case. Because Baruch
like
was a
thing where he
Cohen.
goes, you know
We've
what,
also
man,
very
at the end
close
of
to
the day, like a bunch of, what are those
Baruch was a Cohen.
phrases that
And
mean
that means he
nothing?
was coming from us.
I don't know what the word
What
is, but
is
at the
the-
end of the day,
Like,
if you ask
how did
everyone
he
around,
purify himself?
man,
The
you
Hitain
know,
of
that's just the
the
way the
maybe
cookie
it's
crumbles.
when
He does it
he immersed himself
over and
in
over
water.
again, and I wonder, like,
Me,
who is
Madad,
watching
Mishal,
that
and Mike. All
besides
the
the
waters
cats?
of the world
Who's
are
like,
measured with the fists of
yeah,
God.
he's
Otherwise,
right.
there are no
They probably
waters
do that in
that
their park.
could
Whoever
compare
like
to
is
Baruch.
literally enjoys that probably does that to people in their life. Doing it is seriously, yeah,
So
do
there's
it,
Baruch
whatever
immersed
it's
himself
like the first
by
quality,
your
it's just
trouble,
for sure, right? Of
Says,
course.
what bothers me is that he like is so dead set on this thought. You know, like, yeah, it's gonna beat the brakes off. Whatever. That's how he talks. I'm not talking like that. I heard him on the show soon. He beat the brakes.
Yes, of course.
And then when it happens, he's like on the other guy's side. That's where I fall off. It's like, he's just on the fence about everything. It's like, no, stick to your fucking guns, dude. Yeah, I guess that's pretty true. Same with talking shit about Ariel. Don't be like, like, or Strickland, or fans. Like, yes, no, you're entertaining. All you are is entertainment. Entertainers, dude. Well, that's the thing about Job is the fear of, like, just like I was saying before, he says the thing in jail locks him back. Every time he has no real, he's very afraid of canceling himself or saying stuff about people, even though he says the most offensive things. It's so stupid to say the worst possible things, but then at the same time have this, like, pussy thing where you're like, but you know, I get it. But I also get it because Izzy, dude, he walked in that fight and you could tell he was that's the best shape I've ever seen him in. He was ready to beat the brakes out that fool, but DDP said, cool story, bro. I need more Bob about your actually tree princess. No cap. I'm gonna flip your truck. There's no way that your Netflix not blockbuster tonight. Hey, Izzy, I came out the trenches.
Like everyone else, I'm related to which Rabbi
take that shit back to
even
I can't think of any more Shabbos. Take that shit back to 7 days behind us, Brett. You ready to blame your team, bitch? Alrighty, so this one's posted by Old Barney. It's called I've been saying for a year now, the next phase is the gun phase. You were built for this, Bob. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna cut it off soon because it's a movie, but it's very funny. So instead, we're gonna use what we call a C-clamp grip. It's almost like a C-clamp.
So which one is it? This guy goes to everyone, or is that it?
That's hilarious. Perfectly done. So, I mean, it might be good to do some lines so we can play the rest, but if it doesn't play, it's too good. One of his jokes on Green Bobby that he bought a gun. Yeah, he bought a gun in the fucking night scope. Or yeah, that's true. He talks about having guns. Yeah, dude's the scariest of all time right there. Yeah, he needs to grow his hair out, get it? Yeah, not bad. Look at that Ozempic body, Well done. Yeah, dude. What do you think about the gun phase that he's about to enter? Well, I mean, he's already in that shit, dude. He's fish cars kiss guns, basically, right? But I think that the seat fighting the thing is the funniest thing I've ever seen. It made me laugh out loud. Well, everyone, get your guns steady. Do you have a gun? Yeah, well, say less. Yeah. This one's posted by Hey Mark Wigski. It's called Papa Can't Stand Being Recognized in Public. Let's see what this is about.
And then it's covered by a
watching TCA like I'm in the second annual thing.
one of them, one of the worst of them.
And then this guy goes, hey, like, where do I know you from? I'm like, with all like the dads, and I'm like, oh, what? He's like, where do I know you from? I'm like, I don't know about what's your name? Hold on. And I was like, dude, a podcast, probably, right? A podcast? He's like, yeah, that's it. Which one? I don't know what you watch, man. Interesting. Dude, never like that. I'm done with some fucking game. I'm gonna watch like the Cowboys, man. Like, always was zippy.
There was rejoicing.
I'm just saying, you're killing on it. Okay, you're I'm just there if I want to focus on the game. Yeah. I'm always, you fucking Frank came inside me, and I was like, well, did you tell me you're on the pill? She goes, no, I'm not on the pill. I was like, well, I don't know what to tell you. That's Brian. It's very nice. What do you like when people recognize you in public?
doesn't say
it's the
he don't.
best.
Doesn't say
It's
it's
happened
good. Why?
very rarely.
Because God
I'll tell
does
you, you're
not
a good job.
rejoice on the downfall of the wicked.
No,
You
it's
know,
full
it's like
honest.
they're saying that which part of
The best day of my life was when
the downfall of the wicked.
that guy at Hail Mary Pizza was like, hey, I watched that. Or no, he didn't even say that. When he said something like, Bob wasn't. I was like, what? He's like, I watched the show. I watched it. And I was like, really? He's like, yeah, every day. But then I went back and I bought a Hail Mary t-shirt because I was so happy. And I was like walking around, like looking around. And they're like, we fired that guy. He was different. Yeah. He kept blaming the team.
And remember again,
This
this
one's
is right by
posted by
Yamsuf. They're right at
Bowler.
the banks of the sea.
Why is Papa doing this fucking redacted
Head out
noise at
to
the end of
sea
every
any
ad read
part.
now? I have the same question.
What
Yeah.
happens?
I feel like this is something that we can get to
They
the
don't
bottom of.
complete each other
I
entirely.
don't know. Is it a
But
reference to
also
something,
shot,
or
what happens?
is it an inside joke for boys? You know,
Because from the sea, follow struggles,
slash
waters come down on the side. But also shot, and the victim of drowning people. This is my lucky, I'm sorry for my shooting. Ultimately, again, my lucky, I'm
Maybe he's
sorry
doing
for
an impersonation.
my
My friend
over
Hoffman
the
does this
death
thing where he
of
goes,
the
oh
victim.
my god.
So I'm gonna hand
Like
it
when
to
there's a
follow
hot
me.
chick, it's a joke. Yeah. Like there's no words, so it's hard to tell.
This is my creation
What do
that's
you
drowning in the sea.
I think at the end of the show you should be like, that's it for this week. Yeah, what is the thing? I think that's something you probably have to ask. Like whenever he eventually sits down with the actor studio in oh yeah, Lipton, James Lipton, and James is like, you've been in so many podcasts.
And therefore, we might rejoice over the downfall of the shine. But the
Podcast is
Lord's
The
own
Fighter
has
and the
an
Kid.
incredible
What
and
is your
profound sense of
favorite
truth.
way
Because
to
the
look
those who
stupid?
shine are children.
What is your favorite
or
curse word?
those are his children.
Sounds
Those are
like
Shia. So the Malachim want us to Shia. He says, no.
I forget. Lipton has all those like famous
It's
questions
true.
that he
That
asks.
doesn't
The only one
rejoice.
I remember is
When
what is your favorite
the wicked perish
curse?
about a
That'd be
period
so
of
funny.
lust.
That fucking
But
Ashna.
others do rejoice.
What is
Others
your
do rejoice.
what
Man
about your
does. Man
characters?
who is oppressed does rejoice when his
What is
enemy
Theo
does.
up to?
They can only
He's just
take
going
your
out and see some shit.
look, take your
He's going to some shit.
skills.
This
This
is posted by Content Search 8648 called Imagine Waiting 3.5 Hours Just to Plug Your Scam Giveaway.
We're on Rogan so many times.
So
Everybody has a fucking everyone's pitching them shit done. So it's like,
Cupcakes.
the prophet said, by Yishon has a record of great by a local brother and fellow, who assisted the woman after his first death, who was killed by accident for a whole great island.
everybody has a fucking everyone.
The prosecutor discusses that he
That makes me good. I never want to do that on a podcast now.
Talk about
is
Like just yelling out your fucking,
ultimately
like,
again,
whatever you're
and
plugging.
ultimately
It's a bad look.
watch
Clear
the
that
fight.
Yeah.
Dog
We are looking for a Magic Mind some sponsorship. Oh yeah, I brought that up on the live. I have reverse course. I have reverse course. I would like to try Magic Mind. A friend of mine that I trust said that it is good and it works. Also, Gerardo said that people that he knows got a sponsorship and they like it. It tastes good and it helps them, but they didn't like the sponsorship. Yeah, I don't really want the sponsorship. Well, I mean, if you're gonna give me money, but really what I want is for me to drink the Magic Mind. So whether you give us money or not matters little to me. What I want is to try. I'm being dead serious. What if we get the sponsorship? We get free Magic Mind. Yeah, I don't really want to go out and buy it. Free Magic Mind. Yeah, sponsor. I want to drink it, but I don't want to pay for it. All right, I'm gonna be dead honest with. I'm being totally dead ass.
The Lord commands the Lord to act another and
Can you?
and if Yo prophesies and it says the same place where the
But
dogs
also
looked
maybe
up
talk to
bottom
Lex about
levels,
it. Or
never again those
Bert, if you can't
levels.
text him,
How
Miguel,
come
tell him
one
thank you for being
levels his property?
Yeah.
He has levels.
This one's
The
posted
devil has
by
levels brought
John
up on
Hay.
charges.
We had the guy right
Levels
here. He's never on screen.
Rabbi
Luke is sponsored by
prophesies the
Beardo.
same place where the dogs lick the bottom levels.
I'm
Levels
like, I
will
use
lick your
Beardo,
brothers well.
so that's
Rabbi
not.
Amar, the Ish Moshe, the catches the law. Rabbi said, never discusses how
This
that
one's posted by John
there
Hay.
was just an archer, one of the
It's
enemy
called Future
archers.
So Bright is
Just
only
easily
part of the
hold
reason he
back
needs shades
his bow.
indoors. I don't quite
But yeah,
understand, but it has a lot of books. This is straight up no bullshit.
and
But
the city,
for
Rabbi
some
Loza
reason,
Amar,
this is what
your
people's
feet.
faces look like when you're on acid, which is 100% correct. He looks kind of
Okay,
scary. It's not a
thank you.
good
Rabbi
photo.
Amar, no one ever listens to
People do look
us.
strangely sweaty when you're on
Good,
acid.
sorry.
He's like,
I could skip a whole chapter. I could skip a whole chapter. Good, so Rabbi Amar says, Zonos Mavish. Rabbi said, no. Zonos that we have also not Hezionos, but that it literally means Zonos Mamish. What does this mean? That's the reason. Achov Ish Mitzonai Haya. Achov was very cool. It wasn't that meant as a compliment. Actually, Mitzonai Haya, no Haya only question. Apparently, I don't know this festival.
That's your favorite clip of the week because it's got
Had
some funny people in it.
a drive for this. So I bothered me.
What's my
But
guitars?
also,
Another
Salon
guitars clip.
Stay
It's called
Sure
Another Day, Another Podcast Crafting on
So
Ringo
his
Bob.
wife had painted on his chariots two, I guess, lustful
Yeah, I don't think it
images
was
of
that bad because I
her.
think I saw somebody on
Europe
Reddit
was son
try to say it was almost as bad as Brendan Schwab's
and therefore, again, the pun is
calling him
but
Schwab
we
is
should also
hilarious.
use that as, again,
That's
just
so
the
fucking
bravery,
funny. I guess they're trying to do it correctly
kind
because
of
there's a U before
publicize
the
this
A, you
type
know?
of thing. So
Well,
after
okay, the only other person that did the Schwab thing was Rampage. That's, you see anybody else? I've seen a lot of those Schwab. We're like, yeah, like who else? I mean, I'm forgetting, should probably, like,
now, what is
might
Big
be
Chimon?
the amount of Brian Campbell clips I watched.
The Big Chimon. The Big Chimon was
I've seen a lot of people call it Schwab. Yeah, that's true. Okay, never mind. I think it's innocent. It's an innocent mistake. Right. Okay, I'm just saying what if it falls flat, please take it out. But I think that what if, I know Charles, you know, what if black people are secretly so disrespecting of Schwab that they have a new nickname for him? They call him Schwab. Are you talking about Black James? Yeah, the Black James. That's like Black Twitter with Black James. Dude, that would be great. There should be a subsection just like Black Twitter. Yeah.
But
Black
shit,
James.
Vayikra Achad
Oh,
when I saw it, I was like, I knew I was going to watch it. When I saw it, I said, ain't no way it's that bad. Because I've seen his shorts, and I'm like, these ain't, I'm not dying to go see his stand-up, but it was never that good.
Also not like, oh,
So
when I watched it, I'm like, okay, they were reaching because it wasn't, I didn't have one laugh out loud moment, but it damn sure was that big boy shit was terrible.
I'm like, no. So listen, this
Big boy shit was terrible, dude.
Vayikra Achad Elavayo, Asher
I
Elavayo.
keep saying big boy is what makes me
So
laugh.
Achad
That's
called
great.
Elavayo.
That shit was
And Elavayo was in charge of the health and life. But Elavayo, Hayos Yore Hashem Ba'o. Elavayo feared God to you.
That was the one that whole debate came up for. I was like, nigga, I think that's what started the whole Reddit shop.
So Yaakov is by Lavan. So Lavan says, Yaakov, because you're righteous and you're in my house. Oh, bless you. Therefore, God has blessed me. Yosef saved by Baruch Hashem Space Heaven. So again, when Yosef was in the house of Potiphar, the house of Potiphar was just because this, what do you see? You see that even evil people, when they have righteous people in their house, the house is blessed. So Achab comes to the kind against the Raja. They said, oh, Gavro, Achab said, listen, we've got big sorrows in the house. We're not a strange brother. Shema lo yirei Elokim Achab. Listen, do you understand what's happening over here? Achab says, you know, God has got child, Racha,
Or what if we advertise a stand-up show and we get people to come, and then instead of doing stand-up, we play
who are the total righteous guys, right? And God blesses evil people and they have the total righteous guy. So obviously you are not, get it together. You're not moving your age. Why are we getting bracha? Yatas Abasko Va'amra Ovad Yahal Yurias Hashem Ma'od. Akov, Basko Kohen, Ovadia is just fine. About Pesach, Shalacha, Ina Mazul, and Rafa. The problem is not with your health Sabbath. The problem ultimately, again, is with your health.
The hot Cheetos and the Burgo Poppy are enough for me to go to the place.
Because so many times in life,
What kind of
have
cookies?
certain things that are mistaken. And the first
Listen, if anybody else, because we've already eaten a salsa or a Mexican
who's
cookie,
not doing their
like
job?
nobody else has
Who's
done
not
that. So
pulling their weight?
I think a
Who's
fan
not doing what
that comes to this should probably do
like
that for us.
But
Yeah.
this
I don't know, that'd be kind of cool.
chances are,
And remind me on the show to show something that Brendan, I think, what's his name, the comic guy? Do you know what I'm talking about, Brandon or whatever? Which one? Dude, what he's doing, we'll talk about it on the show. What he's doing is very funny. He's going to random places and calling me daddy. It's so funny. I had him send me all the videos so that I could play on the show. Okay. But I'll do it on record tweets this week. Alright, next year, bye.
Right? It just says, you that you fear God, but it doesn't say Ma'od. Uba'vajo say Ma'od. The Abavad says that he's Yirei Hashem Ma'od. I'm going to be We'll say, why did Obadiah merit to get prophecy? What did he do? Meaning, so you have to merit, what did he do to merit to get prophecy? So Nifnei, Shehemzi Meya Nevi'im Amar. What's the name? Under Achab and Zerah. Achab has half of his bag, his wife was 10 times worse. Zerah made it her business to go ahead and kill out every single drug. That was done. She killed out all the Nevi'im. Obadiah hid 100 prophets. He hid 100 Nevi'im in a cave. שנאמר, ויהי בהכרס זרע את נביא השם, ויקח עובדיה 100 נביאים, ויחביאם 50 איש במאורע. So what happened? Goes ahead and Obadiah takes 100 prophets and hides them 50 per cave. Why did he hide them 50 per cave? Then Yaakov Lama, שנאמר, וירא אחרי הראשון cave. Listen, why did he hide all 100 in one cave? Why did he hide 50 in two caves? But 50 per cave in two caves. And someone is not Yaakov. Well, Yaakov is one that sometimes in dire circumstances, you have to plan for some loss. You have to make a contingency plan that if it's going to be a loss, how does the family move on? And Yahweh, I don't know if you have focus on so much of it, because if you say the other man says it doesn't make any sense, you're not really going to find a cave that helps more than 50. As it's just you have to find two caves that help 50. Then Rabbi said,
Joe Rogan's Burn the Boats, No Pain by Crystalia, and we're in the process of watching Matt Rife. We're now our special, and we're in the process of laughing so much we have to do like multiple nights. Yeah, our bellies hurt from the laughter. Oh, what you were guys talking about? Yeah. Wishing your mom is a whore? That's hilarious, your mom. So yeah, we're watching that, so if you want to join that. But also we stream on Wednesday nights at 8 p.m. right? This week on this 10-minute show, we're not going to watch any of the Joanna clips because we watched the whole video on our stream. I think that one's called Starbucks Vigilante that stream, so go check that out if you want to see us. Yeah, the hero story, which we believe every minute of these people. Some people are saying it's not real. It's like, that's your take. Oh, yeah, come on. But anyways, that's not why they're here. They're here to set this shop, right? So start the timer, play the chant clip. Alright, so let's see what we got here. We got a lot of picture stuff this week, so we're going to just dive into that stuff to begin with. This one's posted by Cruel AM Missions. It's called Caduce Part 2, and it's another short Strickland post. Nice. I'll make fun of my job, and you will get mad. I'm making fun of you because it's funny. You're supposed to make fun of people of me and keep the joke going. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I forgot. You're not funny. Actually,
now we understand why he was chosen.
Ultimately, to let you guys mind the curtain, I was trying to think, was that the way to say it? I was trying to think of a way to mess it up. Peek behind the curtain. We want Sean on the show. I sent him a message on Instagram and Twitter, and he was like, cool story, bro. He didn't see either one of them, and I don't expect him to. We didn't matter, we didn't count. But this is an open invite. If any of you know Sean Strickland, please tell him to come to our show. Open invite. Prefer them too. I'm gonna come here and Kedusha. If he takes a look at this shit, he's gonna have a lot to say. Yeah. He's not gonna sit down. He's just gonna walk in and be like, cool story. No, I think he'll enjoy making fun of all of us. And our producer Miguel. But I like how Mark sat on the couch and then we were like, are you ready to start? He's like, yeah. And he's like, we're like, no, it's in here. I was like, oh god.
Who was chosen to
Yeah,
go ahead
no,
and fight
like the funniest thing about Mark is like the chairs. He didn't realize the chairs, and we had to tell him, we're like, these are the chairs from the show. He's like, what? He's like, where did you get these? We couldn't tell him where they got them. That was really, he literally did not recognize. I'm surprised you remember that, of course. I know, for part of the episode, the Mark early episode was asleep. What are you gonna do? Alright, let's see what the next one is. This is gonna be, what does FWIW mean?
when it
Do
runs,
you know? I don't
it
know.
runs
I don't either. I didn't know what a TDLR meant. Oh, TLDR. TLDR. We still don't know. Too long, don't read. It's posted by Don't Know Who to Axe. It's the FWIW prison would have been less torturous than Delia's current life. And it's a pic with all them in the party.
Again, is a
It seems like a can thing too, because he's putting in the gear, daddy. Look at that.
himself is in the
Get
center.
a weird thumb.
Fight.
Yeah, it's a giant thumb. Wow, was that Joe Rogan? Or is that Joe? It looks like it's Joe Rogan.
This picture, what I like about it is, it looks like it's one of those pictures where you don't really want to be part of it, so you don't make a face. Yeah, that's what Dilly is doing. He's like, well, I mean, I guess.
Took his firstborn son, and he offered him up as a burnt offering on the wall of the city.
I think Montez is just struggling because of the sunlight. Right? But he's happy to be in it. Chris, not so much.
We should take more
pictures like this, dude.
Yeah, we should recreate Abigail as Montez.
Offered him up as a carbon.
I'm shocked.
What happened? Rabbi Shmuel was machlokas as to what Mesha's intention. Chad Amalishim Shabbat, the Chad Amalishim Amalishim. One says that Mesha's intention versus another Mesha's Shabbat was that obviously what he did was wrong.
Alright, let's see
But the
this
Shai
next one. It's called Papa's Reaction to Valid Criticism from Two Thickies. Criticism. Post-spice New Kings. Let's see what this is about here. Bro,
One says
please, God,
what
stop
he
being
did as a sign of homage to God.
Know It All
Flawed,
with Brian.
flawed, highly flawed, but nevertheless,
I've never
the sign of
missed a
homage
thing.
to
You
God.
can tell
Once
they're
his nose
thickies
was
because,
found
bro,
on his
please, God.
Wish on the
A little spaz. My guy. My guy. Say less. To it, Brian. I've never missed a single episode, but I can't take any more of your non-stop aggressive big brothering of Brian. It's so insulting and off-putting. I wish you would understand how you come off so you change it. I was like you religiously. Everyone listening now tuning in. If there's a good guess, but I'm outside of that.
But
Have you seen this?
an incredible
I'm excited to see your reaction to Shops.
that he doesn't see by
It's starting to feel like
and
he
therefore
can't stand
again with the
Brian
dedication
or
of the
can't
law
stand
by
himself.
king,
No idea what's
both
going
of
on
these
with
sparks
but
not
Shop
here against
has a
Claudius
lot going for
and I
him.
don't
Not sure
draw
why
my
he can't just be
but
cool
according to what it says that
and
Misha beat this to idolatry, then
sucks
why
to show
does
in
this
this round.
act
What do you think
spark
Shop
the
wants to
fury
say?
of God against Claudius?
You don't need to watch it if you don't want. No one's forcing you to watch it. They're like, don't know what you're talking about. Show's the best it's ever been.
But you're giving him too much credit.
Are you going to D?
On one hand, he
You're
says,
using
and
words.
in
Okay,
ways
things like
of
ancient
the
Egypt.
nations who surround you, you have not
Oh, he's going to use like
yourself.
emojis.
He speaks hieroglyphics, dude.
Yet it says, in accordance with the ways of the nations who surround you,
I mean,
we
that's
have
the way
conducted
Hawk would,
ourselves.
dude.
We'll say, which one is it? Have we
What is it,
conducted
Hawk
ourselves
Relate
like the
17?
nations around us or not?
Yeah, just respond in emojis. If someone's trying to get douche, you just put it down.
I agree with that. People, it hurts my feelings.
We
But,
only
people leave
emulate the
ducks.
ways of the grain when
But
we
I
are
mean, if you wanted to hurt me, you got me,
do
bro.
not
For sure, but I think the duck thing is kind of like it's a joke. I think if the, I really think that the people,
joke, dude.
Yeah,
I think the people that leave duck comments actually are fans. Because there's one guy that keeps saying Cooney's a duck. I think he likes me. I want to keep believing that. Please do not dispel me of this belief. Next I put a duck and be like, this is not because I'm a fan. No, don't do that. Then I'll know it's a fan too. Nothing will dissuade me from believing that that specific person is a fan. You know what gets me? Because I'm very binary, right? When people say like, man, this episode was blockbuster, hell yeah, this and that, and it's like kind of positive after saying blockbuster. I'm like, isn't blockbuster bad? You don't want to be blockbuster. The new iPhone's Netflix. Well, I think some are doing it bad, and some just don't know that. Right. There's a lot of like new fans of this shit every day because it's popular. It's not our show. JFK and just the whole universe. So when people hear about it, they're just like, hey, blockbuster, they're trying to get in the, when you're entering a new friend group and you're kind of being weird, you're maybe a little lame, you're like, hey, what's up, guys? And then you try and say something and it's like, what's up, Ricardo? Beans, cheese, right? And then you're clearly fucking racist. Or somebody comes into our group and they're like, what's up, Gerardo? We're all like, because you're in Jared.
So
hey, hot
he
Cheetos,
hires
right?
a nurse,
Carlos?
a young woman, a beautiful
Yeah, I'm
woman,
Carlos.
Hadusha.
I'm like, whoa,
He spoke about her Carlos. Remember again.
Can't
He
eat
spoke
hot
about
Cheetos.
opening
It's
the
not a
shop up.
condition.
Is the
This is
episode
called
where she wanted
the
to marry
first comment on Strickland's Toast
did not
about
want to marry
Shop
her.
had me rolling
So
by forever being one. So it's,
says that
I'm
she
not
was
gonna lie though.
exceedingly beautiful. Was
Makes sense. Like, it does look like the trajectory. Yeah, I mean, this is what, don't get work done in your lips or your face.
She did
Yeah,
not
just don't do
measure
it.
half of the beauty of starting.
It looks like he's, okay, so the jump from 2011 to 2021, a lot of
So say
no sleep
that
nights.
she was
Looks like, right? It's got their eggs. What happened? I want to hear what you think. What happened between 2021 and 30? A lot of Tiger things.
The rejection is she
of
was
nicotine,
beautiful
kratom,
ma'oz.
a
But
lot of
up
food truck
until
shit. He's always eating burgers. I don't know if sticking your tongue out when you eat food affects your face. So a lot of scooping in the back is interesting. Yeah. I mean, the one thing I take away from this, from 2011 to 2021 to 2031, people apparently, I saw some comments that are like, all he does is fucking say like kind of thing, doubling down. Fucking, oh really, dude? Who's episode for the biggest episode of the podcast? I had no control over that, dude. I work too hard. I'm that white boy that works too much. All right? I fucking had one-on-ones all day long. Yeah. You meet with 13 people and discuss their future, all right? And then you do a podcast with fucking Mark Harley and see how you do it. You think it's easy just to go... Yeah, you think it's easy just to say good,
morning.
right?
Let us
You're fucking
begin
blockbuster.
using by thanking for some of our sponsors for this morning should be
You have to
paid.
be a Marine.
Our
You
common
fucking
sponsors
citizen.
for
Wait, is it
Year
citizen?
Custom Hey. The Toaster Stuff, I realize that sometimes I neglect to thank our annual common sponsors. They don't just sponsor that, they sponsor all this year, but somehow I only end up mentioning it over the course of that year. To thank our annual common sponsors, the Toaster Stuff of the dedicated all the Shumas Roshos. In this course of the Soros Novos from Sura, we hope that America is going to be a Shabbos. With additional hostages returned, America Hashem, Shabbos means we see additional families reunited. And by which we so America Hashem, so we thank Toast Mishpacha and our correspondents for the month of Hades, Abba Ali and Tova, the Kelman family, in memory of Amit Ben David, ladies, the Kelman Rebecca, brother of Itai Levy, who was killed in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in America, that Torah, is the Shama have an Aliyah and the family in the Torah. Let's do that. Let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. A lot to accomplish. Today's daf is America Hashem daf Lamed Tes 38. And we are picking up on Lamed Zayin on these days. We left off Havayodin. Right? Yeah, excellent. So, in the wide lines at the bottom, 3 lines.
Somebody saw this, it was like, cool story, bro, kind of supporting shop. Yeah. Being like, dude, come on, it's a re-upload, right? Sure, we'll get to that later.
Okay, so let's begin. Let's begin as follows.
Okay, Weekend at Diddler's, posted by Brendan Shop Brain.
How you doing? I'm ready to go. Raise your tea. But let me also kind of have all חבורס, פסיוס, שלא היה יודע מהיכן נשמה יוצא. So an incredibly tragic turn over here. That when Cain killed Hevel, remember again, there was never an act of bloodshed beforehand. So remember when Cain killed Hevel, so Cain had no idea how to kill Hevel, so he went ahead and he hit him, he struck him multiple times. Actually, he got to his neck. And he was able to strike him and kill him. Rabbi, the brain that on the day that the earth opened up and swallowed up the blood of Hevel, Shuvlo Pascha. The earth never opened its mouth again. Shememar, Niknafa Aretz, Zemiro Shamanu, Tzvi Letzadi. Niknafa Aretz, Olome Pi Aretz. They say, is Yizvia, obviously. Ishkia is the cash. That's true, that the earth never opened its mouth again after it swallowed up the blood of Hevel. The Pasuk says, Batiftach Aretz Eshkiha. The Pasuk says that the earth opened up its mouth. This is by Torah. It opened up its mouth to swallow up Torah and his followers. Amalei, L'La'a Pascha, L'Tova Lo Pascha. The earth opened up its mouth for negative things, for terrible things, for punishment, for punitive things, but never went ahead and opened its mouth for something positive. I'm going to do the way Rabbi Tia. Galus Mechateres Avonachza. Galus has the ability to atone for half of one's sins. They aren't sin, and you see now the nod, like Cain originally, it says, actually killed Hevel, so what's the punishment? I'm going to be not the nod, I'm going to be a wanderer. He was also said, Vayesh the Eretz no. And then again, if you notice again, it says that Cain lived in Eretz no. So you guys understand over here, so triple away half of the punishment. He was supposed to be not the nod, but it turns out that he's only going to be in Eretz no. Galus, exile, has the ability to atone for three things.
This one is
Gemara
Ariel
says,
Hawaiian
"Shene'emar,
taking his
Kol Amar
talents to
Hashem,
boys to
Ayoshev
supposed to like
be'ihazos
meantime.
yomos b'chereb
And
b'ra'av
prayer to God,
u'b'geder.
he ends up in this
Vayotzi,
studio.
right?
That'd be
Vayotzi
awesome.
v'nafa al
That's
hachastim,
supposed by
atzar
Ariel Hawaiian.
ma'arechem
Saying
yitya,
live update. Got my
v'chaislo
box meeting in
u'rachson
Spotify.
shval."
Thank you for
So
3
the idea
incredible
is,
years,
Gemara
Barry.
is that Kolos has the ability
Next,
to use
very
mechaper
exciting chapter coming soon.
for
Basically.
chereb, for war, for ra'av, for
It would be
famine,
funny
and
if
together for pestos.
Ariel Hawaiian
Yochanan
went
says,
to think
Golos
boy, like,
mechaperes
was
ala
like, I
kol.
got a job for
Golos is mechaper on
and
everything.
then Ariel
Golos is
Hawaiian should
mechaper
start
on
doing
everything. In other
really,
words,
really
listen,
well.
the
I was
appeal
agree with
of
that.
Golos is so acute. Right? And the appeal is so profound
Yeah, I
that
don't
it
think
will be
it's probably
mechaper
like
on
half
everything.
Ariel
Shnei
to
Amar,
me. I mean,
Kol
Ariel
Amar
would
Hashem,
agree to that.
Kiswa
Just
Ta'ish
Ariel
Ha'aseh
would
Avivi.
kill the
Gever lo
fucking
yitzvach
barbershop, dude.
b'yamav,
Right.
lo
You're
yitzvach
crazy.
mizar
You
ish
could,
Yoshe
like,
lachis
we want to
David,
do everything we
u'Moshe
could to get a
od
chop suey.
b'Yehudo.
That
Basar
would be
deGalosh said,
hilarious if there was
Ubnei
another
Yechanya,
show, like we
Asher
had a show on this
Shaltiel
network,
b'no,
Team
Asher, okay,
Hosts.
fine, so we'll get to that in just
It
a
would
moment.
suck that I
So
don't
the
want
Gemara
him as
Darsh
a
will go
boss.
here
We would
based on
never
what's
get
taken
paid.
by
You're right.
Yechanya,
All of our
which you
money
see
would
over
dry
here,
up. Yeah, like actually,
that you see over here,
trying
that
to get
halacha
him
Mesa
to
Kolos
cook.
mechaper on
It's
everything.
like the mom.
And also, I
He
just
needs to
point
cook.
out
He's
how
like, you're
profound
Tony
and how
Soprano.
important this is for
Can
us.
we
You
get
know,
paid? He's like, what are you guys doing?
there's something positive
Be
in
cool. I
everything we
gave you a
experience
shield.
in life.
Yeah. He
And
gives us
even in
each a
Golos,
shield.
which is
And the
so
whole time he's
sad
looking
and
over his
so
shoulder.
overwhelming and so profound,
Yeah,
yet
we have to see
we
his
find the chama in the fact that Golos is
I don't want. That's
that right
my
that you
fandom
get
goes
here
only so far. I don't want to
in
see
your
shops.
diaspora.
I don't
The
want to be
quote-unquote
tackled
good
by
news
shop
is
on
that
the
in
show.
fact
Like he's
very
like, we gotta
close
do
to
one of those
has
wrestling
resulted in
videos
the
where you
for
attack
all
like
of
a
our
slammer,
Avedas,
but
both
I'm just
national
like,
as
I
well
don't
as
want to do that.
individual.
But then he
Incredible.
would force
So
me to
the
do
Gemara
it
says,
because it's bigger
why
than me.
does it
I
talk
was just gonna
about
work with
the
fucking
son
Sodom.
of Yechanya being Asir? Why is it Asir? She'ibarta imo rebeis ha'asur. His mother became pregnant with him while she was incarcerated. So Asir's parents, Yechanya and his wife, were incarcerated together. His mother became pregnant during incarceration. So the Gemara says Shaltiel. Why is his name Shaltiel? Sheshasmu el shalot tigara chanishtalah. Because his mother became pregnant with him in a way, in an unnatural way. What does it mean, unnatural way? So the Gemara says, community, if you have a tradition, she'eina isha misaberes me'umat, that a woman cannot become pregnant from an act of relations with the first standing up. Top of Lam, verse 38a. Yehinis Abram me'umat, and yet again, Shaltiel's mother became pregnant when she was carrying up. Actually, Rashi points out over here that Shaltiel's mother, who was Yechanya's wife, Yechanya and his wife were incarcerated together in like a narrow dungeon. They were there together. So they had a relationship. She became pregnant in this particular fashion, which the Gemara understands was a little bit miraculous. The Gemara says this: Shaltiel, why was he called Shaltiel? Shenishal al olasa. Because ultimately, again, Kodesh Baruch Hu released him from his oath. Now, not from his oath, but ultimately, again, Kodesh Baruch Hu went ahead and made a promise that Yechanya was not going to have a child. But again, Kodesh Baruch Hu released him from that vow and he had a child. He calls you Babel. Why is he called you Babel? Mizra the Babel. Because his mother became pregnant with him in Babel. Umashmo, what is the actual name of Babel? It says Nechemia ben Chachal Yishmael. Not Nechemia. Not Nechemia. Yehuda the Chizkiah, Bnei Rabbi Chia. So what's this great story? Yehuda and Chizkiah were the sons of Rabbi Chia. So Yossi, the Suda, becoming Rabbi, so they sat in the Suda. They would have this beautiful, beautiful Gemara. They were sitting at the Suda in front of Rabbi, below me, and they didn't say anything. First of all, they weren't sharing any Divrei Torah at the table. Right? So again, this is a good motion. I guess that's someone's table. Be prepared with the Stam Torah. So what happens? Incredible. So Yehuda and Chizkiah, the sons of Rabbi Chia, come to the Suda, come to the table of Rabbi, and no Divrei Torah. So the Gemara says, Amar Ravu, Agabru Chamra Adardiki, Yechi Belemnu Yosef. So again, Kevin so sorry, Belemnu Yosef. So essentially, that was what's the problem. You drink too much. You drink too much, you don't have the ability to sort Stam Torah. Given the some parts, so when they did indeed drink a little bit too much, they said a Dvar Torah. Now this one was a doozy. Listen to the Dvar Torah. They said, Ein ben David ba, Achiyitru Shnei Bate Avos Mitzvah. David Mashiach won't come until literally again two families cease to exist within Klal Yisrael. Who are these two families? The Elohim, Rosh HaGolah, the Reish Galusa family, Shemu Babel, the Nasi Shel Eretz Yisrael, and the Nasi's family in Eretz Yisrael. Mashiach will only come once these two families cease to exist. Shene'emar, V'haya l'mikdash u'la'even nagaf u'litzor mikshalish le'bat Yisrael. I'm going to so that was the Vart. That was the Vart. There's only one problem. Rabbi was the Nasi, right? Rabbi was the Nasi, so the family of the Nasi. So Rabbi says, what are you doing? You're putting thorns in my eyes. Putting thorns in my eyes. After all, again, you're essentially telling me that the only way Mashiach comes is if my family goes ahead and my family goes ahead and ceases. I must say, and by the way, as an aside, what exactly does this mean? That Mashiach only comes when these families cease to exist. So the ideal way the Pasuk is to understand that these two families, meaning the families of the Nasi and the families of the Reish Elisha, represent Jewish leadership. Right? At the end of the day, so remember, it's important to understand, Mashiach comes, he's going to replace those two families. Mashiach is going to become the leader, and again, he's going to replace previously established leadership constructs. That's what it means. It doesn't have to mean that those families are going to cease to exist. What it means is their authority is going to be usurped by the Mashiach. There's going to be a recalibration of power or authority within Klal Yisrael. So Rabbi is very distressed by the Vart. Everyone's heard this story. We ask someone to do like Torah at your table, and then afterwards, like, oh, that was a very bad idea, right? So now again, this was one of those company faux pas, right? We asked one person to share a part. Right? So then what happens? So Rabbi's obviously very distressed. I'm going to be I'll hear Beinecha. So the father of these boys says to Rabbi, don't get upset. Don't be upset. After all, again, Yayin Nitan B'Shivim Osios. The Sod Nitan B'Shivim Osios. Right, so again, Rashi says over here, Rashi goes here, Yayin B'Shivim Osios, the gematria, right, the gematria of Yayin is 70, right, Yod and Yod. And Sod Nitan B'Shivim Osios. And the gematria of Sod, which means secret, is also 70. What do we know from here? Nichnas Yayin Yatsa Sod. That when the wine comes in, the secrets come out. So what I was going to say, what does this mean? So ultimately, again, on a Pashat level, what he is saying is, let's say, you know how some people who say, like they say certain things and it's like, I just have to say what's on my mind. Like, you ever hear a conversation like that? Someone says, I just have to say what's on my mind. What's the response when someone says, I just have to say what's on my mind? What's the response? No, you don't. No, you actually don't have to say what's on your mind. You do not need to say that because there are certain things that are on your mind that should absolutely stay in and on your mind. That's it. Not everything needs to be said. Not everything needs to be shared. So the idea over here is what the sons of Rabbi were saying is correct. It's absolutely unequivocally correct. But it shouldn't have been said. It wasn't a need. It was only going to create a certain sense of sadness, a certain sense of despair, and therefore it's fundamentally and totally unnecessary to be said. But yet again, what ends up happening? Nichnas Yayin Yatsa Sod. So they'll say the power of the Yayin is we all put up barriers. So sometimes again, when wine comes in, what ends up happening? Barriers come down. When the barriers come down, certain things that are normally kept a little bit closer to the chest now come flowing out. So it's going to do something beautiful. So when Rabbi's sons had a little too much to drink, what came out? Mashiach. That was like the Gemara says, you can tell a lot about a person in 3 ways. Also, Kasa. What does a person do when they drink? How does a person spend their money? And does a person get angry? How do they get angry? When you look at those 3 things, you can tell a lot about a person. It's something really beautiful over here that when these boys, these young men, drank a little too much out, a discussion about Mashiach. Granted, we had been a long discussion about Mashiach, considering that we spoke about the cessation of certain mishpachos, but again, that's what came out when you dug deep, right? When a little bit of wine came in, the desire and the want for Mashiach, for Geula, came out. Again, tell a lot about a person when they drink a little bit. What comes out? All types of silliness and foolishness, and then sometimes it's really Torah, it's singing, it's ridiculous, I love everyone, whatever it is, but the inner me really comes out with a little bit of yayin, or a lot of yayin. I love this stuff. What's the meaning of the passage? Mari, what's the passage? From Daniel. Vayishkot Hashem al hara, vayivi'ei alinu, ki tzadik Hashem Elokeinu. So ultimately, I guess, literally translated, Hashem hastened people. He brought it upon us because Hashem is a tzaddik. I said in the Gemara, Mishum tzaddik Hashem, vayishkot Hashem al hara, vayivi'ei alinu, because Hashem is a tzaddik, He hastened the evil and brought it upon us. What does that mean? So much as tzedakah asa HaKadosh Baruch Hu im Yisrael, shehikdim golos tzidkiyah. So this is incredible. HaKadosh Baruch Hu did a chesed with us, in that He hastened the galus of Tzidkiyo. Remember again, I both say, so Yechonya and Tzidkiyo, just to start, you understand, the beginning of Megillah Esther, when the Mikra introduces those two Mordechai, what does it say? Where did Mordechai come? So again, so Yechonya again is the first place on the question, the first place on the question, together with Tzidkiyo. That's why again, remember, Megillah Esther happens in between the first and the second day Hamikdash. So the chesed that HaKadosh Baruch Hu did, the chesed that He did, is that He hastened the exile of Tzidkiyo. So again, we'll see why that's the chesed in just a moment. Because again, at that point when Tzidkiyo was exiled, Yechonya was still alive in Bavel. Still alive in Bavel. So the Gemara says, Galus Yechonya, but the Ksiv, every Galus Yechonya, what's the first white line? HaCharash v'hamasker, Alaf Charash. Okay, so I'm sorry, Elaf. So what happens? Because the passage talks about, again, the craftsmen and the gatekeepers. Charash, why does it call him a Charash? So this is talking about, again, this is talking about Yechonya. Keva Shepolskin, HaKol Nasek Charashim. Anyway, such a big chacham that whenever he opened his mouth, everyone else almost like became masker, because he was a gatekeeper. Keva Shesokrin Bahalacha Shub in Posting. Once they determined the matter in halacha, the matter was closed. The matter was closed. There was nothing else to talk about. The karma party, the comments were there. Ula Amar Shekhu Shtei Shanim Lo Shanza. Ula says, no, Baruch Hu exiled Tzidkiyo 2 years before the numerical value of Meshanta. The Pasuk talks about the idea. The Pasuk we're talking about over here is Yisoli Banim Ubnei Banim, Shantem Haaretz. You will have children and grandchildren that are Shantem, and they will go astray. So here the Pasuk is talking about when Klal Yisrael does not do the right thing. V'ishchasem, v'asisem pesel tminas kol v'asisem adayinei Hashem. Okay, it talks about gulls. So the problem with this is, we'll say, so then again, this gets into like like items. So the idea is, here's just fascinating, is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu brought about the punishment of Klal Yisrael a little clearer than it was supposed to happen. Because had he waited longer, the repercussions would have been more severe. So he expedited the exile, or I should say, hastened the exile by a little bit in order to mitigate the effect of the exile. So the Gemara says, what do you see here? That's the definition of quick, right? Of haste. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu is 852 years. That's the numerical value of Shantem. So I said this is really a tremendous message. That sometimes the chesed of the Ribono Shel Olam manifests itself in sometimes reading about the punishment a little bit earlier than it happened. Right? Sometimes the Nefesh Baruch Hu sees regardless of the Ribono Shel Olam is able to see everything that is going to occur, right? So when he sees, if I allow things to continue on, they're going to go down into the invisible path. Whereas if I extract punishment now, then there's a chance of rehabilitation, there's a chance ultimately of the tshuva. And I would say, see, human beings, because is so limited, all we see is the punishment, right? All we see is the negativity, is the hurt, is the pain. You don't get to see the entire picture of it. And yet, Allah, the Maisa that we don't show all them does, really an incredible Musa has in terms of how we just have to view our circumstances and our situations. Incredible. Let's really go. Back to Adam Rishon. Adam Rishon was created as a singular being. And we say now, why not catch our heart? Why not create an Adam and Chava from the outset? So the Gemara says, in order that the heretics should not say that there are many different gods in the heavens. In other words, that, remember, had multiple human beings been created at the same time, multiple people have said, people have said, this God is creating his guy, and this God is creating his guy. So there, Hashbaruch creates one man, one human being. That's the first human, in order that there should be no doubt that there is only one Ribono Shalom. Beautiful. Because the Kibun Rishon, Shelo you are tzaddikim omrim anu b'nei tzaddik, or Rishon omrim anu b'nei rasha. Why? Let's say why one person? That the tzaddikim shouldn't say, right? Remember, if there are two people, so tzaddikim would say, oh, we're the descendants of the tzaddik, and the Rishon would say, oh, we're the descendants of the rasha. They both say, why does this matter? We take a quick look at Rashi, because actually really profound. Rashi says over here, anu b'nei tzaddik, it's very question about short lines in Rashi and Rashi. Avinu tzaddik nivra, v'tichach anu tzaddikim, ve'ein anu tzrichim l'srachek min ha'avera. Min ha'avera.
All can I do? Just turn around. You see that dumpster behind the Starbucks? I'll fight you behind there.
So a person would say, we're the sons of tzaddikim, so we're inherently righteous. There's no need for us to take additional precautionary measures in life because, hey, we are already the children of tzaddikim. And again, what were the children of Hashem saying? Anu b'nei rasha, ve'ein anu zukukim b'tshuva u'litzaddik below yoda. So this is incredible. So, and the children of the Rasha will say, for us, there's no point in trying to do tshuva since we are the children of a Rasha. There is no way for us to rehabilitate ourselves. Most of the Yiddish, or it's it's two human beings to start out. So one fellow would say, we're the descendants of the tzaddik, we're the descendants of the Rasha. The descendants of the tzaddik would say, we're impervious to sin, we're good to go, we're golden, nothing wrong, we're not doing anything, we're fine. And the person of the Rasha would say, we're shut in our DNA. And because we're shut in our DNA, there's nothing that is going to help us do tshuva. Incredible. Therefore, as Baruch will do, Baruch Hu makes us all the descendants of one person. Of one person. So no one can say, I'm the descendant of the Rasha, I'm the descendant of the Tzaddik. We're all the descendants of adoration. So what was adoration? Was he a Tzaddik? Was he a Rasha? What was he? The Tzaddik. The Tzaddik who made mistakes. Like every single Tzaddik who makes mistakes. And just like again, when a Tzaddik makes a mistake in that moment, when I make a mistake, maybe I'm a Shtik Rasha in that moment. But when I see you, we all treat such of us like we all trace ourselves to an original ancestor who was about tshuva. Started out at Tzaddik, made a mistake, and then became about tshuva. So effectively, we're all about tshuva. That's really what it comes down to. Our ancestry said we are about tshuva. Incredible. Is great. We'll say, why does Hashbaruch link us back to one ancestor? Because of fighting that goes on because of evils. So what happens is, can you imagine if there are multiple original people, right? Multiple originals, right? Multiple admirations. What would happen? This mishpach would say, I trace my equals to this one. And this one would say, I trace my equals to this one. And what ends up happening? You see all the fighting that goes on about equals, right? So what's about equals? What's the right? What kind of equals? Even though we all trace ourselves to the same exact ancestor, right? We all go back to the same person. And yet there's still so much focus about equals. Allah has come over Kamo. Never yakin miskaros. Niru Shneim Achas Kamo Kamo. Never Achas. Ibni Akazon Yakamas. They say why because Baruch traces back to one central ancestor in order to go ahead and avoid the Gazlonis and Kamos. The thieves. Rashi says, Shiyomu Karka Zeh Libni Abi Harishon Haisavalo Libni Abi. If there were multiple originals, what would happen? This Kaveh would say this land originally belonged to my ancestor. And this one would say this land originally belonged to my ancestor. So the Gemara says, Gemara says as follows: Uma achshav shenirei yidazon b'chomse nidusha eskam b'kama. You see, by the way, even though now we do have one ancestor, yet you see the machlokas that exists regarding what belongs to what. Even though all of humanity could trace itself to one central ancestor, can you imagine the machlokas that would exist if we had multiple original ancestors? Incredible. Okay. Well, lahagid dulasa. Lahagid dulasa shama matya malchut. What is the greatness of Malchut? Listen to this. Sha'adam tovei kama machlokas. Listen to this. A person could mint a number of different coins. And what happens? What's incredible is the Chosim Echad, the Kulam Domes Darozeh. Right? A person could mint a whole bunch of coins. And amazingly enough, every single coin could come out the same. I would say every single penny looks the same. Like every quarter, every coin looks exactly the same. אבל הקדוש ברוך הוא תובע כל אדם בחוסמו של אדם הראשון. ואין אחד מהם דומה לחברו. This is incredible. Kadosh Baruch Hu, so to speak, mints every human being in the image of adoration. Right? Adoration is the original human being. And every human being is minted, so to speak, in that model. Yet with that, that's what the bush. And yet, interestingly enough, yet again, at the end of the day, yet even though all man is minted in the same way, none of us look alike. None of us look alike. Why? This is incredible. What would happen if everybody looked alike? What would happen? They'll say, so therefore, if everybody looked alike, and so like Reuben saw Shimon's wife. Reuben saw Shimon's house. I'd like that. Well, if Reuben looked just like Shimon, then what could happen? Reuben can assume Shimon's identity. You think it's, hey, it's mine. How can you disprove it? Like, I look like the owner. If everybody looked like each other, we get into these very difficult situations. Rameir says, there are three ways in which every person is different from the other. How? The call, the voice, that is interesting, right? The voice differs from person to one person to another. The mara, appearance, and the das. Now das means masculine your intellect, but really what it means is your feelings, your emotions. So the call of the mara, mishum erva. So it makes sense that a person has to be different things between his fellow with call, with voice, and with mara, and with appearance. Why? In order not to lead to any type of immorality. What could happen if people look the same, people sounded the same? It would be easy for people to engage in immorality for each other, not knowing, or being able to deceive someone else, thinking that this would act in immorality. Okay? With das, what about again with feelings or with knowledge? Let's say all of us share the same knowledge, then what? You would know where I hide my gold, right? And I don't tell anyone where I hide my gold, right? So what happened? My das, you would know where I hide my gold. You'd be able to go and take my interrupter. Let's say there's also an incredible thing about this. You have these three ways in which we differ from each other, in which we distinguish ourselves. Whole could also mean in the way that we talk, the way that we verbally present. So it really says a lot about who we are. Mara doesn't just mean about our appearance or how we look, but it also means how we present. How does a person present themselves? How does a person present to others? And das, there was a das is one of my days. Das doesn't just have to mean my secrets, it doesn't just have to mean where my goal is. My das represents my goals, my dreams, my aspirations. What do I want to feel like? What do I want to do when I grow up? How do I want to be? So say these are the three things you can tell a lot about a person in these three things. How does a person speak? Mara, how does a person travel? So it's so incredibly important. You like to say that externalities don't matter. externalities mean a lot. How you present, and this is everything, how you present, how you dress, it says a lot about how you feel about yourself, and ultimately, again, the image that's important for you to project. And again, that's what are my dreams, my goals, my aspirations? Who do I want to, what's like, isn't the greatest challenge like that sometimes you just get on that conveyor belt? You just get on that conveyor belt and you just keep going. Like you keep trucking, right? You just go. You start like when we're 25, or wake up one day and we're 85 last night, like 7-0, just focus. This can be like, just in the lobby. It was crazy. It was crazy. I was just like absolutely overwhelmingly beautiful. I spoke about it again that like, there comes a day when you have to take stock of your life. There comes a day when you have to go and really contemplate, what you've done, and how you live. And I will say, there comes that day, and I see life and just kind of get into a rhythm. I will tell you, again, this is a different context. One of the most incredible things about being in a new building, one of the most incredible things is this overwhelming feeling of consciousness, of like renewal, that I could do things differently. There's a newness. So sometimes, again, it's a little anxiety provoking when you see every single chair hitting the wall, right? Or the spillage on the dish. I've been told that to learn to let go. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I trust me. I'm gonna have no choice, right? But the truth is, honestly, where does that come from, right? I was thinking to myself yesterday, I don't know, I'm not shit like that in my house. It's not like that. I even when I moved into this, it wasn't like, I'm not like that. Like, I really feel like yelling at people, don't touch the walls. Right? Don't touch the walls, right? Be careful. I did that. I actually did do it, right? And yesterday, Yesterday, I made enemies with the guys installing the article, which is not finished. I literally was giving them instructions, and I'm pretty sure they cursed me in Spanish. Right? And they essentially said, loose translation, who the heck is this guy? Right? Don't tell us what to do. Right? Anyone who walks around with this top button clearly doesn't get his hands dirty in instruction, right? So step away, go do your thing, right? And us alone. It's not finished, and they made a number of mistakes. I'm just going to point out, whatever. They're going to come back and correct that Monday in that section. I was like, but what is it? It's the newness. And when you're surrounded by newness, there's this conscious. There's just like, there's something exciting about it. And you see yourself like, wow, if this could look new and beautiful and pure and pristine, I could look new and pure and pristine. Right? I could bring a newness into myself as well. I don't have to be the same old personalistic building. I don't have to be the same, however old I am, structure. I could renew my old structure. I could build a new building. I could become someone new and someone different as well. My davening doesn't have to be the same. My learning doesn't have to be the same. My marriage doesn't have to be the same. My meals don't have to be the same. My everything has the ability to become new. That's the inspiration of new surroundings. Walls could become new, which are inanimate. Allah has come of the camel. I could become new. That's the das. That's the das. So we'll say, do I have the same das that I had 20 years ago? Or is my das new, constantly renewing at every different stage of life? Right, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Adam nivra me'erev Shabbos. Wow. Adam nivra me'erev Shabbos. I was like, how crazy is it to have an Erev Shabbos tomorrow on Erev Shabbos? I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. Adam nivra me'erev Shabbos. Man was created on Friday Erev Shabbos. Why the certain was that man was created earlier than man, but what would happen? People could erroneously think that man was hoping that there was horrible in the creation. But if man's created on Friday, the end of creation, so no one could kind of that a person had a partner in my separation. Incredible. That if man gets carried away with himself, if man decides to become arrogant, so what happens? The Baruch Hu says, hey, calm down, not so great. A gnat, like gnats were created before you in the order of creation. Okay, so this is humble. So Gemara says, other possible is, why was man created on Erev Shabbos? So that he should enter into mitzvahs immediately. Now both sides, which mitzvah? Shabbos, which is actually quite beautiful. That the entire intention of the Bria was that the Baruch Hu wanted our first mitzvah to be Shabbos Kodesh. But just what a beautiful Gemara trying to Erev Shabbos. It's overwhelming. First, I want to teach you, and again, kind of get your bearings a little bit, and then after you get your bearings, we're going right into Shabbos together. Next, the Ra'akar, Kadesh Yikanis the Suda Miyad. Other possibilities, the Baruch wants Adoration to go right into the Suda. Now it's also Shabbos Suda. And the Baruch wanted Adam to find everything set, like a set table. The world was organized. Adoration came into a fully finished product. He did not have to live through construction. To be compared to a king who first built a palace, organized everything, did all of the things, and then after the finished work complete, then he invited the stress. The Rebbe Shalom wanted to invite us into the finished world. He did not want us to have to live through construction. And I want to say this is important. Right? Only for Baruch Hu do that. Because at the end of the day, what it also says is like this: Baruch Hu invited us into a perfect world, to a good world, to a complete world, which means that even when it looks imperfect, unfinished, or under construction, it's important to understand it's only because we don't see the full plan. Hashem invited us to be part of something that is complete, that is perfect. And at the end of the day, sometimes when it looks imperfect, it's only because of our inability to see the perfection and to see the wholeness inside of it. Incredible. Let's go back there. So the Gemara says as follows: Shneimar Chachmas Bansa Beisa Chazon Udah Shiva. Tav Chatitra Mas Vayina Af Urcha Shulchana. Shulchan Arasel Tikra Al Gate Merome Charas. The Gemara says Chachma Bansa Beisa. So again, the Gemara got to the house. What does it mean when it says wisdom? Zumi doesn't shine Kadosh Baruch Hu. Shabaras Kala Olim Kula B'Chakma. The Baruch Hu created the entire world. B'Chakma was wisdom. Chatzva Amudah. He carved out its pillars. So the word says Shiva. Elu Shiva's BMA gracious. 7 days creation. Tav Chatitha Mas Chayina Aparach Shulchana is the Yamim, the narrow called Sarkin Olam. Ultimately, this refers to the seas, the rivers, and all the different needs of the world. Shalchan Arasat Tikra Ze Adam B'Chava. Agape Merome Keres. What does it mean again that they lived on the heights of the city? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Barakana Rami Ksiv Agape Uksiv Al Kisei. Which one is it? Does man sit on the heights or does man sit on the chair? Betriva Agape Ulabasof Al Kisei. Originally, man dwelled in the heights of the world. And then, unfortunately, after the sin, he was relegated ultimately again to a piece of Nipasi. Yasrahina Fasaleva Mala. Amar Kodesh Baruch Hu. Me Saul Lazah. Who enticed man to sin? Isha. Ultimately, again, it was Chava. So I said, I'm going to say, Noy Isha Fasaleva. It's interesting that at the end of the day, there is joint responsibility for the fate of Adam Arishon. But again, the Gemara points out that at the end of the day, it was also Chava who enticed Adam to sin. But of course, again, Adam is really held responsible to the events, or ultimately, again, the action after he realized that he made a mistake. Okay, so what was that? Tanya, Hayab Meir Omer. Adam Arishon Kala Olam Chutzpar Afro Shneimar Galmi Ra'oinecha Ksipimene Hashem Yishol Klos B'Chalas. So this is incredible Gemara. Adam Arishon, remember again, is made from dust, made from dirt. Remember again, where was the dirt collected from? So the Gemara says dirt was collected from all four corners of the earth. Right? Again, literally, Afro Shneimar says Kala Olam Kulo Chutzpar Afro. So literally, again, his dirt, his dust that made him up was collected from all four corners, all four parts of the world. What's the pshat with that? What's the pshat? It's to show you that halacha l'maisa, Adam comes from everywhere, which tells you that wherever Adam Harishon is, wherever it is, he can be successful. See, that's the metaphor over here. And sometimes we think I can only be successful in certain circumstances. I can only be successful in certain cases, in certain situations. So the idea is that Adam Harishon made so wherever Adam finds himself, geographically, he has the ability to find success. This is the part by the Lady Yisrael prediction. The Kusa writes in the beginning of Chumash Devar, the Torah says that they wrote the Torah Be'er Hitei in 70 languages. 70 languages. They entered the entire Torah, put it on the stone, 70 languages. I asked the Lady Yitzchak, why do you have to write Torah in 70 languages? Like the Jews in the Midbar, they only spoke 2 languages. What do they speak? Like Hebrew and Yiddish. Jews always spoke Yiddish. So I don't know in the Midbar, right? So it's right. So why do you need 70 languages? Why do you need languages? The Lady Yitzchak says because Moshe Rabbeinu knew that there was going to be galus, and he was afraid that the Jews would think, where could a Jew connect with Torah? Only in Eretz Yisrael. Where could a Jew connect with God? Only in Eretz Yisrael. Obviously, Eretz Yisrael presents a unique connection that cannot be replicated anywhere else. But the strength of our people is the ability to be steeped in Torah and relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu wherever we are. So whatever land you're in, whatever language you are speaking, a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is always possible. That's, and again, even before I ladies, that's the Gemara. Adam Rishon is made up from dust, collected from all over the world. Why Adam? You are from everywhere. If you're from everywhere, you can be successful anywhere. You're from everywhere to be successful anywhere. You know what I'm This is beautiful. Adam Arishon, his body is from Babel, his head is from Eretz Yisrael, the Eivara of Rishar Aratz. And ultimately again, and the limbs are from other lands. On both sides, his backside, Amran Akar, me Akra da Agma. So a place called Akra da Agma. So what's that? This tastes amazing. Which tells you about what Chazal thought about Akra da Agma. And obviously, not high on the destination. And I was saying, it's nice idea. Body is from Babel, head is from Eretz Yisrael. So what does that tell you? Tells you is, you know what? There's a lot of Gashmias with bodies. And it's nice, right? The body, which represents Gashmias. Gashmias comes from Chutzlaretz. Where's the head? Right? And what's the name again? The head is not bread. The head is not bread. People have head, and the Neshama is also in the head. Where's Ruchnias from? Bill Ruchnias? Very strong. Again, do we have Ruchnias here? Absolutely. Of course we can. That's the memory that we just saw. But if you want to know ultimately, again, so the body is from Babel, but the head, and what's the beauty of it is, so that means for us also. In other words, that means we're descendants of other nations, which means even though we're here in the Lawrence, right, there's a piece of our head that is like a shtick Eretz Yisrael. Because that's part of our DNA. Our head was fashioned from dirt of Eretz Yisrael. And therefore, by definition, embedded inside of each of us is made up of a piece of Eretz Yisrael. Our head is a piece of Eretz Yisrael. So beautiful. Famous Charles Hamad said this is a wild Gemara. Famous Charles Haya. Those are just 12 hours a day. Gemara is going to give us a digest of the first day of Adam Arishon. Here we go. Shari Shalom, it's by Akro. Hour number 1.
Honestly, I guess it would mean a lot to me if I somehow ran
second hour, they continue to a goal of mass, a lifeless mass.
hey,
We
Tim
should
is
need to
job.
play
They're
ball.
like, hey,
Third
I
hour,
got
again,
your necklace. I think I would shit my
the
pants.
DS is a couple of
Yeah, if
4
Tim
hours a
Salmon
day.
walked up to me and was like,
Shama
Tim
was
is Sean?
moaning to his
Oh,
body.
God.
Kamishi's Hamadar
Yeah, that would be
5 hours a
something.
day, Adam Arishon
Alright, so
stood up.
this is called
Shishis
Talk Around the Water
Kalash
Roller Coaster by
6 hours.
Haphazard.
He started calling names to all the animals, all the different things. Shvi is in Stavkula Chaba, 7 hours a day. He was into his Chaba, right? Shminis, they're married, right? He's Stavkula Terror Chaba. Shminis Alulumita. In the 8th hour they had a relation. Alulumita Shnayim, the Yardu Arba. They went into the bed as 2, and they came out as 4. So as I said, obviously you understand,
I'm sorry, I started
these
thinking that
hours
whole
are
thing
not
about those people
regular
like
hours,
it'd be pretty cool if hell ever said.
And 6 days of creation did not work with the new concept of time. Like they were working at different times, like So the point over here is hour number 8. Motivation for Sabo. Really,
I didn't even hear. Literally, I was fantasizing about meeting Ellen.
So she is established in the 9th hour. They recommend the national cemetery. Asiris Salah, the 10th hour, they eat from the tree. The 9th hour, they recommend they don't eat from the tree. Okay, last an hour. The 10th hour, they eat from the tree. Salah, Akat Esrei, Nidon, 11th hour, they were judged. In the 12th hour of the day, they were exiled. So what's exiled? Shneemar Adam Bikar Bayolin. The man, right? Adam Bikar Bayolin. Man doesn't stay over. Right? Doesn't stay over. He doesn't stay overnight. Adam Rishon never stayed overnight in Gan Eden. He was born there, spent 12 hours there, and then
marketing genius.
He wouldn't necessarily get this from the Chumash because it was written. Cain and Hevel were born in Gan Eden. Right? And Cain and Hevel lived in Gan Eden.
Two bad part threes back to back. And if I pour those part threes, which was 78,
from the story, because the way the story in the Chumash is structured is it's just Adam and Chava. Right? There's no mention of Cain and Hevel until after they are exiled from Gan Eden. So we'll say all of this is in one day. I just point out everything amazing. What do you think from the Gemara like this? So let's say, first of all, there's a lot of like Muslim hospitals in Gemaras. But part of it is sometimes a person could have everything in front of them and yet throw it all away. For what appears to be really nothing. Now, it's always easy to sit back in judgment of other people as Adam and Chava, how could you have done this? But we do this all the time as well. That's what this to me is what helps this tomorrow. Let's say, if you notice, by the way, what do you see about the first day of Adam Rishon? What do you see about the first day of Adam Rishon's life? What do you see about it? It's highly scheduled. Let's say the secret to successful time management. And time management is the secret to life success. It is scheduling. So, like the idea is whatever you want to do in life, whatever you want to do today, schedule it. You want to hang out with your friends? How much time? You have a dinner with your family? How much time? You're relaxed going for a walk? How much time? You're learning Torah? How much time? Scheduled. Because if it's scheduled, number one, you'll maximize your time, and number two, if it's scheduled, you'll act out. And also, we know this. When it's not a schedule, time just evaporates. That's part of the Muslim lesson over here. What is Baruch says about the first day of Adam Rishon? Every single hour could be a calculus. You ever have a day where you try to look back a little bit like how you spent your day, and you have time that you can't account for it. I know I was in my office. I'm not sure exactly what happened.
It's called Just How Papa and the 250 consider comedy to be the
frustrating.
hardest
Chances are, if you can't account for the time, chances are it was not used productively successful. Says the Piaget, says the keep the successful time management is scheduling, and again, time management allows for productive days, really productive days and productive living. Incredible fight against the life. Says the Gemara. Amar Rabbi a wild animal cannot go ahead and adversely impact a person unless a person himself is trying to like the animal. And I himself have any most incredible. When Hashem wanted to create man, he created first a group of angels. So we're going to see one of the things that Baruch does is he tries to work collaboratively. Even though he does not need to work collaboratively, he tries to. He created a group of Malach. And he says to them, he says, Amaran, Yitzonten, Nasa, the Tzaddik. He says, should we make man? Should we make man? I'm going to find the people as a man now. So the Malach will say, okay, so tell us, what is man going to do? What is
your staff that you hire is crouching on top of a desk while
okay, he does this, he does that. Before Shabbos, he says, man,
I guess come to my office so we can talk.
Let's go through a lot of that stuff. That's the good nature of man. I'm going to find a bunch of My energy is forever. So they said, don't do it. Don't do it, it's not worth it. Hoshit et Baal Kitana Ben, so as Baal Lozen extended his little finger, the Sarfam, and he incinerated this group of angels. Right? If you don't like what they had to say, he destroyed them. Something happened with the second angel. What happened? Kashmir is, then he approaches the group of angels. Call it, so what happens? So comes the third group of angels. Yeah, yes, third group of angels. What do you guys think about creating that? Third group says, God, Ribbon Show, come on. You have to start to do that thing also. Because, sometimes it happens that you engage in collaborative work, but you're not actually interested in anyone else's opinion. Right? Instead, you know what you want to do, but you have to go through the optics of asking other people their opinion. So what happens? The third group says, the previous group said, he didn't like it. You didn't like it. You incinerated them. So come on. So listen to what they say. They say, I say, so you know what? So you know what the third group says? You're the boss. You're the boss. You have a better idea. Do what you want. Do what you want, and we support you. Now that's collaboration. Right? Do what you want. For some reason, plus it's not what happens. I'm going ahead. I would say, again, there's a lot to say on this Gemara also. What is happening over here? But okay, we'll go back a little bit. So what happened? Yabba says he's malach is fine. So Hashmo creates man. כיוון שהגיע לאנשי גרמה, אבל אנשי גרמה פגע שמעשינו כקודם. אמרו לפניו ריבונו שלום לא יפה, אמר ראשון לפניך. So what happens? Now when man ultimately engages in his downward spiral, right? And man goes ahead and ends up sinking. There are marble, there are flooded, there's no flood, there's no migdal bubble. So the malach will come back to their false. They say to him, listen, God, I don't want to say we told you so, right? We didn't say anything. The third group said nothing, but perhaps Rabbi, earlier two groups had a good point. Until they grow old, I am to Hashem, and until they become saved, I will tolerate them. It was the most beautiful answer. This Rabbi said, you're not right. You're still not right. Listen to how beautiful this is. Because even though my children have messed up so terribly, I believe it. I am patient, and I will wait until they get their act together. I will say, this is not the most beautiful and overwhelming. There are times in life where we act in a certain way, and if the Baruch Hu is looking down and he's so profoundly disappointed, and the Malachim are saying, I told you so, why did you create them? They're not worth it. And those Baruch says, okay.
We got another dicey redact clip. He's trying to make a pop us on this subreddit right now. It's called Come Out of the Closet Boys. I'm going to play some of this clip, not the whole thing, because there's a large section from South Park.
So willingness to wait until we get our stuff together. And willingness to wait no matter how long it takes in order for us to become the best version of ourselves. That's how much. I'm going to be I'm going to show literally again of us so big. So tall, so large. It existed from one end of the world to the other end of the world. ومن اليوم أحسبنا لكم أرضا على الأرض من الكون فما بعد كذا. لأن في صار once he made his mistake, once he came, we have to go and know that love and we have help. Hashem placed his hand on top of our belly, showing literally against the nearest statue. Offer because I'm Santani, Bakashas alike Hashem. I'm over the Lord, the Lord says, I'm going to show me the artist. I'm going to Kiyahaya, I should exist against some earth. All the way until the heavens. Shenemar. لمن حيوم الشفار الوكيم أدم على الأرض ومتيا شمايم أتيا شمايم كيف الشسار once others made a mistake right once he sinned Hashem placed his hand on it and diminished him finished in Shneimar, Achor V'Kedem Sarkani. I, Kosher Prada. These two connect with each other. So the Gemara says, no, it's the same Midah. It's the same measurement. It's just ultimately again illustrating it in different ways. What's that? Just point out something absolutely beautiful. What is this idea? The admiration again was literally again go from one end of the world to the other end of the world. What is it representing? Potential. When Adam Rishon was created in this world, what was his potential? His potential was limitless. Was limitless. Literally, again, he existed from the heaven to the earth. The world below the world. His potential literally was limitless. But then he sinned. And what happened when he sinned? He was diminished. And let's say, what does sin do? Sin diminishes potential. Now, it's not forever. It's not forever, because I can always regain that potential. But that's the other ritual was beginning from heaven to earth. And then afterwards, after maybe after committing sin, his stature was diminished. So like I'm not going to go around. Other ritual, but I'm going to see that. Other ritual spoke Aramaic. Shneimar, ultimately, ma yikru le'efar. El. The Hainu Damir Shlagish might have said, Sefer told us, Adam Lamed. Shara Koshma with Dar Badar. Shara Adam showed all the future generations. He showed them like all generations to come. The Gemara says, Dar Badar, Dar Badar, Akamal. Kevin Shegia, Badar Shrabi Akiva, Samak B'Taraso, and his Asin and his Asin. Once, Adoration saw the generation of Rabbi Akiva, and he saw Rabbi Akiva, he rejoiced. When he saw the death and suffering of Rabbi Akiva, he was sad. Amar Berlin, Mayikure Ephrael. I know you don't, but I was going to say it's fascinating that again, out of all the generations, all the suffering, what impacted adoration most. Out of all the suffering that he saw was Rabbi Akiva. That's where it's like a convention for people. All right, you know what? Adoration I suppose, now, listen, that Gemara takes a very sharp turn over here. Adoration was a heretic. Again, more explanation for this. Right? Meanwhile, Shneimar, Vayikra Shalom Tima La'adam, Vayomar Ayaka. Says to Adam, Ayaka, where are you? So the Gemara says, on Nata Vita. It's not what we're for today. But again, so understand these Gemaras now are going to focus on a little bit different. They're essentially calling into doubt. Now, how to understand those Gemaras and what it really means, and there's Rabosai. So tomorrow we're going to learn back together here in our base metric. First Shabbos of the dot. We're going to do it together, Meretz Hashem. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be incredible. Another ridiculous Gemara tomorrow. It's going to be great. Rabosai, Mazel Tov, continuing our first week here in our new base metric, and how the Bible is up for many years to come. That's when he's going to be here. He's going to hear none of the nations. It's going to be here. All right, everyone, have a wonderful Shabbos, everyone. There's Florida, Baltimore, everywhere. I guess it's wonderful here. All right, we're not in Israel. It's good.
Show the back tattoo. That's what he went to prison for. Oh, no, my God. Not good. Oh, so you're gonna go? Oh God, dude! Yeah. Oh my God, be cool. Yeah.
Good morning. We don't have a microphone for today, so I apologize. Speaking of it, we just don't have the microphone for today. We also have a microphone for tomorrow. We'll say it's tremendous short
Jesus Christ, dude. That's a problem right there, that face. Yeah, Brian Count probably Anyways, if you guys want to see us on our lives Wednesday night, 8 p.m. More skits and bits on there too, so it's not just us talking about TLDR reading, which we get into that too though, parents. Yeah, shout out to Too Lazy Tried. Thanks for doing that video about us, and also join the Patreon. We have another Patreon this week where we expect to go next. Alright, see you next week. Bye.
We're having in the old shul, there was a lot of extra space here. And actually, we're going to be utilizing every seat. So I feel like that Southwest, please do not put your personal luggage on the middle seat in an offer day. So Rabbi, just know, like, especially for davening, the seats are going to be used. So again, for sure, I'm sure it's fine. But just also just be mindful. Just look around. If you see people that you don't have enough people here during this language, you want to make sure they don't have the opportunity to be able to sit at a muffin, to sit at a table, to be able to work properly. So just be mindful in terms of where you're putting yourself in the belongings that you know feels boxed out, and that the stuff you're going to be seeing your content for davening as well. And it's just, I know that so many different things that we're building is so hard to find out a little bit. So certain things may not be fully set up, certain things, may have to pivot a little bit. For any privileges that may occur over the course of this week. But Baruch Hashem, what is the first thing is to be able to experience such a holy and beautiful, magnificent overview that foreign are not in yet. That's still the thing with the other progress. So just get it easy again, a little bit touchy, and how we use it again. So there's a fun luxury, so we'll hopefully have everything set up mostly as it should be, but Baruch Hashem, what is supposed to be, aesthetically beautiful place, it's in Yos Hashem. Now, the aesthetic beauty is here. And Yos Hashem, now, I have all this to spirit with spiritual beauty as well, which I know God will be able to take and do Yos Hashem in the coming years. Also,
welcome back to 10 Minutes to Shop. We're having a back. Wow, it's a big day today. Now we'll check out the Patreon. We just did No Pain. We reviewed No Pain by Kristen Lee. And Joe Rogan Live as well. We record, actually we stream live on Wednesdays now, so check that out. But that's not why they're here. They're not here. No. They're here to watch 10 Minutes to Shop. So start the timer. Play the cheek clip. And also we have so Cal had this edit that he did where he's like talking about his son, and he tells his son, always be hot, never again. And it doesn't make any sense. So our fans are hot, and people that joan on us are sweating.
And honor all our neighbors and Muslim co-workers. The Ezra Hashem run out of space faster than our old building.
And I did it in this style where it was like zooming in weird cuts, and I kind of like, the awkward zone editing where it's like it zooms in and just a little bit of health. I just mentioned like the repeat the
I'll take the rock off maybe like that and have it be
because I was like, oh, you guys hate it, but I didn't tell me correctly, and he like told like the reason actor, he's like, these fucking suck. I'm like, first of all, I know that out there and check the other guys, like, I stand by this, fucking, I'll put him up somewhere so you can see it, but he was there arguing about like, Justin, Islam Makachev versus Alex Volkanovski.
Ahead of us today,
I remember it was important to like, if somebody's trying to get hit with different languages, somebody's giving it Muay Thai, you hit it with the fucking, with the BJJ.
Miracle chain wasn't being the bus, right? So remember again, not everyone is Jewish capital cases. So remember again, what Jewish capital cases. So remember again, I look over here like capital cases was the community of Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin has to not only comply with the clips like this, and it took me extra time, and I was like, this is funny, and again, you're losing followers every day, so I'm just throwing shit to all, like, engagement, talking to people, I used to talk to the people in the comments, like I was on the Reddit, so like that's your narrative piece. And it got way more engagement than you gotta stop this. I'm like, oh yes, God forbid people would comment or DM, but I realized like everything's speaking of that. Yeah, it's a new reveal because that means that you were revealing on the podcast that Mark is Minimum Scott. He's one of the guys on Reddit that does that same thing. He like zooms in with the camera. It's not like an unprecedented sound editing, like when it's like you just zoom in on weird things. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna try that. It was really fun. And then you're super proud of something, and someone's like, that's something. I'm like, yeah, well, they think that's it's like it shows some self-awareness, and they don't want that. I don't want to be the butt of the joke. You're clearly extremely funny, and everything is going great, and the numbers are all going in the right direction. We don't need anything else.
So there's always stuff I'm like, hey, what if we tried not doing this shitty part of the show?
Europe was soon and they're flipped.
And I explain comedy art with this where like that entertained joke about a kid is not funny. Like, please explain comedy to me.
I'd rather have clips of them wrestling, dude.
Every 6 months they start wrestling.
Like tackles for Brian.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Sit down, slaps your butt.
I know, it's like,
Well, last time you were on, we didn't really get a chance to watch clips with you, but we brought you back today. We want to start watching clips.
yeah, it is fun.
Yeah.
So, well, I try not to watch clips. Some people send some shit to me, like, during the 1,000th episode, I don't know if you guys covered this, but it was like,
should be with
of course, anytime I mention Brendan, I'll say so I can able to talk directly. But yeah, there's one somebody like about 7 days, I'm like, why would you send me this? They're talking about you. And Brendan's like, oh man, 2022 was so weird. Like, I didn't have anything to do with the Bobby Lee thing. It was all Brian's fault. I don't know. It's all my God. The whole episode, because his new, like, fuck buddy co-host, Shinaz or whatever, is like, a lot of the people are asking, like, what's up with Bobby Lee now? Like, I feel bad because knowing, like, I'm in that room and knowing how much Brendan didn't want to attack the show. But you guys remember how if you watch this, he completely deflected it.
He was like, I don't even know. He's like,
I've never read them. I don't know who he is. Like, Brian obviously totally harassed him. And I'm like, knowing the actual inside story, I'm like, no, you hired fake hackers who told you that Bobby Lee was running the subreddit, and you called me up, and I was like, maybe sit on that information rather than doing anything about it. And like 2 hours later, you're like pretending the LA Times is running some fake story on Bobby Lee. And he's at dinner to make him panic and call you back, and you ambushed him with, well, like, this was all you. Sorry, but then,
can I be honest with you? I swear to God, when this was all happening, I thought you were like the Mike Baker dude, like you were his CIA insider.
yeah, it's funny because you would assume that when I'm like, and anybody called me like, I'm like, do you think Brendan would listen to me? Like, he's the most arrogant fucking person. He doesn't, he would never, it's a convenient scapegoat to like, other people. I'm like, you don't listen to anything. You will come to me with an idea, and he's like, yes, but I've never, he's never come to me and said, like, should I do A or B? And then you should have A or B. And in the other times when I did say, like, you can notice Bobby think I'm going, like, you're out of your mind, you don't know how Reddit works, so I just go, yeah, I mean, I would just maybe don't say it right now because it doesn't really make it, like, if that is true, that Bobby Lee is secretly harassing you on Reddit, like, for no reason.
When you say it out loud, it makes no sense.
I'm like, it is true, but that Bobby Lee controls 100,000 person subreddit, and also doesn't know how to computer and plays video games all day.
I mean, when the server was Tiger Belly, how do you explain that?
Yeah, exactly. Definitely there's email confirmation, the 2-factor authentication, and it's like, oh, you can put fucking, I sell cogs at fucking tvk.com.
Right.
They'd be like, that's Brendan's email. Clearly,
He comes to you with A and B, like, should I do A or B? But A and B are bad.
I always tell them, like, you're the past few years for you, that I experienced was like the chooser and adventure book, where like you're like, I'm gonna do the absolute dumbest thing possible. It's like, should I go pick up those gold coins or stick my hand in the wood chipper? But it was funny because that's just one example of explaining Brian, but then he was like, oh man, I had some really terrible people around me giving me really bad advice. Like, and I did that. I'm like, he's talking about me, but you've been using terms like, oh, I had a business manager. I'm like, I know all the people who are your managers. Like, I don't think any of them are bad people. They still work for you. You're like, Mark really business manager, but also who didn't work for you really. Who was a part-time employee.
So let's get into these clips, dude. So if you guys haven't seen Elephant Graveyard for the channel, great guy. I haven't yet to meet him, but
I never met him.
Yeah.
He ended up making fun of me once, so he's a terrible person. One of the editors I've ever seen. He likes him. He's a terrible guy. Communist. Radical left-wing editor. Why is he putting elephants in graveyard? So this was posted by Elephant Graveyard, but it's reposted by Fox News Dad. It's called Elephant Graveyard Absolutely Gadoosh Toe. One of the 250 with his latest videos. Thank you. So let's just see what this is about here, dude. Now something starts to happen and I can't believe I'm even saying this, but Joe actually goes full Brendan Schaub with this wonderful Chinese voice he does here.
Everyone knew their place. There was, we had this stimulating lectures back as well.
But at least he's not straight up copying Brendan's jokes, right?
Sometimes in life, you feel inadequate and you acknowledge what you're not. But the truth is, it's only when I acknowledge what I'm not that I'm really able to go ahead and maximize what I am. So there's nothing wrong with being
Is there any chance that you fucked Brendan at night, by chance?
There's nothing wrong with being third
So many people would be like, I'll always like read these comments where it's like,
right now.
Brendan and Mark are definitely fucking. I'm like, does Brendan look like my type, dude? Like, when that fucking dude is in shape.
Let's say
And also, that's not a joke. But like, also, I can't convey to you how much Brendan is physically cold to the people around him. Your desire to touch me makes me uncomfortable. Like, where my girl's hugging and rubbing me. I've never hugged Brendan Schaub. He does this to me. And like, we're best friends. I would get it down. That's all it's about you to do. And then we fuck each other. Have you ever met Jamal? Jamal's the barber that he's another reason I know the doctor. So you already know these guys. That's from the first special. He's a great, he's a great GMC doctor. He's the guy that what was true about after I stopped working with Brendan, because a lot of this stuff I'm like, when I was working with him, it's like, well, clearly the Reddit is coming after me, like, for nothing, you know, like, when I just first appeared and started talking about steroids on TV, I get like, this fucking ugly piece of shit loser, I'm like, well, what happened to you, so I know, so your hatred for Brendan was irrational, so I never really did a deep dive, and I saw that documentary that guy did, what's his name?
Because
The like in the long war breaks down the frequency.
So that means someone from row, now that there's a vacancy in row 1, someone from row 2 moves up to
oh
row
my
1,
god,
which
because
now also
I think, you
means
know,
what? Someone
one
from
of my
row 3
philosophies is like,
moves up to row 2.
you can push the boundaries of racial comedy if it's for your individual observation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I used to drive Uber and I
So
remember, like, I feel comfortable saying, you know, the people who face down without headphones for black people, you know, and I'm like, I don't feel racist because that's just what happens to Americans, right? You know, if you talk to a black person, like, yeah. Like, so I'm like,
go ahead and
whatever racial humor you want,
pull someone
but if you're
out
taking a
of
guy
the
who
general
speaks
assembly.
better English than you
The
and deciding the stereotypical Chinese accent, I'm like, something does feel wrong about that.
versus
And I remember being like, oh, like, that's just like, it's like a low blow.
Someone from
And like,
the
reduce this guy to like, oh, I must
No,
make an
that's not the way it
English.
happens. Not the way it happens.
Someone this
If you
low
don't,
doctor.
exactly, yes.
someone from row 2 goes
Right,
into
he's
row
like,
2,
have you heard him on the
someone
phone? You're like,
from
this
row
guy
2
just has a
over
really
goes
nice
into
deep voice.
row 1.
Alright, let's see the rest of this.
So you might go back there. So now, let's say, where do you know this? Now,
It's a low that is so low where I never expected Joe to go.
From where do we know that they consist of the same circle? So I'm
That
going to cover
he
the
just
other
can't
class. So it's going to say it's actually quite
what
beautiful.
is.
The possible
Brendan Schaub quit comedy after releasing that special, and it only stands to reason that if Joe is stealing from it, then he ought to
So
do the
literally
same.
translated. So
But the Elephant Graveyard got a lot of
is like
reviews.
got a lot of reviews on James.
Lots of reviews.
A basing of the movie.
I've never met him, but it's a great video.
Yeah, so somebody posted it, and it was like, this is his fucking masterpiece. So,
Do not
I've been meaning to watch it. I do think he's super talented as an editor.
ratio. Alright, so we'll discuss it this morning.
And
So Shurare,
I will say this, though, about the,
so Shurare, but what refers to as the stomach,
when people are ripping on Rogan's special, I haven't watched it, but
why is it called Shurare?
I know for a fact this is what's going on in Brennan's head.
Because the Sanhedrin sits literally against
Because he has a rivalry with Joe. He's
What
better
does it
than
mean
this,
that
but like,
it sits in the center of the
Brendan
world?
behind the scenes, like, because Joe has been critical of him in private about his stand-up. And again, I sincerely believe that Joe is one of the few people out there, like he may be, like, as reported by a lot of people, he can verge on kind of being a dick, you know, and it's like, I know many people like them, where it's like, he's kind of a leader and an alpha, like say with Joe, but it's like he has this energy of like, he's aggressive, you know what I mean? And I know kind of like, Andy Dick talks about how they've got to set a fucking news radio, and he's like, shut the fuck up, you be like, and it's like, oh yeah, you're gonna set high in your fucking messenger lines, like, he's not that, right? Joe has had conversations with Brendan where he's like, dude, you need to fucking like this special design, whatever. It's critical for Bobby.
Successful and as happy and as
Brendan held on to that,
and as
Brendan
accomplished as
acts
we
like,
are.
oh, whatever, I don't give a shit, but there are people,
This is not
he can ignore the comments, but there's certain people in his life that he obviously can't ignore, and
just like the stomach with the center.
he kind of, like, because he's trying to push back against it too, and he's like,
So
because I think at first he's like, oh yeah, like he might have pretended to watch it, you know? He's like, you know, he's like, and when he said special, people
what is
that
the
told
reason?
that,
Like,
you know, it's like,
you
it's like,
don't
do you like it? Like, you're not going to, like, come watch my narrative, you know? It's like, here's what I'm about to put out. It's like, cool,
just like the news.
start over, you know?
Goes ahead and
Included
reviews
that,
like
Levi's
last
to
week
give
it
us,
was
like,
Agula.
you know,
So
change the title,
last week
lose
it was
30
semicircle.
pounds, do
And
better
just like the moves
jokes,
out much
shave
of the
your
months,
beard,
do like semicircle or
shit,
circular.
don't have the
So
paper
people
mache
can
cut out
sit
the
in the
back.
circular fashion as well.
He's
Beautiful.
like
Yaksa Hamasa.
it's like
What is it?
Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, right? Joe Rogan is Brett Favre, Josh is Aaron Rodgers.
I think, you know, that's an insult to Aaron Rodgers. But, you know, so what I'm saying is, there's legitimately, from what I know about Joe, he does like helping people, and I think it comes at Brendan in a potentially very harsh way to his ears, because Brendan is sensitive to criticism, but he's trying to be like, I'm the only fucking person who's trying to tell yes man, or you invest in other people criticizing you, but you're like, you got a fucking problem on your hands, you got a problem with your job, and all Brendan can fix it, and I was like, well, you said you liked it before it dropped, and I'm like, motherfucker didn't watch it, and he's doing a 63-hour podcast today, you know, he didn't have time, and then he sees it, and it's 45 minutes, Joe, you couldn't even do 20 questions, honestly, they keep regressed for special. I'm not even joking. Not just the production value, but like,
someone else will do
he
it.
legitimately had a grudge where he's like, he would kind of try to downplay Rogan's comedy, like, you know, people saw your show, so it was like a TED Talk, and like, that like helps his ego out to think that other people don't like Rogan stand up. So like, by doing this, like, Brendan would actually watch that video and be like,
And by the way,
told
if
you,
you need a
like,
break because you have to go to the bathroom, no problem.
you're
You
trying
take
to
your break.
criticize
You know
me,
what?
and you're the one who
There's
picked
someone else
Oh my
standing
God.
for
So
you
he's
for
never
a
gonna say that in
couple of
public.
minutes that
But
shit will
just
be
know,
gone.
for a
Because
fact, because I heard so many times, like after Rogan dressed him down for, you know,
can't be the same
Greg
person
Bobby,
speaking
just
by
like,
himself
like, I mean, it was like, you know, they were lecturing
that
somebody.
is possible. That's absolutely
And it was
possible.
corroborated by
But
someone
the
else
mic
who's in the room,
even if you can't
you
do it,
know.
you have to make sure that there is someone else who can.
But I can't say
Incredible.
who
All
it
right,
is.
so
That
good
person
idea.
lied to me
So
about it.
we
It was
did.
like, it was Joanna. It was not Joanna.
It was beautiful. So another topic that refers to the Sanhedrin, your
But he
stomach
held on
is
to it
like
for
a
months,
pile of
you
leaves.
know.
Now,
And
again,
would like
this
say
is
snarky
all
things to Joe,
shooting.
like passive aggressively.
Supposed to be
You know, he's like,
between
he put out some,
Food.
the
So
Green
your
Room
stomach
Diaries.
is like a pile of
He was
leaves.
like,
What is that?
where he was like,
Now,
I read a bit an hour before I go on stage,
It's like
like,
a pile of
working on all
leaves.
week,
Everyone
or,
gets
you know, I'm on these like city specific, like, oh, Charlotte, you guys should have the Muggsy Bogues.
Right,
You know,
when the Sanhedrin spouses the
he put that out, like Rogan sent him a pause about it, and he couldn't help but be like, oh, should have asked your permission before that. Like, he actually texted all the way to say, bro, let it go. It's Joe Rogan, yeah, it's Joe Rogan.
Can you show me your muscles? What do you?
Club cell.
I know, I've been working out. Like, you don't see it a lot, but like, we just do 10 minutes in the show. So I've almost at 10 workouts.
Every 10 minutes takes like 3 months to make, honestly.
Yeah, I'm basically truck tires.
It's like, I know, I'll do the most expensive thing possible for the least amount of views. I'll destroy fucking trucks for 5,000 views.
And I respect that. So beautiful.
What's it called? We're just getting that outfit, and Goonie is still with. So this one's supposed to be like Godzilla 1982 1982.
Go see
So
that.
guys,
It's called manual for some reason. I don't know. There's a lot of posts about manual, and they have a lot of
So
books.
listen to this. He
I
said,
don't know.
Wait, is that a reference to, somebody sent me a picture, I screenshot of him talking shit to Sean Strickland? Because Sean Strickland's like, you gotta be fucking, what kind of doofus you gotta be? Oh, there it is, yeah. He's like,
My man, you're the only person to roll a performance truck doing a donut.
If anybody needs a self-driving car, it's
the fire
you.
take hold and it doesn't
But you
just
can't even
swoop.
drive on me.
In other words, what this guy was asking
And you put
from
And you ran
Rabbi
all the way
was
to
that
the
our
well.
people's
Yeah,
sins,
man,
that our
he's
people's
better.
sins of halacha l'maisa,
That's
the
awesome.
man is alone with his wife, they believed out, that's the way God had him come to sin. The Gemara says, I'm going to HaTorah. First of all,
You know what's funny is, so because I saw this, how did I wish I would have seen it. Brendan blocked me, so I can't look at shit. But I told you guys before, like when Sean Strickland came to do Food Truck Diaries, like he was just talking like, now I know him more and it's funny, but at the time like I was like caught off guard because he comes up, he's like, what's up, man? What do you do around here? He says, I have nuts, says raisins. I was like, okay, like first thing you said, maybe that's why I don't think the door for you. But he was actually very cool. Like I was like, that's very much Sean Strickland. Yeah, it's like you got the Sean Strickland treatment. He's just like, yeah, this motherfucker, you're 5'2", motherfucker. You know, he was on the whole time. And part of my job was to be like a liaison, like when the fighter isn't doing anything, I get to like bring them into the studio and talk with them one-on-one. So I had a good conversation with him. Like, I do think Sean is a good dude. A lot of contradictions. He's nuts, but like, he's a rough person. Yeah. Like, he's a good douche. With no any, like, he went on like win the belt champ that, and like, I don't know, like, saying like, Brendan is running for samples. It's like, isn't that more badass? He like rides a Harley and tells you like my outfit with sandals on. I'm like, that's way riskier than fucking having to get up. But anyway, I forgot to mention this, but he must have cut 20 minutes out of that episode because Sean was roasting the entire fuck out of me. And Mr. All My Chub had nothing to say. He had zero. Do you remember anything he said? Yes. He looks at the camera because he's really good. You like have this camera set up. So it's like you're talking. There's a camera here, there's a camera there, and then a camera in the middle. At least like 5 times when you're outside of the food trucks, you're standing, you would turn right to the camera and like do like a wrestling promo. So he'd be like, motherfucker, people are soft these days. You know they're real Patrick fucking Swayze. Everyone's a pussy these days. Fucking snowflakes. You're gonna be fucking nuts. And full of hair in your chest. So he'd do these like macho like, and he'd go right to the camera. Hold the left because he'd be like talking to Brendan, and he's like, that fuck reminds me of people are pussies these days. Fuck, what do you want? Condoms and a ring, you know? And it was like super entertaining. And he kept ripping on Sean randomly. He's like, I'm trying to fucking sleep with the octagon. This motherfucker's putting people to sleep in the comedy club. So he was like ripping on his stand up and like, you know, he's like, when are you gonna fucking quit stand up? Where you suck? Like, shit like that. Which is like, you're like working there. And I'm like taking pictures for social media, like in the background, and you're just kind of like, this is so awkward. I want to like teleport out of this situation. Just because you can't laugh at it. Like, great scene, like fake smiling at him, like trying to get nothing to say in response. And later, he was like, he was talking about how pissed off he was. He was like, I was ready to jump over the fucking table and beat his ass. And I'm like, yeah, right, because he should have Israel Adesanya. So I don't think you at 40 who never trained would like really stand a chance against, you know, like one of the best fucking strikers in the entire UFC right now. But now I kind of want Sean Strickland up, but I'm worried that he'll make fun of me. I mean, I'll take it. I'm not going to fight back. I think it sounds good funny, but it's just a little drug because like MMA fighters are so respectful normally, and it's like I got to meet so many of them, like Jake Rivera and Alex Volkanovski and Tim Kennedy. All these guys are so nice. You know what I mean? Like there's not a lot of personalities like Sean Strickland, but that is just his mode. And with somebody on here, like it's like not him. I just showed him where some guys like calling me fucking tiny nuts. It's like that's insane. You know? So it's like a little bit like, it shook me up, but I was like, okay, he doesn't, you know, he just ripped on Sean for fucking 20 minutes straight, so.
Called credit small teeth. Well, maybe, but also, I have a hairy chest, so maybe if you said, like, put hair in your chest, so I got better.
Yeah, I think he has real disdain for influencers. I had this like guy that was like, fucking influencers aren't human or this and that, but
Like Sean.
oh yeah, I mean, I get to like, my takeaway from that, you know, where he's like preemptively going on his page to fucking shit on him is like, I think Sean has disdain for him. And I think he kind of puts him in this because like, Sean's one of these guys where like, he has millions of dollars now, you know, after doing like a pay-per-view with fucking, what's his face, TDP. He had his address.
believe
wears
in them.
Wranglers and
But
fucking
you know,
Walmart
by the way,
t-shirts. Yeah.
what did these guys do
So
at Zero
this
was
is
alive? What
another
did they
post
do?
about manual, so I think they're really running away with this.
Nothing. They didn't do
As you
anything.
can see,
Like,
it's
didn't
posted by
affect any change.
Slipstream
Didn't affect
Daddy.
any
One's called
putting on
it's called What's a Manual?
None
And
of
one
that
is a
stuff.
sombrero that's Manuel, as you can see
While
here.
Rabbi Zero was alive.
This also has Pun
But
Hub
he
at the bottom
stirred
here.
something inside of them.
They got the one on the right.
He died, they're like, this Rabbi Zero, he cared about us so much. He cared enough to believe in us. He's not here anymore to believe in us.
This is
He's not
hilarious.
here anymore to believe in us. Then you know what? It's time for us to believe in ourselves. The power of believing in other
Sourcing of
people,
comedy.
giving them the ability to believe in themselves.
Yeah.
That's
So,
lesson number one.
there's a lot of manuals, so
Lesson
that's what I was
number
asking. I
two
didn't
is
even see that
last
comment,
piece
so I
of
get it now.
incredibly
Yeah, somebody
profound.
said that to
Lesson
me.
number two really is
And
sometimes we think that just
I
because
don't know,
we can't
it's funny because it's like, bro, you didn't have
that
any
we
of that
haven't
energy.
expected change.
You saw Sean Strickland in person.
What do you think? Did you see
And you're
this
funny,
guy
like,
or not?
he
I
thinks
guarantee
Sandals is the ultimate clapback. And it's like someone from California, like, I fucking love wearing sandals.
But he did.
Like, I'd never be able to tell me, like, I'm gay because I like to let my feet breathe.
There's nothing wrong with sandals, but it's also weird that Brian wears sandals to co-host.
Sometimes even
I
in our
kind
own
of
lives,
get that because I know he's like pushing him and shit like that, but like,
the results
it
are
is,
always
like, I
there.
kind of get that it's like, hey,
Sometimes they
we're on
become
camera right now.
visible now, but sometimes only
Walking
the world
against
goes back to
Sandals are like
the
ton of places, you know?
But he's
ton of places, especially which is, I get that it's thing, but I just refuse to buy this idea. Now, it's also an East Coast thing too, where we're like,
first step to
my East
Shiva
Coast friends be like,
is not
fucking
anything
say, you
you
got
do.
fucking
The
clothes
first
now?
step to Shiva
You're
is
not wearing
something
Timberlands right now?
Your friends in here.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So, when I went to college, I fucking everybody had sandals.
I'm not, I see, I don't have any problem with sandals. I'll just never wear them. You know, I got bad feet.
That moment that
That's
I
why
take a step back and say to
you got
yourself,
hammer toe. You hear about
I
this?
want to
Yeah,
live.
both the middle toes, I got hammer toe.
How,
Do you know what that
what,
is? It's your toes curl.
that I'm not sure about.
Your toes curl
But I
up, so
know
they're prone to
that
injury.
one
So I've injured them and they look like they're dead.
Has that changed anything in my life? Not
But I think there's a benefit to always say that's like, your fucking feet get tan.
You know,
Maybe, they're really flatten them out. Tan, like,
think about this last
not really tan.
last night, just looking at the doc.
You ever seen like pictures of people that have worn shoes before and their toes are all spread out?
Oh, yeah.
Because like your toes are kind of supposed to be like that.
But see, like, I feel like it's more like a toe. I feel like I think it's a good comfort thing to me. I feel comfortable with socks and shoes. And so when I wear sandals, I feel like you know,
Yeah. And also because, for example, I used to, when I was playing football,
So now, I could do something
prestigious
new as
D3
well.
going to college.
And again, all of us have something
When
we
you're
have to
wearing
change.
cleats all day, and then like after practice, like sandals are the best things to get your feet air outside.
Now there's something new.
Yeah.
So what do I
Okay, so we got
want
this
to
other
do?
manual thing. It's posted by Cruel Ambitions.
I think it's a
It's
profound day of
we talk about
healing.
manual
Maybe
beat.
you want to do something
So
different than my learning.
here's
You
a
want to do
little
something
clapback from
different than like
Strickland.
happening.
He says,
You want to do something
Bishop,
different
we
than
all know
like
you learned to work on a stick on the manual.
But here's the situation. Whenever something new
So you've
occurs
been doing
around
that
you,
some time, and
there's
you'll
this
see that.
opportunity for you. I'm not doing anything well, but I want to think about how do I want life to be different. Incredible. Oh, let's go back there. Show me churros. So let me know what I'm supposed to say. Let's just send it. Hello, again, there are 3 rows. And students
I
participate.
see what the next one is. Okay, so it's right here.
It says,
In
Rabbi,
a standard, you have 30 different Karen models of gravel to ball
what do you see from
driving,
here?
and you
When
still
one person
roll
moves, everyone moves. Right? Why? You know what's happening. When they put a student out the first row, what happens? Someone from row number 2 goes to row number 1. Someone from row number 3 goes to row number 3. And then someone from
And he's saying, like, you went out and tried to do a donut for the first time in dirt when you could have just went to the mall parking lot.
Everybody makes me look like 5 years. Another tremendous Mushahasa. Right? Echad, 1990, Kulu 90.
It's just so funny to go out of your way to make fun of Sean for something that is ridiculously does. Like, why does he have such an issue with electric cars? Yeah. And it's a stupid opinion. And so Sean Strickland was the last person you'd think that would come at it from this angle. It's like, you know what? Me too. I also think you're stupid.
People see you take on more. People see you being Machadish. They want to be the same. When one moves,
Crocs are terrible.
I got
footwear. I don't know. You know, like, but your dumbass fucking Nikes that you have 5,000 pairs of.
Well, it's emulating what comics do. Comics get annoyed by silly things.
Also,
It's really bad.
That's the point I always tell people. I'm like,
on one end,
Brenda isn't so much a comic because, like, again, you can get really good at the time. You know what I mean? Especially, like, imagine how they've been coming.
Almost 10 years.
Okay, right. Which means now,
Well, and you
someone
feel
from
pretty
row
confident.
two
Yeah,
comes into row one, and not just someone, remember, it's like a
I
conveyor belt.
think how long he's been doing it, what, 7, 8 years before he stopped,
The
like,
first guy in the row two comes to
not
row
only is
one.
that
But
time
wait to see
for
come on row
girls to
one,
leave
wait
as
for
a
row
job
one,
to get good
comes
at
to the
comedy,
back
but, like,
of the row,
imagine
and
you're a
ends up
millionaire and you
row
could,
one.
like,
So row two
hire a
doesn't listen, you
coach
know what?
and,
I
like,
think I'd rather
have
be
more time
pushing
than
a
every
little
person
more. But
knows on it. Like,
at the
you
end of
could
the day,
condense
I
and accelerate
was a
that
row
process.
head.
And
You
be like,
never
all right,
noticed me, a row head? Like,
I studied stand-up and
stuff.
Sarah comedy.
I
Everybody wants to
was
make fun of this,
the
but it's not.
row
I'm
head
like,
in
this is the place where you go, like,
number
learn
two.
joke writing.
Now what am I?
I was there at the same time as
I'm
Solomon
row
Hodge
number one.
was.
I'm in row number one.
At
I think
first,
I'd
I'm
rather go
like,
back.
this dude fucking has
I think I'd
got it.
rather
As
go
far
back
as
to row
like work
number one.
ethic, he was
So
like,
row number two.
fuck this class, I want to get on stage. Like, he was doing the class, but he's like, I'm going to get on stage as soon as possible. And every open mic, he took it upon himself to, like, and within a year, he's like, doing local shows. You know what I mean? He was like, good enough to be like, oh, you can do 15 minutes of the show. Because he, like, was like, I'm doing as much as I can writing, and every time I get on stage, do jokes. Like, so he really had that hustle. And I'm like, I feel like, you know, 5 years is plenty if that's all you're doing. You're not having a job, and like, and you can literally hire someone to help you write jokes, which he did. You know, he's a still make a living, according to fucking Derek.
You never thought you'd see that hustle again until you had a job.
Right. I was working room,
So how can you go
when I went to the culture, do 3 sets of bench over an hour and 15 minutes of bounce. I was like, how do you do
understand
that?
that it is like I
Literally, I know guys who say shit like that, like, I'm the hardest worker in the room. I'm like,
but where
actually, you're the last person in the studio, the first one to leave.
you don't make any
Like, I
secret about
literally
it.
check
Like
counting up his
capital
work
cases,
every time.
what's
I'm
the
like,
goal?
okay, yes, you technically show up at 9 a.m. on Mondays.
That's the goal.
Sometimes even a show
So therefore,
randomly,
again,
like
we
an hour and a
want
half
to
late
do
because it's
anything
getting
that
rubbed
we do
up.
in our power to ensure that there is in fact exoneration. So we must speak some Bible say, Indian Russia, Ali Mahdisin also.
Everything's ready to go down. The producer's there, I'm in the room. And like one time, I was like right behind him. Like, oh shit, like he's gonna think I'm late. He's coming behind him. And I see his car get back on the freeway. Direction or something to that direction. Like, cool. Like, I've never been to one, you know, but I like,
maybe
and
it's
so
circumstance evidence, maybe you heard about it from someone else, or even from someone who's trustworthy. Shama, you have to know that Shesafenu
comes in at like an hour and a half late.
perhaps you didn't
It
know, by
doesn't
the
say
way, that you're going to be
anything.
subject to a very
It's sometimes like, oh yeah, I had to talk to my agent, my car,
I'll be
or I do this,
so
or
I'm
I do
beginning
that.
on the show, beginning
So yeah, what's up, everybody? It's like,
no,
yeah, I know,
monetary
been
law,
doing it
like
for
it's a capital law.
90
It's
minutes.
not like monetary law. It's other than synonymous contract. So the monetary law, if you get it wrong, and you adjudicate the case incorrectly, so what's the worst case scenario? You have to pay back money. But again, we try to do the function, dumb of the damn also, we move on to all of them. If you testify wrongly in capital cases,
Like Max, I'm like, you put in an 8-hour work week.
from you
And
and from
you're like, hardest worker in the room. I'm like, sorry.
from generation
All you do is show up and talk.
will
You
cover
don't
over
even
your
pre-production.
family
Like,
generation
the producer for King of the State, Slash Golden
learn
Dick.
again until the end of the world.
He's really good at his job. Like, you know, he doesn't like all the wisdom. It's like, he literally says show up, but he has his narrative of like, hardest work in the room. Are you the fuck? Like, in what way?
By the way, Brendan, I'm going to start showing up at hour and a half late.
Yeah.
I heard about a rub and tug.
And it's not that shit. That was a
It doesn't say the
Hey, what's
blood
up, guys?
of
It's
your
like,
brother, rather, eliminate alcohol.
am I allowed
The
to ask you
blood
where
of
you've
your
been?
brother.
Okay, so this one's posted by Confidence Search. 8648 is called Farm Professional Graffiti Comedian. Watches videos of people falling over, warning, redacted.
Let's see. So when you take a life, not only are you taking the life of that individual, but when you're taking the life of all the future generations from that individual.
Oh, that's the bitch you found. He's laughing like a fucking
Cain did not know
That's
how
right,
to
like
kill
Rita.
Heaven. As such,
He's
was
laughing
known
like
as the
he's
light
got his
before
favorite
Ezra
shoe out. He's
struck
got a
him
drink in it.
multiple
He's just
times.
taking
So
a piece.
unfortunately, Heaven's blood was everywhere. That's why they call it blushing head.
And also,
Plural.
yes,
The
I mean,
people,
it's so well established that
Yes, I was that person
hates
was
being
creating a
touched.
Oh,
singular
yeah.
You know what I
fashion.
mean? It's like
But
this
it's from
big
this
man,
man
but he has to do
created
this
Adam as a
over and over
singular
again.
being.
That's why I say, like, Reddit's
Tell
cool physically,
except for the
guy who he like wants to be.
That's funny. He wants to be deleted.
Okay, so
I
just
think
think
he
the
really
world
does.
is
Yeah,
built from
absolutely.
one
Yeah.
person. So therefore,
So do I.
taking a
That's
one
yeah,
life
yeah.
is like,
He wants that
imagine
team
if someone would have
pussy.
killed Adam and Chunk,
Actually, she
the
is.
world would have ended. Just so to any time one person is right, any time someone gives a life, it's as if he has destroyed the entire
That's a
world.
pretty fucking
We'll
good
talk more about this. From the time you make a job, that's when you start. But again, the conversation if you go and you see the life, or it goes like, it doesn't have to be saved. When the thing goes and is what? A
It'd
home,
be kind of
or
a funny show
established
just to show him the
for
lips and have him
one
react like a
life.
child. Child's
Mala alaba
I mean, I
kasa
think
to
that would
see
do
all the
better than
mother.
what he's doing
Because if
now.
a person has stayed an entire
Yeah,
world,
they should
from
show him
the
turn like
creation
this.
of Maria,
That might
and
be
look
too
at
like
ultimately again all the
time
creation
travel.
in peace.
On
Like within
2006
cloudy
YouTube
Israel,
video.
within like within the Shalom Yoma Adonai Avera, Abba Gabo Le'avicha. Why did this part make it that all of humanity traces itself to one
It's
person,
the
the
whole
Adam?
point of the
There
golden
shouldn't be
hour
any,
now.
there shouldn't be any geological
Just to have
content.
like,
All of us trace ourselves to the same first person
jail sentence or
Adoration.
something like
Shlomo
that.
Aminu
Because
Omer,
anytime I see a
Hadu
clip from this,
Yeshua
it's like,
Bashara.
Chris, like,
Furthermore,
I
if there was
can't
more than
believe
one
I have to
first
fucking
person, so what ends up happening? People would say, oh, there
exercise
must be different gods.
patience, you
This
know?
God
Yeah.
created
And he's
this
one of the only
guy,
people like,
and
this
this guy
speaks
created
truthfully to
this
Brent,
guy.
that
Like,
really goes
everybody
on, like,
created their own
what did you just
God.
say? Like,
Yeah.
what is that, you know? But he does, like, he's actually giving out visions where he's gonna be, like, you know, in comedic situations, to me, he's exercising a lot of patience with Brendan, but it's still, he's like, don't touch
The
me.
person
Like,
wants to
that's
make
exactly
a
what's like,
coin, so
Brendan,
what
like,
can happen?
we've been
The
over
person
this.
to make the coin, and to make it that every single
We
coin
just reviewed his
looks
special
exactly the
on
same.
Patreon, so
Every coin looks the same.
I was doing this bit where it's like, I want to see Chris what they meant. Oh, dude, you almost were a movie star.
Yes, all men
Oh,
are
yeah.
created in the
Wait,
image
like,
of
where you said
Adam.
that to him?
Like Adam was the first
I mean,
man,
I'm
the
not
model.
doing it. That's fine. I'm not that ballsy, dude, but yeah, it just sucks. It's like maybe he gets some sort of streams of revenue one day, so he doesn't have to do this podcast anymore, and then he kind of POs out, you know?
Yeah, I feel like he doesn't. I don't know, like he gets like his stand-ups to it. You know what I mean? It's like, every time I see clips, it's like, there's literally, it's hard to cancel a stand-up comedian because it's like,
every person is
well, the
obligated
you
to
have
say,
me,
yeah,
people show up and buy tickets, like,
the
I do
world
think
was created.
he has a lot of money, but he just like, I think Chris seems like the kind of guy where it's like, I show up once a week, get fucking, you know, my estimate is like probably 40 G's a month, like from the Patreon and everything. Like, I have no idea, but it's like, damn, it's probably just like, I put over that shit for a few hours, like, you know, I get a few racks, like, it's hard to say no to, but clearly he's fucking annoying.
You can't quit the golden hour.
Again, I know, like, the world was created.
I like,
if I am
I
alive,
always said, like, Chris is always super nice to me.
if I'm here, I mean, somehow,
To me and a lot of like my friends that have it in comedy, like to me he has a lot of good reviews from like other comics who met him. So like I know people talk about shit about him, like I look at him and I feel sympathy for Chris in this situation. You know, like Brendan annoys the fuck out of him.
But that can unfortunately create a tremendous sense of gaiva as well. I know from the popularity of that. I know from the I jump from dust. I don't look again. I go back to dust. Incredible. The Shemacom was also saying, I remember, it's not like that. Kind of, you totally lose yourself, like in an email like this, right? What is this about? So, what the point of this entire discussion? The point of this was to go ahead and intimidate.
He doesn't do that to anyone else. Like you never be laughing like, you know. Again, because we you're Brendan's gay lover. I'm like, I wish.
What are you going to say to yourself? What are you going to say?
Unexposed
You
that
know what?
shit.
I got it. Yeah, good job. Right, good job. I'm out. What do I need this for at all? So much of the house right now, man. Testimony. Ultimately, you have an obligation to share it.
big enough for
משרד
their
הגורמים,
responses.
מה לא
Oh, so we
רוחב
got the
ודמו
expert
של
here.
זה, אבל
I was
פניה
there,
מהפעילות
baby.
ושמים.
Those guys are really cool,
Do
actually.
we have any quiz?
go to this
Yeah,
collect
I
out
read the
with
inside scoop.
in other words,
But
he
what
said,
is this?
a person,
What is laughing
guilty,
like this?
a person is
It's so
culpable,
performative, right?
ultimately, again, there is
Like,
reason
and
to
I'm
go ahead
also,
and
I'll say
wipe
this,
out the wicked
if I
as
really
well.
feel a
Okay,
laugh,
so
I
again,
try to like
you could do
not
such a
hold
good
it
job
back.
of
You know, like if somebody
no one
strikes you,
wants to go
and a lot of people accuse me of
That's
doing something
remind you,
awkward,
first of
but it's
all,
like,
testimony
somebody says something random and like nobody else thinks it's funny, and I'm cracking up, and I'm like, I don't care, dude, I'm not gonna stifle a laugh because nobody else is laughing.
Thank God for you. That's what comedians love.
Seriously, because they're like, oh, this is fucking funny. Like, people do feel unconscious while laughing sometimes, and it's like, who fucking cares if you think it's funny?
There's
Laugh.
responsibility,
This
there's
is so like, it's
responsibility. Just because it's difficult does not give me the right to accept myself.
It seems like low budget anime laughs.
Responsibility. So yeah, giving testimony is hard. There's one you might be wrong, but again, just because it's hard to difficult doesn't mean you're allowed to walk away. Incredible. Turn on that. Look at that. Please, anyway, what this is what to you, but one of the weaknesses is the possible that you didn't really see moving so strange. But rather again, because it's based on the testimony and circumstantial evidence. Not just circumstantial evidence. Second, about overnight, Shinakaki, he said, you saw the following scenario. Shiraz ומצא שם זית בידו, ודומת הפייס בחרס מחרטר, איזה exactly
he like adores Chris and looks up to her. And we were like, Chris, we gotta do no wrong. I always said that like Chris got turned over to a bulldog. Like,
so I
you're
run
the most
after
retarded
Ruben, I run after Ruben, and I walk in, and Ruben is in an isolated place. What happens? She is on the floor dying because someone stopped him. Ruben is holding a knife to rub on him. So again, I'm back there for that, and I say to myself, what happened over there? Ruben killed.
He's like so sensitive to criticism to anybody else. And he tried to like one up it. You know, he's if it's an employee, you get fired. If it's somebody else, he's trying to like roast you back. But anything Chris says about him,
I have
to mock him, he's like, I know, right? Oh my God, I'm such an idiot. I can't even answer. He's so funny.
I can see, but again, now that seems like pretty compelling circumstantial evidence.
To like social errors.
Circumstantial
Like if
evidence.
he perceives you as like,
So that
you
was
are
an
making
example
more famous
of
than me.
definitely based on circumstantial evidence. So find out,
It's like he
I'm going to
lives
say,
in the
shut down.
Middle Ages.
I live in a cover.
Like, I
So
have read
shut that
the
says, I
But
live in a
then,
cover
like,
for
even though
school.
he would tell people I was a good friend,
That's
like,
like,
he still very much treated me like I was way beneath him. You know what I mean? In ways that
I saw someone
he's not
run. I
10
saw
notches
someone
and I'd be
running
like,
after someone
you
running
just,
after
and I'm not the only person who's like anybody who's like beneath him. It just seems like, get this popper out of my face.
Fun stuff that makes sense because he's really stupid. So he probably sees the world like that. Yeah, not even like his brain isn't big enough to like treat people.
Yeah, you tend to notice, I think, legitimately, like smarter people kind of see it's like, just because somebody is old or from a different culture or whatever, like you see like actively, he has like these kind of backwards views of things where like he's just like disgusted by how most people, you know, like kind of has like low-key racist beliefs where he'll still be like, he tries to conceal it, but he's like, you know, oh, we all Asian people are like this, and you know, black people do this, and it's like, but more like any belief that I have about a race, like I'll fucking say it out loud because I'm like, if I observed it, it's fucking true to me. But Brenda will kind of like quiet. It's like, what are you doing? You're racist. Why not? That's what I'm saying right there. You get it. It's
only circumstantial.
bro, I watched that clip recently. Yeah, like, those words came out of your mouth, like you had an issue with black commentators, and you like, you said the best brains, like for one, I know that clip came out the best brains thing, it's you're mocking the intelligence of fucking black analysts who all like experts have anyone really. Yeah, anyone like that. Crypto. Are you the best brains for anything, motherfucker?
Alright, so this one's posted by Haphazard. It looks like he's doing the minimum side. I think it's called The Secret is Now Complete. Let's see.
Again, the death penalties that I've been are not nullified, they still apply. Much low they don't apply. He's looking to try them out. Surgery is incredible. Ella, in ironies of Rabbi. So, incredible demand. What you do, sometimes if a person is tired of whatever death penalties, that's how you want to carry out. So the virtue of being laid times fucking
for example,
talk about how bright isn't that funny?
if somebody did something that was more
You bristle when he tries to like give you notes on how to make funnier during the podcast. He's right there. You make fun of his ticket sales and you make fun of his errors on his special. But yes, the Dreads is so angry. He's a nightmare.
and then if that can be then ultimately again,
That could be the intersection of
so which is tight straight up. If somebody's tight straight, white straight up will normally be done again through most of the
natural position.
we don't really talk about all of it.
camera angle? Why does it look like that?
It looks like it's disgusting.
To be dying of fire, or ultimately again a snake bite.
Was a Seinfeld,
snake bite.
And she does hit hours to talk about it.
But the venom is equivalent to straight up. So which is somebody was high hariga, right? So we know that's what we turn off. We'll be giving over to the amount of food, which is going to be headed. All these things button on off, all they will be killed by this thing. This is high color, so is high acceleration. Also, we have another drones, or this is certain, or that is certain, there's a certain way to disease with the air rate restricted. There's a great thing there, but even though there's not so much of a fight to find ways to bring about without any such case. Also, that 100 years, even if you kill someone, the punishment for that ultimately is a jury.
What I like is how people always like, it's like,
so they might say, why did he die by snake
if you
bite?
know this autopsy,
Very far.
and of course they can,
we see how they apparently,
you know, if you had $1 million, are they going to talk about this?
murder wasn't his only,
Leafy
was
girl on their
the only
podcast.
thing.
And of course they are, like, hey, good, what?
And those other ideas
And still
carried out
they're
through
going,
straight thought.
well, I
Straight was
heard,
considered
did you
to be one of the
read
most
anything?
common
Where did you get news from? Some dude at a bodega? Hell, like, I overheard while I was getting to Starbucks and like,
This guy was like, oh, cool story, make my frappuccino.
Somebody's
like I had no curiosity to look into this because like I looked into it and I'm like, yeah, first of all, you have to describe it like,
apparently this guy
she's not trans, she's born a female. There's this rumor out there that it might have been XY chromosomes, but you know, then you gotta look for the source of that and find out maybe that's on the internet. It doesn't take that much research to get a complete grasp on the situation. You know what I mean? In 5 minutes, and you lack the fucking curiosity to be like, to go ahead, I heard this, and I'm talking on a podcast about it now without the most basic information.
You know how we solve this problem? Is before the podcast, he gets the room and took.
So the most of this problem is, so you know, just keep on
Gotta make sure that way he knows all about the news.
It is like, you know, like they say with Trump when he was president, like they have to like trick him into like studying. And I'm also, to be fair, I'm also talking about Kamala Harris. Like, I don't think Trump is like uniquely like doesn't like breathes like a little Ronald Reagan of everything, and then Kamala's like the person better rep. But like that's a funny point because it's like how the fuck do you get someone like this to concentrate? You know, just off the back. I wonder if I could answer.
Cut out the middleman. Yeah, Brian, give him some rub and tug. Brian reads a lot. He knows how to see Afghanistan, that's for sure.
Yeah, I feel like it's funny between the two. I was always like, you know, and I love Brian. He's always been very kind to me, and I also just appreciate like what he gets wrong or not, whether I disagree with him or something. He is curious. You know what I mean? He will go out and actually read something and like be able to admit when he's wrong, etc. So like I you know, I still keep in touch with Brian, and I just the chasm of curiosity between them is astounding. And Brendan wanted like shit on him for like every one time you want to talk about like I just did LSD for the first time, and Brendan was like, dude, shut the fuck up. And we're like, it's fucking interesting. I had this conversation. I was like, oh, and I'm like, dude, you have no curiosity, but fucking, you know, one of the most like talked about drugs of all time, you know.
Drugs.
So you talk about drugs. Exactly. If I love comments like you, like you come and I say, you know what? Really told me that it's $5,000 to ship. Like, or someone told me that we can tell you $1,000. Let's talk about it. So you're like, well, I'm like, such a statement is meaningless.
You know, I don't watch full episodes of Chief Becky, obviously, because Brendan's voice is just not just too irritating to me. But
I think the fish, the T-ball's cutting to the fish now.
But it's fun, like, I don't think I've ever seen someone make things so much a part of their identity. I'm sure this archetype exists. You know what I mean? I'm thinking, you know, I was like, I've never got to witness it. And then I was also like, this whole, you know, defecate, like, make sure you don't miss that in 5 by Gimel Nefashos, then apply also by Gimel Mammons. Just the derech of the Mishnah is to
and then it's like, when was the last time we fucking brought it up?
By Gimel Nefashos and not by Gimel Mammons. So for example,
what the fuck you gotta hit it with the
it's explicitly stated that it doesn't work by Gimel Nefashos, but it also doesn't work by Gimel Mammons.
Okay, so I got so many more clips left. This is a post by Toxoplasmosis. It's called Africa with a gold medal.
Even though,
Do you guys want to make a
even
guess?
though it's true,
I was gonna say
the
something.
circumstantial evidence may not work by Gimel Mammons.
Did you guys remember the clip where he's like,
Stated by Gimel
Crystalia and whoever else was there had to correct him on Africa being a country. Oh, it's a country. And they're like, no, it's a continent. There's other countries within Africa. It's example to rebutt this and just go, oh yeah, you're right. Like, because it's the kind of thing of mistake. You're like, you go, oh, it's an Africa. Oh, sorry, I meant the country.
One last
Jumped down on this idea. And he goes, no, it's like the United States of America, but then you have like Minneapolis and Denver. It's like, those are cities, motherfucker. Like, you're not even making the next appropriate analogy, which has to understand that like Africa was like, the United States of Africa, and fucking Colorado was like Zimbabwe. But you're literally fucking confusing different cities with the country. Like, obviously, it took like a good few minutes to have like break it down like he was a fourth grader, a dumb fourth grader, because every fourth grader knows Africa's not a country.
Alright, let's see what this is about then.
Fuck is MMA not?
All right, no, good morning. Good morning.
It's also international.
I apologize. Yeah, no, speaking of it, we just don't have the microphone for today. And so I have the microphone for tomorrow. We'll say it is a tremendous blessing of Hashem to be here in our base of Knesset, within our new base of Medrash. Such a tremendous blessing of Hashem. It's such a beautiful, first family share ever in this new and beautiful and incredible space. So, as I spoke about yesterday, I know that the next from the coming days will be filled with changes, and changes are beautiful, changes are incredible because they open the door to so many beautiful and incredible opportunities. Amongst the changes I want to just say about these expectations is, when we were gathering in the old shul, there was a lot of extra space. Here, in Eretz, we're going to be utilizing every seat. So I feel like the Southwest, please do not put your personal luggage on the middle seat, for a day. So just know, especially for davening, the seats are going to be used. So again, for sure, I'm sure it's fine, but just be mindful. Just look around. You see people that we don't have enough tables yet. Really, so we want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to be able to sit at a makom, to sit at the table, to be able to learn properly. So just be mindful in terms of where you're putting your personal belongings that no one feels boxed out, and that's going to be true in this Hashem. For davening as well. It's just, and again, for many different things in the new building, we're still trying to find our way a little bit. Certain things may not be fully set up, certain things, may have to pivot a little bit. So apologize in advance for any turbulence that may occur over the course of this week. But Baruch Hashem, what is a chus it is to be able to be here in such a holy and beautiful, magnificent place also. So just get everything get a little bit dusty and finally move around again. So the next week or so we'll hopefully have everything set up mostly as it should be. But Baruch Hashem, what a special it is to be in an aesthetically beautiful place. It's in Eretz Hashem. Now the aesthetic beauty is here. And Eretz Hashem, now our avoda is to fill it with spiritual beauty as well, which I have no doubt that we will be built to do in Eretz Hashem in the next coming years. Also, like I said, we do have a sound system. So beginning tomorrow, Eretz Hashem will be more tapped into it. But the acoustics in here are great. I will endeavor to speak a little bit louder if at any point I'm not speaking loud enough to just let me know. And it wasn't with that. Let us begin the first daf of many daf in Daily Space Medrash beginning by thanking all of our sponsors. Thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei 5785. Rabbi Naftali Tosin for dedicating all of the shiurim and drashos this year. As a source for the Soros Tovas for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tevei Shabbalim Latova, the Talmud Mishpacha, in memory of Amit ben David Levy, the brother of Itai Levy, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in America, our Talmud Torah, his precious Neshama will have an Aliyah and his family in the Chama. And Sa'id and Sima'akim for dedicating the shir today in honor of our new Makom Kodesh. We should Be'ezras Hashem, like he says, we should Be'ezras Hashem run out of space even faster than our old building. No. Good. In Eretz Hashem, the next rabbi will have incredible hatzlacha. In Eretz Hashem, building the next building, you should be with incredible mazel. I'll take the bracha of maybe running out of space in this next and having to move into the shul. That halavai. I don't think that's what it is. I think that day is coming probably sooner than we think. But in Eretz Hashem, we should be zilcha that this mikdash ma'at should serve us for many years to come until we are zilcha in Eretz Hashem to move it together with Mashiach and Eretz Hashem carry to some here. Listen to guys, let us begin. We have an incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Lamed Zayin 37, and we are picking up in Eretz Hashem. We are picking up two dots. Medical care and Lodum Dinei Nefashos. Right? So remember again, not everyone is fit to adjudicate capital cases. So remember again, what was the issue with capital cases? So remember again, the halacha over here by capital cases was that you need a Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin has to not only be comprised of 23 people, but also has to be comprised of people who are geologically fit. So the Gemara says, my time, but what's the reason? The Gemara says, my time, the son of Yosef Tishim, the reason you can be said that, same with that David has to be free from any spiritual blemishes, so too again, David has to be free from any other mum. Now, mum, you might understand what it means. Mum means geological blemishes. David has to be free from any geological blemishes. Amar says, my club was the pasuk. Everything about you, my beloved, is beautiful, and there is no mum in you. The Gemara over here, this is a reference to the Sanhedrin, and the mum is a genealogical one. The Doma mum, maybe it's a actual mum, or maybe it's not a genealogical mum, but maybe in fact it is an actual mum, and the Torah is saying, or the Pasuk is saying, that Allah might remember the Sanhedrin can't have a physical mum. The Gemara says, so the Pasuk says that Moshe Rabbeinu went ahead and Moshe Rabbeinu goes ahead and collects the 70 kingdom. The pasuk says they will stand there with you. Means that when you assemble members of the Sanhedrin, they should be like you. In which sense? That halakha remains in which sense? That the same way Moshe Rabbeinu, you are not genealogically blemished, you are genealogically intact and whole. So too again, those who are with me, other dayanim, should also be intact and whole. And maybe what it means over there is Moshe Rabbeinu the same way that you're there in the Shekhinah is with you. So to the other judges who stand there, the Shekhinah should be with them as well. They will shoulder the responsibility with you, with those who are compared to you, meaning Moshe Rabbeinu, you are genealogically intact. So too again, those who go ahead and adjudicate this, you should also be genealogically intact. Again, it's like so incredible. Good. So the closest therefore again, that's the daya, that's for Dinei Nefashos, for capital cases. Halacha l'maisa, again, you have to have people who are genealogically unblemished. Beautiful. Says the Mishnah. Sanhedrin Haisek Yechatzi Goren Agula. This is really a beautiful Gemara. The Sanhedrin sat in a semicircle. So the Gemara says, Kadesh Rowan Zezeh, in order that they would be able to see each other. And you want the members of the Sanhedrin when they deliberate to be able to see each other. Ushleis over there, the only Nisrael, Echad Yamin Be'echad Nisrael. So then there would be two scribes in the David, one on the right, one on the left. The Kosim giving the 5 and the giving the Zatzim. They were right on there. They would record. They were not supposed to mean they were just court scribes. They were the stenographers. And as the stenographers, they recorded everything that happened in the proceedings. Again, they were right. They were right in the opinion of the judges who were looking to exonerate, and the opinion of the judges who were looking to find guilty. But the Hebrew really says Shosha. So that should be 3 stenographers. So one would go ahead and write the opinions of the examinators. The Echad Kosei Divrei HaMechayim, and one would write the words of the indictors. We'll call it Vashlishi Kosei Divrei HaMezakim Divrei HaMechayim. The third stenographer, interestingly enough, would record all of the opinions. Right, so you had one who was dedicated to the opinions of the examinators, one to the opinion of the indictors, and then one who was kind of collecting all of the information as a whole. So we have like a backup. Good. It's interesting. If you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Shlosha, Abu Shenitoch, Korach HaTamim, Shiyar Ba'aleim, Yitu B'davar, Ela Echad Kosei Divrei HaMezakim, Echad Kosei Divrei HaMechayim, V'Agima Kosei Divrei Kulam, Mitoch Shein Torah Rav Aleim, Lo Yitzuru B'davar, Yita Echad Mehem Yofiach B'Satsan. So it's interesting. So this way, again, we want to make sure that we have accurate court records. So how do you do that? So again, if you have one guy focusing on one opinion, one guy focusing on one school of opinion, the other focusing on the other school of opinion, and then a third party kind of taking everything into account, so between all of them, we will have record for the basic. Top of Lamed Zayin, 37a. Shalosh Shulos. There are three rows of Talmidei Chachamim who were in front of the basin. So what's the just to imagine, right? So the basin is seated in a semicircle, and in front of them, three rows of Talmidim. So the Gemara says, Kol Echad ve'Echad Makiyas Mekomo. Now, interestingly enough, we'll see Rashi says over here, Shalosh Shulos. Rashi says, Kol Echad K'minyan Sanhedrin Esim Shlosh. Each row had 23 students in it. The Gemara says, She'in Yachlut V'Achavtimo Ruv Machadus. And the idea over here is these rows, kind of like the Sanhedrin, by baseball, what is it? Bullpen, right? This is where, so these rows were comprised of Talmidei Chachamim, who again were the future Dayanim of Klal Yisrael. That's what was happening over here. So therefore, again, the whole Echad Makiyas Mekomo. We're going to see something very interesting, that depending on which row you were seated by station. So row one, again, there will be upper Talmidim. Row two Talmidim, and row three Talmidim. So you didn't just choose to seat wherever you wanted to sit. At the end of the day, again, you were seated in accordance with your station. Everyone knew their place. So we had this theme already in yesterday's back as well, which is this idea that sometimes in life we feel inadequate when we acknowledge what we're not. But the truth is, it's only when I acknowledge what I'm not that I'm really able to go ahead and maximize what I am. So there's nothing wrong with being a third row Talmud. There's nothing wrong with being a third row Talmud in the Sanhedrin. That's what you're holding right now. But again, about the beautiful part is there's no glass ceiling. The beautiful part is there's always the opportunity and ability to advance. So what happens? Put through all the smoke. So let's say again they have to pull someone out of row one. And again, we'll discuss exactly what the particular issue is over here. But so let's say they have to go ahead and pull someone out of row one. So what do you do? So they have to sneak up to someone in row one. So what would they do? What would happen in that type of situation? So the Gemara says, so which will this one? Some come in our show. So let's say if you have to, so let's say Daisy now, the Sanhedrin needs another diamond. Where do you pull another diamond from? Row one. That's where the diamond comes from. So the Gemara says, so what happens after smoke? So the Gemara says, the person, I remember again, after all this happens, so now Sanhedrin pulls a new diamond from row one. So what happens now? What occurs now? There's a vacancy in row one. So what happens when there's a vacancy in row one? I just want to point out this is right. You come find real estate. Right? So the Maisa, now what ends up happening? So when they post row 1, so now that sets off a progression. Then someone from row 2, and not someone. Remember again, this is highly choreographed because the move to row 1 is a significant move. So that means someone from row, now that there's a vacancy in row 1, someone from row 2 moves up to row 1, which now also means what? Someone from row 3 moves up to row 2. And again, this is a highly choreographed process. So the Gemara goes right there. So right, and then what happened? Now there's a vacancy in row 3. Now there's a vacancy in row 3. What happens? You need to go in the hand hold effort not how. You need to go ahead and pull someone out of the general assembly. The Kehillah. Umoshiv also b'shkishas. ולא חי יושב במקומו של ראשון, אבל יושב במקום הרועי בו. So you would have thought, well, now there's opening to row 1. Just choose someone from the Kehillah and put him in row 1. No, that's not the way it happens. It's not the way it happens. You choose someone from the Kehillah, goes into row 3, someone from row 3 goes into row 2, and someone from row 2 ultimately goes into row 1. That's the way it happens. So the Gemara goes right there. So now, let's say, where do we know this? Now, the first thing the Gemara is focusing on over here is the semicircle. From where do we know that the Ethan sits in a semicircle? So Amar Ba'achar Barfanina, so Amar Kra, so you know, say it's actually quite beautiful. The pasuk over here quotes from Shir Hashirim. Shvarech Agan Hasar Al Yachsar Hamasa. So literally translated, so Shvarech means your navel, your stomach, is like a basin of the moon. A basin of the moon. Right? Or I should say, your navel is shaped like the moon. Al Yachsar Hamasa. Do not diminish the dilution ratio. Alright, so we'll discuss it. So Shirareh is a Sanhedrin. So it says Shirareh, the Gemara refers to as the stomach, right? The stomach, that is the Sanhedrin. Lamanik Shirareh. Why is the Sanhedrin called Shirareh? Shiyosheves Kitziburo Shalom. Because the Sanhedrin sits literally again in the center of the world. What does it mean that it sits in the center of the world? Kitziburo Shalom. Shebeis Hamikdash, the Eretz Shalom. The Beis Hamikdash is in the middle of the world. So, you know, it's so down that we were doing this tonight today. As much as Baruch Hashem, we build. It's so important to always remember that we're building in Galus. We're building in Galus. And at the end of the day, right, Galus is not where we are supposed to be. At the end of the day, we have one home and one home only, and that is Eretz Yisrael. And that home literally is in the center of the world. Now, again, it's said so many times, Baruch Hashem, that's why the beauty of investing in building of Kedusha is that in Eretz Hashem, they come with us. Right? They come with us. It's so important to recognize that as successful and as happy and as settled and as kaddish as we are, this geographically is not where we belong. The one in the center of the world, where the Sanhedrin is, where the Beis Hamikdash is. So ultimately, it's called the stomach, just like the stomach is the center, so too the Beis Hamikdash is the center. So Agan, so what does it mean? Agan also like a basin. The Sanhedrin protects the entire world. Has-Sahar, what does it mean that it's like the moon? That the Sanhedrin is like comparable ultimately to the moon itself. It's just like the moon goes ahead and radiates light. So Rashi says over here, Ba'agula. So it's not the light. Rashi says over here, it's the semicircle. Right? Just like the moon throughout much of the month